She ran as if she was being chased, but in fact there was no one behind her. Sebastian dropped back into her seat, alarmed. "Mama, what happened?" "Drive," Neva yelled, her large chest heaving, her eyes still wild, focused on the open side door. "Mama," said Sebastian, putting the car into reverse. "This is kidnapping. They have laws. Did you call the husband? You said you would call the husband." Neva opened her palm, finding it bloody. She had gripped the beaded crucifix so tightly the crosspiece had cut into her flesh. She let it fall to the floor of the car. 17th Precinct Headquarters, East 51st Street, Manhattan. The old professor sat at the very end of the bench inside lockup, as far away as possible from a shirtless, snoring man who had just relieved himself without wishing to trouble anyone else for directions to the toilet in the corner of the room, or even removing his pants. "Setrakian? Setrakian? Setraniac?" "Here," he answered, rising and walking toward the remedial reader in the police officer's uniform by the open tank door. The officer let him out and closed the door behind him. "Am I being released?" asked Setrakian. "I guess so. Your son's here to pick you up." Setrakian held his tongue. He followed the officer to an unmarked interrogation room. The cop pulled open the door and motioned for him to walk inside. It took Setrakian a few moments, just long enough for the door to close behind him, to recognize the person on the other side of the bare table as Dr. Ephraim Goodweather of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Next to him was the female doctor who had been with him before. Setrakian smiled appreciatively at their ruse, though he was not surprised by their presence. Setrakian said, "So, it has begun." Dark circles, like bruises of fatigue and sleeplessness, hung under Dr. Goodweather's eyes as he looked the old man up and down. "You want out of here? We can get you out. First I need an explanation. I need information. I can answer many of your questions, but we have lost so much time already. We must begin now, this moment, if we have any chance at all of containing this insidious thing." "That's what I'm talking about," said Dr. Goodweather, thrusting out one hand rather harshly. "What is this insidious thing?" "The passengers from the plane," said Setrakian. "The dead have risen." Eve did not know how to answer that. He couldn't say. He wouldn't say. "There is much you will need to let go of, Dr. Goodweather," said Setrakian. "I understand that you believe you are taking a risk in trusting the word of an old stranger, but in a sense, I am taking 1,000-fold greater risk in trusting this responsibility to you. What we are discussing here is nothing less than the fate of the human race, though I don't expect you to quite believe that yet, or understand it. You think that you are drafting me into your cause. The truth of the matter is, I am drafting you into mine." The Old Professor. Knickerbocker Loans and Curios, 118th Street, Spanish Harlem. Eve put up his emergency blood delivery windshield placard and parked in a marked loading zone on East 119th Street, following Setrakian and Nora 1 block south to his corner pawnshop. The doors were gated, the windows shuttered with locked metal plates. Despite the tilted closed sign jammed in the door glass over the store hours, a man in a tattered black peacoat and a high-knit hat, like the kind Rastafarians liked to wear, except that he lacked the ropey dreadlocks to fill it out, so it sagged off his head like a collapsed souffle, stood at the door with a shoebox in his hand, shifting his weight from foot to foot. Setrakian came out with keys dangling from a chain, busying himself with the locks up and down the door grates, making his gnarled fingers work. "No pawns today," he said, allowing himself a sidelong glance at the box in the man's hand. "Look here." The man produced a bundle of linen from the shoebox. A dinner napkin he unwrapped to reveal 9 or 10 utensils. "Good silverware. You buy silver, I know that." "I do, yes." Setrakian, having unlocked the grate, rested the handle of his tall walking stick against his shoulder and selected a knife, weighing it, rubbing the blade with his fingers. After patting his vest pockets, he turned to Eve. "You have $10, doctor." In the interest of hurrying this along, Eve reached for his money clip and peeled off a $10 bill. He handed it to the man with the shoebox. Setrakian then handed the man back his utensils. "You take," he said. "Not real silver." The man accepted the handout gratefully and backed away with the shoebox under his arm. "God bless." Setrakian said, entering his shop, "We'll soon see about that." Eve watched his money hustle off down the street, then followed Setrakian inside. "The lights are right on the wall there," said the old man, pulling the gate ends to meet again, locking up. Nora threw all 3 switches at once, illuminating glass cabinets, display walls, and the entrance where they stood. It was a small corner shop, wedge-shaped, banged into the city block with a wooden hammer. The first word that came to Eve's mind was junk. Lots and lots of junk. Old stereo systems, VCRs and other outdated electronics, a wall display of musical instruments including a banjo and a guitar-like keyboard from the 1980s, religious statues and collectible plates, a couple of turntables and small mixing boards, a locked glass countertop featuring cheap brooches and high-flash, low-quality bling, racks of clothes, mostly winter coats with fur collars. So much junk that his heart fell a little. Had he entrusted this precious time to a crazy person? "Look," he told the old man, "we have a colleague. We believe he is infected." Setrakian passed him, tapping his oversized walking stick. He lifted the hinged counter with his gloved hand and invited Eve and Nora through. "We go up here." A back staircase led to a door on the second floor. The old man touched the mezuzah before entering, leaning his tall stick against the wall. It was an aged apartment of low ceilings and worn-out rugs. The furniture hadn't been moved in perhaps 30 years. "You are hungry?" Setrakian asked. "Look around. You'll find something." Setrakian lifted the top of a fancy pastry container, revealing an open box of devil dogs. He lifted one out, tearing open its cellophane wrapper. "Don't let your energy run down. Keep your strength. You'll need it." The old man bit into the cream-filled cake on his way to a bedroom to change clothes. Eve looked around the small kitchen and then at Nora. The place smelled clean despite its cluttered appearance. Nora lifted from the table with only one chair a framed black-and-white portrait of a young, raven-haired woman in a simple dark dress, posed upon a great rock at an otherwise empty beach, fingers laced over one bare knee, pleasant features arranged in a winning smile. Eve returned to the hallway through which they had entered, looking into the old mirrors hanging from the walls, dozens of them, all of different sizes, time-streaked and imperfect. Old books were stacked along both sides of the floor, narrowing the passageway. The old man reappeared, having changed into different articles of the same sort of clothing, an old tweed suit with vest, braces, a necktie, and brown leather shoes buffed until thin. He still wore wool-tipless gloves over his damaged hands. "I see you collect mirrors," Eve said. "Certain kinds. I find older glass to be most revealing. Are you ready now to tell us what is going on?" The old man dipped his head gently to one side. "Doctor, this isn't something one simply tells. It is something that must be revealed." He moved past Eve to the door through which they had entered. "Please, come with." Eve followed him back down the stairs, Nora behind him. They passed the first-floor pawnshop, continuing through another locked door to another curling flight leading down. The old man descended, one angled step at a time, his gnarled hand sliding down the cool iron rail, his voice filling the narrow passageway. "I consider myself a repository of ancient knowledge, of persons dead and books long forgotten. Knowledge accumulated over a life of study." Nora said, "When you stopped us outside the morgue, you said a number of things. You indicated that you knew the dead from the airplane were not decomposing normally." "Correct." "Based upon?" "My experience." Nora was confused. "Experience with other aircraft-related incidents?" "The fact that they were on an airplane is completely incidental. I have seen this phenomenon before indeed. In Budapest, in Basra, in Prague, and not 10 kilometers outside Paris. I have seen it in a tiny fishing village on the banks of the Yellow River. I have seen it at 7,000 feet elevation, in the Altai Mountains of Mongolia. And yes, I have seen it on this continent as well. Seen its traces, usually dismissed as a fluke, or explained away as rabies or schizophrenia, insanity, or most recently, an occasion of serial murder. Hold on. You yourself have seen corpses slow to decompose? It is the first stage, yes. Eve said, the first stage. The landing curled to an end at a locked door. Setrakian produced a key, separate from the rest, hanging from a chain around his neck. The old man's crooked fingers worked the key into 2 padlocks, one large, one small. The door opened inward, hot lights coming on automatically, and they followed him inside the humming basement room, bright and deep. The first thing to catch Eve's eye was a wall of battle armor, ranging from full night's wear to chainmail to Japanese samurai torso and neck plates and cruder gear made of woven leather for protecting the neck, chest, and groin. Weapons also, mounted swords and knives, their blades fashioned of bright cold steel. More modern-looking devices were arranged at an old low table, their battery packs in chargers. He recognized night vision goggles and modified nail guns, and more mirrors, mostly pocket-sized, arranged so that he could see himself staring in bewilderment at this gallery of what? The shop, the old man gestured to the floor above them, gave me a fair living, but I did not come to this line of business because of an affinity for transistor radios and heirloom jewelry. He closed the door behind them, the lights around the door frame going dark. The installed fixtures ran the height and length of the door, purple tubes Eve recognized as ultraviolet lamps, arranged around the door like a force field of light. To prohibit germs from entering the room, or to keep something else out? No, he continued. The reason I chose it as my profession was because it afforded me ready access to an underground market of esoteric items, antiquities and tomes. Illicit, though not usually illegal, acquired from my personal collection and my research. Eve looked around again. This looked less like a museum collection than a small arsenal. Your research? Indeed. I was for many years a professor of Eastern European literature and folklore at the University of Vienna. Eve appraised him again. He sure dressed like a Viennese professor. And you retired to become a Harlem pawnbroker/curator? I did not retire. I was made to leave, disgraced. Certain forces aligned against me. And yet, as I look back now, going underground at that time most certainly saved my life. It was, in fact, the best thing I could have done. He turned to face them, folding his hands behind his back, professorially. This scourge we are now witnessing in its earliest stages has existed for centuries, over millennia. I suspect, though I cannot prove, it goes back to the most ancient of times. Eve nodded, not understanding the man, only glad to finally be making some progress. So we are talking about a virus? Yes, of sorts. A strain of disease that is a corruption of both the flesh and the spirit. The old man was positioned in such a way, from Eve's and Nora's perspective, the array of swords on the wall fanned out on either side of him like steel-bladed wings. So a virus? Yes. But I should also like to introduce you to another V word. What's that? He said. Vampire. A word like that, spoken in earnestness, hangs in the air for a while. You are thinking, said Setrakian, the former professor, of a moody overactor in a black satin cape, or else a dashing figure of power with hidden fangs, or some existential soul burdened with the curse of eternal life, or Bela Lugosi meets Abbott and Costello. Nora was looking around the room again. I don't see any crucifixes or holy water, no strings of garlic. Garlic has certain interesting immunological properties and can be useful in its own right. So its presence in the mythology is biologically understandable at any rate. But crucifixes and holy water, he shrugged. Products of their time, products of one Victorian author's fevered Irish imagination and the religious climate of the day. Setrakian had expected their expressions of doubt. They have always been here, he continued, nesting, feeding, in secret and in darkness, because that is their nature. There are 7 originals, known as the Ancients, the Masters. Not one per continent. They are not solitary beings as a rule, but clannish. Until very recently considering their open-ended lifespan, They were all spread throughout the greatest landmass, what we know today as Europe and Asia, the Russian Federation, the Arabian Peninsula, and the African continent, which is to say, the Old World. There was a schism, a clash among their kind. The nature of this disagreement I do not know. Suffice it to say, this rift preceded the discovery of the New World by centuries. Then the founding of the American colonies opened the door to a new and fertile land. 3 remained behind in the Old World, and 3 went ahead to the New. Both sides respected the other's domain, and a truce was agreed upon and upheld. The problem was that 7th ancient. He is a rogue who turned his back on both factions. While I cannot prove it at this time, the abrupt nature of this act leads me to believe that he is behind this. This, said Nora, this incursion into the New World, breaking the solemn truce, this upsetting of the balance of their breed's existence, an act essentially of war. Eve said, a war of vampires. Setrakian's smile was for himself. You simplify because you cannot believe. You reduce, you diminish, because you were raised to doubt and debunk, to reduce to a small set of knowns for easy digestion, because you are a doctor, a man of science, and because this is America, where everything is known and understood, and God is a benevolent dictator, and the future must always be bright. He clasped his gnarled hands as best he could, touching his bare fingertips to his lips in a pensive moment. This is the spirit here, and it is beautiful. Truly, I don't mock. Wonderful to believe only in what you wish to believe in, and to discount all else. I do respect your skepticism, Dr. Goodweather, and I say this to you in the hope that you will in turn respect my experience in this matter, and allow my observations into your highly civilized and scientific mind. Eve said, so you're saying the airplane, one of them was on it, this rogue? Exactly. In the coffin, in the cargo hold. A coffin full of soil. They are of the earth, and like to return to that from which they arose. Like worms, vermis, they burrow to nest. We would call it sleep. Away from daylight, said Nora. From sunlight, yes. It is in transit that they are most vulnerable. But you said this is a war of vampires. But isn't it vampires against people? All those dead passengers? This too will be difficult for you to accept, but to them we are not enemies. We are not worthy foes. We don't even rise to that level in their eyes. To them we are prey. We are food and drink, animals in a pen, bottles upon a shelf. Eve felt a chill, but then just as quickly rejected his own shivery response. And to someone who would say this sounds like so much science fiction, Setrakian pointed to him. That device in your pocket, your mobile telephone, you punch in a few numbers, and immediately you are in conversation with another person halfway around the world. That is science fiction, Dr. Goodweather. Science fiction come true. Here Setrakian smiled. Do you require proof? Setrakian went to a low bench set against the long wall. There was a thing there covered in a drape of black silk, and he reached for it in an odd way, his arm outstretched, pinching the nearest edge of fabric while keeping his body as far away from it as possible, and then drawing the cover off. A glass container, a specimen jar, available from any medical supply house. Inside, suspended in a dusky fluid, was a well-preserved human heart. Eve stooped to regard it from a few feet away. Adult female, judging by the size, healthy, fairly young, fresh specimen. He looked back at Setrakian. Where'd you get it? I cut it out of the chest of a young widow in a village outside Shkodër in northern Albania in the spring of 1971. Eve smiled at the strangeness of the old man's tale, leaning in for a closer look at the jar. Something like a tentacle shot out of the heart, a sucker at its tip, grabbing the glass where Eve's eye was. Eve straightened fast. He froze, staring at the jar. Nora next to him said, what the hell was that? The heart began moving in the serum. It was throbbing, beating. Eve watched the flattened, mouth-like sucker head scour the glass. He looked at Nora next to him, staring at the heart. Then he looked at Setrakian, who hadn't moved, hands resting inside his pockets. Setrakian said, "It animates whenever human blood is near." Eve stared in pure disbelief. He edged closer again, this time to the right of the sucker's pale, lipless receptor. The outgrowth detached from the interior surface of the glass, then suddenly thrust itself toward him again. "Jesus!" exclaimed Eve. The beating organ floated in there like some meaty, mutant fish. It lives on without... There was no blood supply. He looked at the stumps of its severed veins, aorta, and vena cava. Setrakian said, "It is neither alive nor dead. It is animate, possessed, you might say, but in the literal sense. Look closely, and you will see." Eve watched the throbbing, which he found to be irregular, not like a true heartbeat at all. He saw something moving around inside it, wriggling. Worm?" said Nora. Thin and pale, lip-colored, 2 or 3 inches in length, they watched it make its rounds inside the heart like a lone sentry dutifully patrolling a long-abandoned base. "A bloodworm," said Setrakian. "A capillary parasite that reproduces in the infected. I suspect, though have no proof, that it is the conduit of the virus, the actual vector." Eve shook his head in disbelief. "What about this sucker?" "The virus mimics the host form, though it reinvents its vital systems in order to best sustain itself. In other words, it colonizes and adapts the host for its survival, the host being, in this case, a severed organ floating in a jar. The virus has found a way to evolve its own mechanism for receiving nourishment." Nora said, "Nourishment?" "The worm lives on blood, human blood." "Blood?" Eve squinted at the possessed heart. "From whom?" Setrakian pulled his left hand out of his pocket. The wrinkled tips of his fingers showed at the end of the glove. The pad of his middle finger was scarred and smooth. "A few drops every few days is enough. It will be hungry. I have been away." He went to the bench and lifted the lid off the jar. Eve stepped back to watch, and with the point of a little penknife from his keychain, pricked the tip of his finger over the jar. He did not flinch, the act so routine that it no longer hurt him. His blood dripped into the serum. The sucker fed on the red drops with lips like that of a hungry fish. When he was done, the old man dabbed a bit of liquid bandage on his finger from a small bottle on the bench, returning the lid to the jar. Eve watched the feeder turn red. The worm inside the organ moved more fluidly and with increased strength. "And you say you've kept this thing going in here since the spring of 1971. I don't take many vacations." He smiled at his little joke, looking at his pricked finger, rubbing the dried tip. "She was a revenant, one who was infected, who had been turned. The ancients, who wish to remain hidden, will kill immediately after feeding, in order to prevent any spread of their virus. One got away somehow, returned home to claim its family and friends and neighbors, burrowing into their small village. This widow's heart had not been turned 4 hours before I found her." 4 hours? How did you know?" "I saw the mark of the strigoi." Eve said, "Strigoi? Old world term for vampire. And the mark?" "The point of penetration, a thin breach across the front of the throat, which I am guessing you have seen by now." Eve and Nora were nodding, thinking about Jim. Setrakian added, "I should say I am not a man who is in the habit of cutting out human hearts. This was a bit of dirty business I happened upon quite by accident. But it was absolutely necessary." Nora said, "And you've kept this thing going ever since then, feeding it like a pet?" "Yes." He looked down at the jar almost fondly. "It serves as a daily reminder of what I am up against, what we are now up against." Eve was aghast. "In all this time, why haven't you shown this to anyone? A medical school? The evening news?" "Were it that easy, Doctor, the secret would have become known years ago. There are forces aligned against us. This is an ancient secret, and it reaches deep, touches many. The truth would never be allowed to reach a mass audience, but would be suppressed, and myself with it. Why I've been hiding here, hiding in plain sight, all these years, waiting. This kind of talk raised the hair on the back of Eve's neck. The truth was right there, right in front of him, the human heart in a jar, housing a worm that thirsted for the old man's blood. I'm not very good with secrets that imperil the future of the human race. No one else knows about this? Oh, someone does. Yes, someone powerful. The Master. He could not have traveled unaided. A human ally must have arranged for his safeguarding and transportation. You see, vampires cannot cross bodies of flowing water unless aided by a human inviting them in. And now the seal, the truce, has been broken by an alliance between Strigoi and human. That is why this incursion is so shocking and so fantastically threatening. Nora turned to Setrakian. How much time do we have? The old man had already run the numbers. It will take this thing less than 1 week to finish off all of Manhattan, and fewer than 3 months to overtake the country. In 6 months, the world. No way, said Eve. Not going to happen. I admire your determination, said Setrakian, but you still don't quite know what it is you are up against. Okay, Eve said. Then tell me, where do we start? Park Place, Tribeca. Vasily Fett pulled up in his city-marked van outside an apartment building down in Lower Manhattan. It didn't look like much from the outside, but had an awning and a doorman, and this was Tribeca after all. He would have double-checked the address were it not for the health department van parked illegally out in front, yellow dash light twirling. Ironically, in most buildings and homes in most parts of the city, exterminators were welcomed with open arms, like police arriving at the scene of a crime. Vasily didn't think that would be the case here. His own van said BPCS-CNY on the back, standing for Bureau of Pest Control Services, City of New York. The health department inspector, Bill Ferber, met him on the stairs inside. Billy had a sloping blonde mustache that rode out the face waves caused by his constant jaw of nicotine replacement gum. Vaz, he called him, which was short for Vasya, the familiar diminutive form of his given Russian name. Vaz, or simply V as he was often called, second-generation Russian, his gruff voice all Brooklyn. He was a big man, filling most of the stairway. Billy clapped him on the arm, thanked him for coming. My cousin's niece here got bit on the mouth. I know, not my kind of building, but what can I do? They married into real estate money. Just so you know, it's family. I told them I was bringing in the best rat man in the 5 boroughs. Vasily nodded with the quiet pride characteristic of exterminators. An exterminator succeeds in silence. Success means leaving behind no indication of his success, no trace that a problem ever existed, that a pest had ever been present or a single trap laid. It means that order has been preserved. He pulled his wheeled case behind him like a computer repairman's toolkit. The interior of the loft opened to high ceilings and wide rooms, an 1,800-square-foot condo that cost $3 million easily in New York real estate dollars. Seated on a short, firm, basketball-orange sofa inside a high-tech room done in glass, teak, and chrome, a young girl clutched a doll and her mother. A large bandage covered the girl's upper lip and cheek. The mother wore her hair buzzed short, eyeglasses with narrow, rectangular frames, and a nubby, green, knee-length wool skirt. She looked to Vasily like a visitor from a very hip, androgynous future. The girl was young, maybe 5 or 6, and still frightened. Vasily would have attempted a smile, but this was the sort of face that rarely put children at ease. He had a jaw like the flat back of an axe blade and widely spaced eyes. A panel television hung on the wall like a wide, glass-framed painting. On it, the mayor was speaking into a bouquet of microphones. He was trying to answer questions about the missing dead from the airplane, the bodies that had disappeared from the city's morgues. The NYPD was on high alert and actively stopping all refrigerated trucks at bridges and tunnels. A tips line had been set up. The victims' families were outraged, and funerals had been put on hold. Bill led Vasily to the girl's bedroom. A canopy bed, a gem-encrusted Bratz television and matching laptop, and an animatronic butterscotch pony in the corner. Vasily's eyes went immediately to a food wrapper near the bed. Toasted crackers with peanut butter inside. He liked those himself. "She was in here taking a nap," said Billy. "Woke up feeling something gnawing on her lip. The thing was up on her pillow, Vaz. A rat in her bed. Kid won't sleep for a month. You ever heard of this?" Vasily shook his head. There were rats in and around every building in Manhattan, no matter what landlords say or tenants think, but they didn't like to make their presence known, especially in the middle of the day. Rat attacks generally involve children, most often around the mouth, because that's where the food smell is. Norway rats, Rattus norvegicus, city rats, have a highly defined sense of smell and taste. Their front incisors are long and sharp, stronger than aluminum, copper, lead, and iron. Gnawing rats are responsible for 1/4 of all electric cable breaks in the city, and the likely culprit behind the same percentage of fires of unknown origin. Their teeth are comparable in pure hardness to steel, and the alligator-like structure of their jaw allows for thousands of pounds of biting pressure. They can chew through cement and even stone. Vasily said, "Did you see the rat?" "She didn't know what it was. She screamed and flailed, and it ran off. The emergency room told them it was a rat." Vasily went to the window that was open a few inches to let in a breeze. He pushed it open farther and looked down 3 stories to a narrow cobblestone alley. The fire escape was 10 or 12 feet from the window, but the centuries-old brick facing was uneven and craggy. People think of rats as squat and waddling, when in fact they move with squirrel-like agility, especially when motivated by food or by fear. Vasily pulled the girl's bed away from the wall and shed its bedding. He moved a dollhouse, a bureau, and a bookcase in order to look behind them, but he did not expect to find the rat still in the bedroom. He was merely eliminating the obvious. He stepped out into the hallway, pulling his wheeled cart along the smooth, varnished wood. Rats have poor eyesight and move largely by feel. They get about quickly by repetition, wearing paths along low walls, rarely traveling more than 60 feet from their nest. They don't trust unfamiliar settings. This rat would have found the door and turned the corner, hugging the right-hand wall, his coarse fur gliding against the floorboard. The next open door led into a bathroom, the young daughter's own, decorated with a strawberry-shaped bath mat, a pale pink shower curtain, and a basket of bath bubbles and toys. Vasily scanned the room for hiding places, then sniffed the air. He nodded to Billy, who then closed the door on him. Billy lingered a minute, listening, then decided to head back out to reassure the mother. He was almost there when he heard from the hallway bathroom a terrific bang, the sound of bottles falling into the bathtub, and a loud grunt, and Vasily's voice, grown fierce, spurting Russian invective. The mother and daughter looked stricken. Billy held out a hand to them in a gesture of patience, having accidentally swallowed his gum, then rushed back down the hall. Vasily opened the bathroom door. He was wearing Kevlar-sleeved trapping gloves and holding a large sack. Something in the sack was writhing and pawing, and that something was big. Vasily nodded once and handed the sack to Billy. Billy couldn't do anything other than take it, otherwise the sack would fall and the rat would escape. He hoped the fabric was as sturdy as it seemed, the big rat twisting and fighting inside. Billy held the sack out as far from his body as his arm would reach, while still allowing him to hold the flailing rat aloft. Vasily was, meanwhile, calmly, but too slowly, opening his cart. He removed a sealed package, a sponge prepared with halothane. Vasily took back the sack, and Billy was only too happy to relinquish it. He opened the top just long enough to drop the anesthetic inside, then closed it again. The rat struggled just as violently at first, then it began to slow down. Vasily shook the sack to speed up the process. He waited a few more moments after the fighting stopped, then opened the sack and reached inside, pulling the rat out, tail first. It was sedated, but not unconscious, its pink, digited front paws still digging their sharp nails into the air, its jaw snapping, its shiny black eyes open. This was a good-sized one, maybe 8 inches of body, the tail another 8. Its tough fur was dark gray on top, dirty white below. Nobody's escaped pet. This was a wild city rat. Billy had moved many steps back. He had seen plenty of rats in his day, yet he never got used to them. Vasily seemed to be okay with it. "She's pregnant," he said. Rats gestate for just 21 days and can birth a litter of up to 20 pups. One healthy female can breed 250 pups each year, with half of that litter more females ready to mate. Want me to bleed her for the lab? Billy shook his head, showing almost as much disgust as though Vasily had asked if he wanted to eat it. The girl had her shots at the hospital. Look at the size, Vaz. In the good name of Christ. I mean, this isn't... Billy lowered his voice. This isn't some tenement in Bushwick. You catch my drift? Vasily did catch his drift. Intimately. Vasily's parents had first settled in Bushwick after they came over. Bushwick had seen waves of émigrés since the mid-1800s. The Germans, the English, the Irish, the Russians, the Polish, the Italians, the African Americans, the Puerto Ricans. Now it was Dominicans, Guyanese, Jamaicans, Ecuadorians, Indians, Koreans, Southeast Asians. Vasily spent a lot of time in the poorest neighborhoods of New York. He knew of families who used couch cushions, books, and furniture to wall off parts of their apartment every night, trying to keep out rats. But this attack, indeed, was different. Daylight. The boldness. Usually it is only the weakest rats, forced out of the colony, who surface in search of food. This was a strong, healthy female, highly unusual. Rats coexist in a fragile balance with man, exploiting the vulnerabilities of civilization, living off the larger breed's waste and refuse, lurking just out of sight, behind the walls or beneath the floorboards. The appearance of a rat symbolizes human anxiety and fear. Any incursion beyond the usual nocturnal scavenging indicates an alteration in the environment. Like man, rats are not accustomed to taking unnecessary risks. They have to be forced from the underground. Want me to comb it for fleas? Christ, no. Just bag it and get rid of it. Whatever you do, don't show it to the girl. She's traumatized enough as it is. Vasily pulled a large plastic bag from his kit and sealed the rat inside it with another sponge of halothane, this one a fatal dose. He stuffed the bag inside the sack to hide the evidence, then continued about his business, starting in the kitchen. He pulled out the heavy 8-burner stove and dishwasher. He checked the pipe holes under the sink. He saw no droppings, no burrows, but he seated a little bait behind the cabinets anyway, because he was there. He did so without telling the occupants. People get nervous about poison, especially parents, but the truth is that rat poison is all over every building and street in Manhattan. Anything you see that resembles berry blue pop rocks or green kibble, you know rats have been spotted nearby. Billy followed him down into the basement. It was neat and orderly, with no evident trash or soft refuse for nesting. Vasily scanned the space, sniffing for droppings. He had a good nose for rats, just as rats had a good nose for humans. He switched off the light, much to Bill's discomfort, and switched on the flashlight he wore clipped to the belt of his light blue overalls, shining purple instead of white. Rodent urine shows up indigo blue under black light, but here he saw none. He baited the crawl space with rodenticide and put down corner motel-type traps, just in case, then followed Billy back up to the lobby. Billy thanked Vasily and told him he owed him one, and they went their separate ways at the door. Vasily was still puzzled, though, and after returning his kit and the dead rat to the back of his van, lit a Dominican Corona and started walking. He went down the street and around to the cobblestone alley he had looked down upon from the girl's window. Tribeca was the sole remaining neighborhood in Manhattan with any alleys left. Vasily hadn't gone more than a few steps before he saw his first rat, skittering along the edge of a building, feeling its way around. He then saw another on a branch of a small, struggling tree grown up alongside a short brick wall, and a third, squatting in the stone gutter, drinking brown effluent flowing from some unseen garbage or sewage source. As he stood there watching, rats started appearing out of the cobblestones, literally clawing up from between the worn-down stones, surfacing from the underground. Rats' skeletons are collapsible, allowing them to squeeze through holes no larger than the size of their skulls, about 3/4 of an inch in width. They were coming up through the gaps in 2s and 3s, and quickly scattering. Using the 12-by-3 stones as a ruler, Vasily estimated that these rats ranged from 8 to 10 inches in body length, doubled by their tail. In other words, fully grown adults. 2 garbage bags near him were twitching and bulging, rats eating their way through their insides. A small rat tried to dart past him to a trash barrel, and Vasily kicked out with his work boot, punting the muncher back 15 feet. It landed in the middle of the alley, not moving. Within seconds, the other rats were greedily upon it, long, yellow incisors biting through fur. The most effective and efficient way to exterminate rats is to remove the food source from their environment and then let them eat one another. These rats were hungry, and they were on the run. Such daytime surface activity was practically unheard of. This kind of mass displacement only happened in the wake of an event such as an earthquake or a building collapse, or occasionally a large construction project. Vasily continued another block south, crossing Barclay Street to where the city opened up to the sky above, a 16-acre job site. He stepped up to one of the viewing platforms overlooking the location of the former World Trade Center. They were nearing completion of the deep underground basin meant to support the new construction, the cement and steel columns now starting to rise out of the ground. The site existed like a gouge in the city, like the gnaw in a little girl's face. Vasily remembered that apocalyptic September of 2001. A few days after the Twin Towers collapsed, he had gone in with the health department, starting with the shuttered restaurants around the perimeter of the site, clearing away abandoned food, then down into the basements and underground rooms, never once seeing a live rat, but plenty of evidence of their presence, including miles of rat tracks enshrined in the settled dust. He remembered most vividly a Mrs. Field's cookie shop, almost entirely eaten through. The rat population was exploding at the site, the concern being that the rats would spill out of the ruins in search of new food sources, swarming into the surrounding streets and neighborhoods. So a massive, federally funded containment program was undertaken. Thousands of bait stations and steel wire traps were set down in and around Ground Zero, and thanks to Vasily's vigilance and that of others like him, the feared invasion never did materialize. Vasily remained on a government contract to this day, his department overseeing a rat control study in and around Battery Park. So he was pretty well caught up on local infestations, and had been throughout the beginnings of the construction project. And until now, everything had been business as usual. He looked down at the trucks pouring cement and the cranes moving rubble. He waited 3 minutes for a young boy to finish with one of the mounted viewfinders, the same kind they have on top of the Empire State Building, then dropped in his 2 quarters and scanned the worksite. In a moment he saw them, their little brown bodies scuttling out from corners, racing around stone piles, a few scampering hell-bent for leather up the access road toward Liberty Street, racing around rebar spikes, marking the foundation of the Freedom Tower as though running a goddamn obstacle course. He looked for the breaks where the new construction would connect underground with the PATH subway. Then he turned the viewfinder higher and followed a line of them, scrambling up the underpinnings of a steel platform along the east corner, clambering out onto strung wires. They were racing out of the basin, a mass exodus, following any escape route they could find. Isolation Ward, Jamaica Hospital Medical Center, Queens. Behind the second door of the isolation ward, Eve pulled on latex gloves. He would have insisted that Setrakian do the same, but another look at his crooked fingers made Eve wonder if it would even be possible. They walked inside Jim Kent's bay, the only occupied station in the otherwise empty ward. Jim lay sleeping now, still in his street clothes, wires from his chest and hand leading to machines whose readings were quiet. The attending nurse had said his levels were dipping so low that all the automatic alarms, low heart rate, blood pressure, respiration, oxygen levels, had to be muted because they kept going off. Eve pushed past the hanging curtains of clear plastic, feeling Setrakian grow tense beside him. As they got close, Kent's vitals rose on all the readout screens, which was highly irregular. "Like the worm in the jar," said Setrakian. "He senses us. He senses that blood is near." "Can't be," said Eve. He advanced farther. Jim's vitals and brainwave activity increased. "Jim," said Eve. His face was slack in sleep, his dark skin turning a putty gray color. Eve could see his pupils moving fast beneath his eyelids in a kind of manic REM sleep. Setrakian drew back the last intervening layer of clear curtain with the silver wolf's head of his tall walking staff. "Not too close," he warned. "He is turning." Setrakian reached into his coat pocket. "Your mirror. Take it out." The inside front pocket of Eph's jacket was weighed down by a 4-inch by 3-inch silver-framed mirror, one of the many items the old man had collected from his basement vampire armory. "You see yourself in there?" Eph saw his reflection in the old glass. "Sure. Please use it to look at me." Eph turned it at an angle so as to view the old man's face. "Okay." Nora said, "Vampires have no reflection." Setrakian said, "Not quite. Please now, with caution, use it to look at his face." Because the mirror was so small, Eph needed to step closer to the bed, his arm outstretched, holding the glass at an angle over Jim's head. He couldn't pick up Jim's reflection at first. The image looked as though Eph's hand were violently shaking, but the background, the pillow and bed frame, were still. Jim's face was a blur. It looked as though his head was shaking with tremendous speed, or vibrating with such force that his features were imperceptible. He pulled his arm back fast. "Silver backing," said Setrakian, tapping his own mirror. "That is the key. Today's mass-produced mirrors, with their chrome-sprayed backing, they won't reveal anything. But silver-backed glass always tells the truth." Eph looked at himself in the mirror again. Normal, except for the slight trembling of his own hand. He angled the glass over Jim Kent's face again, trying to hold it still, and saw the tremulous blur that was Jim's reflection, as though his body were in the throes of something furious, his being vibrating too hard and too fast to be visibly rendered. Yet to the naked eye he lay still and serene. Eph handed it to Nora, who shared his astonishment and his fear. "So this means he's turning into a thing like Captain Redfern." Setrakian said, "Following normal infection, they can complete their transformation and activate to feeding after just 1 day and night. It takes 7 nights for one to fully turn, for the disease to consume the body and reshape it to its own end, its new parasitic state. Then about 30 nights to total maturity." Nora said, "Total maturity?" The old man said, "Pray we don't see that phase." He gestured toward Jim. "The arteries of the human neck offer the quickest access point, though the femoral artery is another direct route into our blood supply." The neck breach was so neat it was not visible at the moment. Eph said, "Why blood?" "Oxygen, iron, and many other nutrients." "Oxygen?" asked Nora. Setrakian nodded. "Their host bodies change. Part of the turning is that the circulatory and digestive systems merge, becoming one. Similar to insects. Their own blood substance lacks the iron and oxygen combination that accounts for the red color of human blood. Their product turns white." "And the organs?" Eph said. "Redferns looked almost like cancers." "The body system is being consumed and transformed. The virus takes over. They no longer breathe. They respire, merely as a vestigial reflex, but they don't oxygenate anymore. The unneeded lungs eventually shrivel and are readapted." Eph said, "Redfern, when he attacked, exhibited a highly developed growth in his mouth, like a well-developed muscular stinger underneath the tongue." Setrakian nodded, as though agreeing with Eph about the weather. "It engorges as they feed. Their flesh flushes almost crimson, their eyeballs, their cuticles. This stinger, as you call it, is in fact a reconversion, a repurposing of the old pharynx, trachea, and lung sacs with the newly developed flesh. Something like the sleeve of a jacket being reversed. The vampire can expel this organ from its own chest cavity, shooting out well over 4 and up to even 6 feet. If you anatomize a mature victim, you would find a muscular tissue, a sac, that propels this for feeding. All they require is the regular ingestion of pure human blood. They are maybe like diabetics in that way, I don't know. You are the doctor." "I thought I was," mumbled Eph, "until now." Nora said, "I thought vampires drank virgin blood. They hypnotize. They turn into bats." Setrakian said, "They are much romanticized. But the truth is more, how should I say?" "Perverse," said Eph. "Disgusting," said Nora. "No," said Setrakian. "Banal. Do you find the ammonia?" Eph nodded. "They have a very compact digestive system," Setrakian continued. No room for storing the food. Any undigested plasma and any other residues have to be expelled to make room for incoming nourishment, much like a tick, excreting as it feeds. Suddenly the temperature inside the bay changed. Setrakian's voice dropped to an icy whisper. "Strigoi," he hissed. "Here." Eve looked at Jim. Jim's eyes were open, his pupils dark, the sclera around them turning grayish-orange, almost like an uncertain sky at dusk. He was staring at the ceiling. Eve felt a spike of fear. Setrakian stiffened, his gnarled hand poised near the wolf's head handle of his walking stick, ready to strike. Eve felt the electricity of his intent and was shocked by the deep, ancient hatred he saw in the old man's eyes. "Professor," said Jim on a slight groan escaping from his lips. Then his eyelids fell closed again, Jim lapsing back into a REM-like trance. Eve turned to the old man. "How did he know you?" "He doesn't," said Setrakian, still on alert, poised to strike. "He is like a drone now, becoming a part of a hive. A body of many parts, but one single will." He looked at Eve. "This thing must be destroyed." "What?" said Eve. "No." "He is no longer your friend," said Setrakian. "He is your enemy. Even if that is true, he is still my patient. This man is not ill. He has moved into a realm beyond illness. In a matter of hours, no part of him will remain. Apart from all that, it is supremely dangerous keeping him here. As with a pilot, you will be placing the people in this building at great risk. What if he doesn't get blood? Without nourishment, he will begin caving. After 48 hours without feeding, his body will begin to fail, his system cannibalizing his body's human muscle and fat cells, slowly and painfully consuming itself, until only the vampiric systems prevail." Eve was shaking his head hard. "What I need to do is formulate some protocol for treatment. If this disease is caused by a virus, I need to work toward finding a cure." Setrakian said, "There is only one cure. Death. Destruction of the body. A merciful death." Eve said, "We're not veterinarians here. We can't just put down people who are too ill to survive." "You did so with the pilot." Eve stuttered. "That was different. He attacked Nora and Jim. He attacked me. Your philosophy of self-defense, if truly applied, absolutely holds in this situation. So would a philosophy of genocide. And if that is their goal, total subjugation of the human race, what is your answer?" Eve didn't want to get tangled up in abstractions here. He was looking at a colleague, a friend. Setrakian saw that he was not going to change their minds here, not just yet. "Take me to the pilot's remains, then. Perhaps I can convince you." No one spoke on the elevator ride down to the basement. There, instead of finding the locked morgue room, they found the door open and the police and the hospital administrator huddling around it. Eve went up to them. "What do you think you're doing?" He saw that the door jamb was scratched, the metal door frame dented and jimmied, the lock broken from the outside. The administrator hadn't opened the door. Someone else had broken in. Eve quickly looked inside. The table was bare. Redfern's body was gone. Eve turned to the administrator, wanting more information, but to his surprise found her retreating a few steps down the hall, glancing back at him as she spoke with the cops. Setrakian said, "We should go now." Eve said, "But I have to find out where his remains are." "They are gone," said Setrakian. "They will never be recovered." The old man gripped Eve's arm with surprising strength. "I believe they have served their purpose." "Their purpose? What is that?" "Distraction, ultimately, for they are no more dead than their fellow passengers who once lay in the morgues. Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn. Newly widowed Gloria Mueller was searching online about what to do when a spouse dies without leaving a will, noticed a news report about the missing corpses from Flight 753. She followed the link, reading a dispatch labeled Developing. The Federal Bureau of Investigation was due to hold a press conference within the hour, it said, to announce a new and larger reward for any information about the disappearance from the morgue of the bodies of the victims of the Regis Air tragedy. This story struck a deep note of fear. For some reason she now remembered that previous night, awakening from a dream and hearing sounds in her attic. Of the dream that had awakened her, she remembered only that Herman, her newly deceased husband, had come back to her from the dead. There had been a mistake, and the strange tragedy that was Flight 753 had never actually occurred, and Herman had arrived at the back door of their home in Sheepshead Bay with a you-thought-you-were-rid-of-me smile, wanting his supper. In public, Glory had played the part of a quietly grieving widow, as she would continue to do so throughout whatever inquest and court cases might come her way. But she was perhaps alone in considering the tragic circumstances that claimed the life of her husband of 13 years a great gift. 13 years of marriage, 13 years of unrelenting abuse, escalating throughout their years together, occurring more and more in front of their boys, ages 9 and 11. Glory lived in constant fear of his mood swings, and had even allowed herself, a daydream only, too risky to attempt in reality, to consider what it would be like to pack up the boys and leave while he was away this past week, visiting his dying mother in Heidelberg. But where could she go? And more important, what would he do to her and the boys if he caught up with them, as she knew he would? But God was good. He had finally answered her prayers. She and her boys had been delivered. This dark pall of violence had been lifted from their home. She went to the bottom of the stairs, looking up to the second floor and the trapdoor in the ceiling there, its rope pull hanging down. The raccoons, they were back. Herman, he'd first trapped one in the attic. He'd taken the fear-crazed intruder out into the backyard and made an example of it in front of her boys. No more. She had nothing to be afraid of now. The boys wouldn't be home for at least another hour, and she decided to go up there now. She had planned to start going through Herman's things anyway. Trash day was Tuesday, and she wanted to have it all gone by then. She needed a weapon, and the first one that came to mind was Herman's own machete. He had brought it home some years ago and kept it wrapped in oilcloth in the locked plastic tool shed against the side of the house. When she asked him why he would ever want such a thing, a jungle tool here in Sheepshead Bay of all places, he just sneered at her. You never know. These constant little insinuated threats were part of his daily menacing. She pulled the key from the hook behind the pantry door and went outside and sprang the lock. She found the oilcloth buried under yard tools and an old splintered croquet set they had received as a wedding gift, which she would use for kindling now. She took the package into the kitchen and set it on the table, pausing before she unwrapped it. She had always ascribed evil to this object, had always imagined it would be somehow significant in the fate of this household, possibly as an instrument of Glory's own demise at Herman's hands. Accordingly, she unwrapped it with great care, as though unswaddling a sleeping baby demon. Herman had never liked her touching his special things. The blade was long, wide, and flat. The grip was formed of wrapped leather straps, worn to a soft brown by the hand of the former owner. She lifted it, turning it over, feeling the weight of this strange object in her hand. She caught sight of her reflection in the microwave door, and it scared her. A woman standing with a machete in her kitchen. He had made her crazy. She walked upstairs with it in her hand. She stopped beneath the ceiling door and reached for the bottom knot of the dangling white rope handle. It opened down to a 45-degree angle on groaning springs. That noise should have scared any lurking critters. She listened for scattering sounds, but there were none. She reached for the high wall switch, but no light came on above. She flicked it a couple of times, but still nothing. She hadn't been up here since after Christmas, and the bulb could have burned out at any time between now and then. There was a small skylight cut into the rafters. That would provide enough light. She unfolded the hinged stairs and started up. 3 steps brought her eyeline above the attic floor. It was unfinished, with foil-backed pink fiberglass insulating blankets unrolled between the exposed joists. Plywood was laid out north-south and east-west in a cross pattern, creating a walking path to each of the 4 quadrants of storage space. The space was darker than she had expected, and then she saw that 2 of her old clothes racks had been moved, effectively blocking the low skylight. Clothes from her life before Herman, zipped up in plastic and left in storage for 13 years. She followed the plywood and moved the racks to allow more light in, with the idea of maybe sorting through the clothes and revisiting her old self. But then she saw, beyond the plywood walkway, a bare lane of floor between the 2 long joists, where the insulation had, for some reason, been pulled up. Then she noticed another bare lane, and another. She froze there. She sensed something at her back suddenly. She was afraid to turn, but then she remembered the machete in her hand. Behind her, against the vertical edge of the attic, farthest from the skylight, the missing strips of insulation had been piled up in a lumpy mound. Some of the fiberglass had been shredded, as though by an animal feathering an enormous nest. Not a raccoon, something bigger, much bigger. The mound was completely still, arranged as though to hide something. Had Herman been tending to some strange project without her knowing? What dark secret had he stored under here? With a machete raised in her right hand, she pulled on the end of a strip, drawing it away from the mound in a long trail that revealed nothing. She dragged away a second strip then, stopping when it revealed a man's hairy arm. Glory knew that arm. She also knew the hand it was connected to, knew them both intimately. She could not believe what she was seeing. With the machete raised in front of her, she pulled away another length of insulation. His shirt, one of the short-sleeved button-ups he favored, even in winter. Herman was a vain man, proud of his hairy arms. His wristwatch and wedding ring were gone. Glory stood riveted by the sight, melting with dread. Still she had to see. She reached for another strip which, when drawn away, made most of the rest of the insulation slide off to the floor. Her dead husband, Herman, lay asleep in her attic, on a bed of shredded pink fiberglass, fully dressed except for his feet, which were filthy, as though from walking. She could not process this shock. She could not deal with it. The husband she had thought she was rid of, the tyrant, the batterer, the rapist. She stood over his sleeping body, the machete a sword of Damocles, ready to fall if he offered the slightest move. Then, by degrees, she lowered her arm, the machete blade coming to rest at her side. He was a ghost now, she realized. A man returned from the dead, a presence, meaning to haunt her forever. She would never be free of him. As she was thinking this, Herman opened his eyes. The lids rose on his eyeballs, staring straight up. Glory froze. She wanted to run, and she wanted to scream, and she could do neither. Herman's head rotated until his staring eyes fixed on her. That same taunting look as always. That sneer. The look that always preceded the bad things. And then something clicked inside her head. At that same moment, 4 houses down the street, 3-year-old Lucy Needham stood in her driveway, feeding a doll named Baby Dear from a snack-sized bag of Cheez-Its. Lucy stopped munching the loud crackers and instead listened to the muffled screams and hard chopping thwacks coming from somewhere nearby. She looked up at her own house, then north, her nose scrunched up toward her eyes in innocent confusion. She stood very still, an orange tongue of half-chewed cheese-baked crackers sticking out of her open mouth, listening to some of the strangest noises she had ever heard. She was going to tell Daddy when he came back outside with the telephone, but by then her bag of Cheez-Its had spilled and she was squatting and eating them off the driveway, and after getting yelled at, she forgot the whole thing. Glory stood there, gasping in her attic, retching, the machete gripped in both hands. Herman lay in pieces among the sticky pink insulation, the attic wall splattered in dripping white. White. Glory trembled, soul sick. She surveyed the damage she had done. Twice the blade had become lodged in the wood joist, and in her mind it was Herman trying to wrench the machete away from her, and she'd had to rock it back and forth violently to get it free again and keep swinging at his flesh. She backed away 1 step. She was experiencing an out-of-body sensation. It was shocking what she had done. Herman's sneering head had rolled off between 2 joists, face down now. A fluffy pinch of pink fiberglass stuck to his cheek like cotton candy. His torso was gouged and gored, his thighs sliced to the femur, his groin bubbling up white. White. She felt something poking her slipper. Tap, tap, tap. She saw blood there, red blood, and realized she had nicked herself somehow, her left arm, though she felt no pain. She raised it for inspection, dripping fat, red plops onto the plywood. White. She saw something dark and small slithering. She was bleary-eyed and blinking, still in the grip of a homicidal rage. She couldn't trust her sight. She felt an itch on her ankle, underneath her bloody slipper. The itch crawled up her leg, and she swatted at her thigh with the flat side of the sticky white blade. Then another tickle on the front of her other leg, and, separately, her waist. She realized she was having some sort of hysterical reaction, as if bugs were attacking her. She stumbled back another step and almost tumbled off the plywood walkway. There was then a most unnerving wriggling sensation around her crotch, and then a sudden, twisting discomfort in her rectum, an intrusive slithering that made her jump and clench her buttocks as though she were about to soil herself. Her sphincter dilated, and she stood that way for a long moment, paralyzed, until the feeling started to fade. She allowed herself to unclench, to relax. She needed to get to the bathroom. Another wriggle distracted her, inside her blouse sleeve now, and she felt a burning itch over the cut in her arm. Then a wrenching pain, from deep within her bowels, doubled her over fast. The machete fell to the plywood, and a scream that was a shriek of anguish and violation came out of Glory's mouth. She felt something rippling up her arm, beneath her flesh now, her skin crawling, and while her mouth was open and still screaming, another thin capillary worm slithered from behind her neck and across her jaw to her lip, darting inside the wall of her cheek, wriggling down the back of her throat. Freeburg, New York. Night was fast approaching as Eve drove east over the Cross Island Parkway into Nassau County. Eve said, "So you're telling me that the passengers from the city morgues, the ones the entire city is looking for, they all just went home?" The old professor sat in the back seat with his hat on his lap. "Blood wants blood," he said. "Once turned, the revenants first seek out family and friends still uninfected. They return by night to those with whom they share an emotional attachment. Their dear ones, like a homing instinct, I suppose. The same animal impulse that guides lost dogs hundreds of miles back to their owners. As their higher brain function falls away, their animal nature takes over. These are creatures driven by urges, to feed, to hide, to nest." "Returning to the people who are mourning them," said Nora, sitting next to Eve in the front passenger seat. "To attack and infect. To feed. It is the nature of the undead to torment the living." Eve exited the highway in silence. This vampire business was the mental equivalent of eating bad food. His mind refused to digest it. He chewed and chewed, but could not get it down. When Setrakian had asked him to pick a passenger from the list of Flight 753 victims, the first one who came to mind was the young girl, Emma Gilbarton, the one he had found still holding hands with her mother in the airplane. It seemed a good test for Setrakian's hypothesis. How could an 11-year-old dead girl journey at night from a Queens morgue all the way out to her family home in Freeburg? But now, as he pulled up outside the Gilbartons' address, a stately-looking Georgian on a broad side street of widely spaced properties, Eve realized that, were they wrong, he was about to wake up a man grieving for the end of his family, the loss of his wife and only child. This was something Eve knew a little bit about. Setrakian stepped out of the Explorer, fixing his hat on his head, carrying the long walking stick that he did not need for support. The street was quiet at that evening hour, lights glowing inside some of the other houses, but no people out and about, no cars driving past. The windows of the Gilbartons' house were all dark. Setrakian handed them each a battery-powered light with dark bulbs that looked like their Luma lamps, only heavier. They went to the door, and Setrakian rang the doorbell by using the head of the walking stick. He tried the doorknob when no one answered, using the gloved part of his hand only, keeping his bare fingertips off the knob, not leaving any fingerprints. Eve realized that the old man had done this sort of thing before. The front door was firmly locked. "Come," said Setrakian. They went back down the stairs and started around the house. The backyard was a wide clearing set on the edge of an old wood. The early moon provided decent light, enough to cast faint shadows of their bodies over the grass. Setrakian stopped and pointed with his walking stick. A bulkhead rose out of an angle from the cellar, its doors wide open to the night. The old man continued to the bulkhead, Eve and Nora following. Stone steps led down into a dark cellar. Setrakian scanned the high trees buffering the backyard. Eve said, "We can't just go inside." "This is exceedingly unwise after sundown," Setrakian said. but we do not have the luxury of waiting." Eve said, "No, I mean, this is trespassing. We should call the police first." Setrakian took Eve's lamp from him with a scolding look. "What we have to do here, they would not understand." He switched on the lamp, 2 purple bulbs emitting black light. It was similar to the medical-grade wands Eve used, but brighter and hotter, and fitted with bigger batteries. "Black light?" said Eve. "Black light is merely long-wave ultraviolet, or UVA, revealing but harmless. UVB is medium wave, can cause sunburn or skin cancer. This," he took care to aim the beam away from them as well as himself, "is shortwave UVC, a germicidal used for sterilization. Excites and smashes DNA bonds. Direct exposure is very harmful to human skin, but to a vampire, this is weapons grade." The old man started down the steps with the lamp, his walking stick in his other hand. The ultraviolet spectrum provides little real illumination, the UVC light adding to the gloom of the situation rather than alleviating it. Over the stone walls on the sides of the stairs as they passed from the chill of the night into the cool of a cement foundation cellar, moss glowed a spectral white. Inside, Eve made out the dark outline of stairs going up to the first floor, a laundry area and an old-fashioned pinball machine, and a body lying on the floor. A man laid out in plaid pajamas. Eve started toward him with the impulse of a trained physician, then stopped himself. Nora groped the wall opposite the inside door, flipping the switch there, but no light came on. Setrakian moved toward the man, thrusting the lamp close to his neck. The weird indigo glow revealed a small, perfectly straight fissure in glowing blue, just left of the center of his throat. "He is turned," said Setrakian. The old man pushed the luma-lamp back into Eve's hands. Nora turned on hers and shone it over the man's face, revealing a mad, subcutaneous being, a scowling, death-like mask shifting and writhing, looking indefinably, yet undoubtedly, evil. Setrakian went and found, leaning against a corner workbench, a new axe with a glossy wooden handle and a shiny red and silver steel blade. He returned with it in his gnarled hands. "Wait," said Eve. Setrakian said, "Please stand back, doctor." "He's just lying here," said Eve. "He will soon arise." The old man gestured to the stone steps leading up to the open bulkhead doors, his eyes never leaving the man on the floor. "The girl is out there now, feeding on others." Setrakian readied the axe. "I don't ask that you condone this, doctor. All I ask right now is that you step aside." Eve saw the determination in Setrakian's face and knew the old man would swing whether or not he was in his way. Eve stepped back. The blade was heavy for Setrakian's size and age, the old man bringing both arms up over his head, the flat of the blade almost at the back of his waist. Then his arms relaxed, his elbows lowered. His head turned toward the open bulkhead doors, listening. Eve heard it then too, the crunching of dry grass being flattened. He imagined it was an animal at first, but no. The crunching had the simple cadence of a biped. Footsteps, human, or once human, approaching. Setrakian lowered the axe. "Stand by the door, silently. Close it behind her once she enters." He took the lamp back from Eve, pressing the axe into his hands in trade. "She must not escape." He withdrew to where his walking stick stood against the wall on the opposite side of the door, then switched off the hot lamp, disappearing into total darkness. Eve stood beside the open cellar door, his back to the wall, flat up against it. Nora was next to him, both of them shivering in the basement of a stranger's house. The footsteps were closer, light and soft on the ground. They stopped at the top of the steps. A faint shadow fell over the moonlight on the cellar floor, a head and shoulders. The footsteps started coming down. At the bottom, just before the door, they stopped. Eve, not 3 yards away, the axe hugged to his chest, was transfixed by the girl's profile. Small and short, blonde hair falling over her shoulders of a modest, shin-length nightgown. Barefoot, arms hanging straight and loose, standing with a peculiar stillness. Her chest rose and fell, but no steam came out of her mouth into the moonlight. Later he would learn much more. that her senses of hearing and smell had become greatly enhanced, that she could hear blood pulsing through his and Nora's and the professor's bodies, and could smell the carbon dioxide emitted by their breath. He would learn that sight was the least acute of her senses. She was now at the stage where she was losing her color vision, and yet her thermal imaging, the ability to read heat signatures as monochromatic halos, had not yet fully matured. She took a few steps forward, moving out of the rectangle of faint moonlight and into the full darkness of the cellar. A ghost had entered the room. Eve should have shut the door, but the girl's very presence here froze him. She turned toward where Setrakian stood, fixing on his position. The old man switched on his lamp. The girl looked at it with no expression. Then he started toward her with it. She felt its heat and turned toward the cellar door to escape. Eve swung it shut. The heavy door slammed hard, reverberating throughout the entire foundation. Eve imagined that the house was going to fall in on them. The young girl, Emma Gilbarton, saw them now. She was lit purple from the side, and Eve saw glowing traces of indigo along her lips and on her small, pretty chin. Odd, like a rave-goer wearing fluorescent paint. He remembered, blood glows indigo under ultraviolet light. Setrakian held the bright lamp in front of him, using it to drive her back. Her reaction was animalistic and confused, recoiling as though confronted with a flaming torch. Setrakian pursued her cruelly, backing her up against the wall. From deep in her throat came a low, guttural noise, a groan of distress. "Doctor," Setrakian was calling to Eve. "Doctor, come now." Eve went closer to the girl, taking the lumalamp from Setrakian and handing him the axe, all the while keeping the light trained on the girl. Setrakian stepped back. He tossed the axe away, sending it clanking along the hard floor. He held his tall walking stick in his gloved hands, gripping it beneath the wolf's head handle. With one firm twist of his wrist, he separated the top handle from the rest. From its wooden sheath, Setrakian withdrew a sword blade, fashioned of silver. "Hurry," said Eve, watching the girl writhe against the wall, trapped there by the lamp's killing rays. The girl saw the old man's blade, glowing nearly white, and something like fear came into her face. Then the fear went fierce. "Hurry," said Eve, wanting it to be over. The girl hissed, and he saw the dark shade inside her, beneath her skin, a demon, snarling to be let out. Nora was watching the father lying on the floor. His body began to stir, his eyes opening. "Professor," said Nora. But the old man was locked in on the girl. Nora watched Gary Gilbarton sit up, then rise to his bare feet, a dead man standing in his pajamas, eyes open. "Professor," said Nora again, switching on her lamp. The lamp crackled. She shook it, smacked the bottom where the battery went. The purple light fizzled on, then off, then on again. "Professor!" she yelled. The fluttering lamplight had gotten Setrakian's attention. He turned on the revenant man, who looked confused and unsteady on his feet. With skill rather than agility, Setrakian doubled Gilbarton up with jabbing thrusts to the gut and chest, opening white bleeding wounds in his pajama top. Eve, alone with the girl now, watching this demon assert itself inside her, and not knowing what was happening behind him, said, "Professor Setrakian." Setrakian directed thrusts at the father's armpits in order to bring his hands down by his sides, then slashed at the tendons behind his knees, collapsing the revenant onto all fours. With Gilbarton's head up and his neck extended, Setrakian raised his sword and uttered some words in a foreign language, like a solemn pronouncement, and then his blade sang through the man's neck, separating his head from his trunk, the revenant's lower quarters collapsing to the floor. "Professor," said Eve, pressing the lamplight on the girl, torturing her, a girl about Zach's age, her wild eyes filling with indigo coloring, bloody tears, while the being inside her raged. Her mouth opened as though to speak, almost as though to sing. Her mouth kept opening, and the thing emerged, the stinger from the soft palate beneath her tongue. The appendage swelled as the girl's eyes changed from sad to hungry, almost glowing in anticipation. The old man returned to her, sword first. "Back, Strigoi," he said. The girl turned to the old man, her eyes still flaring. Setrakian's silver blade was now slick with white blood. He intoned the same words as before, his sword poised two-handedly over one shoulder. Eve backed out of the way, just as the blade swept through. She had raised her hand in protest at the last moment, and the blade lifted it from her wrist before separating her head from her neck. The cut was clean and perfectly flat. White blood splattered against the wall, not in an arterial spray, but with more of a sickening splatch, and her body collapsed to the floor, head and hand dropping against it, the head tumbling away. Setrakian lowered his sword and pulled the lamp from Eve's hands, holding the fading beam close to the girl's open neck wound, almost in a gesture of triumph. But triumph it was not. Eve saw things wriggling in the seeping pool of thick white blood. The parasitic worms. They curled tight and went still when the light hit them. The old man was irradiating the scene. Eve heard footfalls on the stone steps, Nora racing out through the bulkhead. He ran after her, nearly tripping over the decapitated body of the girl's father, surfacing onto the grass and the night air. Nora was running to the swaying dark trees. He caught up to her before she reached them, pulling her close, wrapping her up tight. She screamed into his chest, as though afraid to allow her cry to escape into the night, and he held her until Setrakian surfaced onto the yard. The old man's breath steamed into the cool night, chest pumping from exertion. He pressed his fingers to his heart. His white hair was mussed and shiny in the moonlight, making him appear, as did everything to Eve at that moment, quite mad. He cleaned his blade on the grass before returning it to the sheath end of the walking stick. He fixed the two pieces together with a firm twist, and the overlong walking stick was as it had been before. "She is released now," he said. "The girl and her father are at peace." He was checking his shoes and pants cuffs for vampire blood in the moonlight. Nora viewed him through wild eyes. "Who are you?" she said. "Just a pilgrim," he answered. "Same as you." They walked back to Eve's Explorer. Eve felt all jittery and exposed out in the front yard. Setrakian opened the passenger door and pulled out a spare battery pack. He swapped batteries with the one in Eve's lamp, then checked the purple light briefly against the side of the truck. Setrakian said, "You wait here, please." "For what?" said Eve. "You saw the blood on her lips, her chin. She was flushed. She had fed. This is not done yet." The old man set off toward the next house. Eve watched him, Nora leaving Eve's side in order to lean against the truck. She swallowed hard, as though about to be sick. "We just killed 2 people in the cellar of their own home. This thing is spread by people, by unpeople. Vampires. My God." Eve said, "Rule number 1 is always fight the disease, not its victims." "Don't demonize the sick," said Nora. "But now the sick are the demons. Now the infected are active vectors of the disease and have to be stopped, killed, destroyed. What will Director Barnes say about that?" Eve said, "We can't wait for him. We've already waited too long." They fell silent. Soon Setrakian returned, carrying his walking stick/vampire sword and the still warm lamp. "It is done," he said. "Done?" Nora said, still appalled by what she had seen. "Now what? You do realize there were some 200 other passengers aboard that plane?" "It is much worse than that. The second night is upon us. The second wave of infection is happening now." The second night. Patricia ran a hand vigorously back through her hair, as though shaking out the lost hours of another day gone by. She found herself actually looking forward to Mark coming home, and not just for the satisfaction of throwing the kids at him and saying, "Here." She wanted to fill him in on the only real news of the day, the Luss's nanny, who Patricia spied through the shears of the front-facing dining room windows, racing out of the Luss's house not 5 minutes after arriving, children nowhere in sight, the old black woman running as if she was being chased. Oh, the Lusses. How neighbors can get under your skin. Whenever she thought of Skin and Bones, Joni tossing off a description of her European-style pure-soil wine cellar, Patricia shot an automatic middle finger in the general direction of the Luss house. She was dying to find out what Mark knew about Roger Luss, if he was still overseas. She wanted to compare notes. The only time she and her husband seemed to get on the same page was when they were tearing down friends, family, and neighbors. Maybe because savoring others' marital problems and family misfortunes somehow made hers and Mark's seem less troublesome. Scandal always went better with a glass of Pinot, and she finished off her second with a flourish. She checked the kitchen clock, with sincere thoughts of pacing herself, given Mark's predictable impatience whenever he arrived home to find her 2 drinks ahead of him. Screw him, snug in his office in the city all day, doing his lunches, walking about at his leisure, hobnobbing on the late train home. Meanwhile, she was stuck here with the baby and Marcus and the nanny and the gardener. She poured herself another glass, wondering how long it would be until Marcus, that jealous little demon, went in to wake up his napping sister. The nanny had put Jacqueline down before she left, and the little baby hadn't woken up yet. Patricia checked the clock again, remarking at this extended period of quiet in the house. Wow, sleeping like a champ. Fortified with another swallow of Pinot, and mindful of her impish little 4-year-old terrorist, she pushed back the ad-crammed cookie magazine and started up the back steps. She looked in on Marcus first, finding him lying face down on the New York Rangers rug next to his sleigh bed, his portable game unit thingy still turned on near his outstretched hand. Worn out. Of course, they would pay dearly for this late nap when the whirling dervish wouldn't settle down at bedtime, but by then it would be Mark's turn to deal. She went down the hall, puzzled by and frowning at a few clumps of dark soil on the runner, that little demon, to the closed door with the shh, 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 angel sleeping, heart-shaped silk pillow hanging from the doorknob on a frilly lace ribbon. She eased it open on the dim, warm nursery, and was startled to see an adult sitting in the rocking chair next to the crib, swaying back and forth. A woman holding a little bundle in her arms. The stranger was cradling baby Jacqueline, but in the quiet warmth of the room, under the softness of the recessed lighting, and feeling the high pile of rug underfoot, everything still seemed okay. Who? As Patricia ventured in farther, something in the rocking woman's posture clicked. Joan? Joan, is that you? Patricia stepped closer. What are you? Did you come in through the garage? Joan, it was her, stopped her slow rocking and stood up from the chair. With the pink-shaded lamp behind her, Patricia barely made out the odd expression on Joan's face, in particular, the strange twist of her mouth. She smelled dirty, and Patricia's mind went immediately to her own sister and that horrible, horrible Thanksgiving last year. Was Joan having a similar breakdown? And why was she here now, holding baby Jacqueline? Joan extended her arms to hand the infant back to Patricia. Patricia cradled her baby, and in a moment knew that something wasn't right. Her daughter's stillness went beyond the limpness of infant sleep. With 2 anxious fingers, Patricia pinched back the blanket covering Jackie's face. The baby's rosebud lips were parted. Her little eyes were dark and fixed and staring. The blanket was wet around her little neck. Patricia's 2 fingers came away sticky with blood. The scream that rose in Patricia's throat never reached its destination. Anne-Marie Barber was literally at her wit's end, standing in her kitchen, whispering prayers and gripping the edge of the sink as though the house she lived in all her married life were a small boat caught in a swirling black sea, praying endlessly for guidance, for relief, for a glimmer of hope. She knew that her Ansel was not evil. He was not what he seemed. He was just very, very sick, but he killed the dogs. Whatever illness he had would pass like a bad fever, and everything would return to normal. She looked out at the locked shed in the dark backyard. It was quiet now. The doubts returned, as they had when she saw the news report about the dead people from Flight 753 who had disappeared from the morgues. Something was happening, something awful. He killed the dogs, and her overwhelming sensation of dread was alleviated only by repeated trips to the mirrors and her sink, washing and touching, worrying and praying. Why did Ansel bury himself under the dirt during the day? He killed the dogs. Why did he look at her with such craving? He killed them. Why wouldn't he say anything, but only grunt and yowl, like the dogs he killed? Night had again taken the sky, the thing she had dreaded all day. Why was he so quiet out there now? Before she could think about what she was doing, before she could lose her reserve, she went out the door and down the porch stairs, not looking at the dogs' graves in the corner of the yard, not giving in to that madness. She had to be the strong one now, for just a little while longer. The shed doors, the lock and the chain. She stood there, listening, her fist pressed hard against her mouth until her front teeth started to hurt. What would Ansel do? Would he open the door if it were she inside? Would he force himself to face her? Yes, he would. Anne-Marie undid the lock with the key from around her neck. She threaded out the thick chain, and this time stepped back to where she knew he could not reach her, past the length of the runner leash fixed to the dog pole, as the doors fell open. An awful stink. A godless feeder. The stench alone brought tears to her eyes. That was her Ansel in there. She saw nothing. She listened. She would not be drawn inside. Ansel. Barely a whisper on her part. Nothing came in return. Ansel? A rustling. Movement in the dirt. Oh, why hadn't she brought a flashlight? She reached forward just enough to nudge one door open more widely, enough to let in a little more of the moonlight. There he was, lying half in a bed of soil, his face raised to the doors, eyes sunken and fraught with pain. She saw at once that he was dying. Her Ansel was dying. She thought again of the dogs who used to sleep here, Pap and Gertie, the dear St. Bernard she had loved more than mere pets, whom he had killed and whose place he had willingly taken. Yes, in order to save Anne-Marie and the children. And then she knew. He needed to hurt someone else in order to revive himself, in order to live. She shivered in the moonlight, facing the suffering creature her husband had become. He wanted her to give herself over to him. She knew that. She could feel it. Ansel let out a guttural groan, voiceless, as though from deep in the pit of his empty stomach. She couldn't do it. Anne-Marie wept as she closed the shed doors on him. She pressed her shoulder to them, shutting him up like a corpse, neither quite alive nor yet quite dead. He was too weak to charge the doors now. She heard only another moan of protest. She was running the first length of chain back through the door handles when she heard a step on the gravel behind her. Anne-Marie froze, picturing that police officer returning. She heard another step, then spun around. He was an older man, balding, wearing a stiff-collared shirt, open cardigan, and loose corduroys. Their neighbor from across the street, the one who had called the police, the widower, Mr. Odish, the kind of neighbor who rakes his leaves into the street so that they blow into your yard. A man they never saw or heard from unless there was a problem that he suspected them or their children of having caused. Mr. Odish said, "Your dogs have found increasingly creative ways to keep me awake at night." His presence, like a ghostly intrusion upon a nightmare, mystified Anne-Marie. The dogs. He was talking about Ansel, the noises he made in the night. If you have a sick animal, you need to take it to the veterinarian and have it treated or put down. She was too stunned even to reply. He walked closer, coming off the driveway and onto the edge of the backyard grass, eyeing the shed with contempt. A hoarse moan rose from inside. Mr. Odish's face shriveled in disgust. "You are going to do something about those curs, or else I am going to call the police again right now." "No." Fear escaped before she could hold it in. He smiled, surprised by her trepidation, enjoying the sense of control over her that it gave him. "Then what is it you plan to do?" Her mouth opened, but she couldn't think of anything to say. I'll take care of it. I don't know how." He looked at the back porch, curious about the light on in the kitchen. "Is the man of the house available? I would prefer to speak with him." She shook her head. Another pained groan from the shed. "Well, you had damn well better do something about those sloppy creatures, or else I will. Anybody who grew up on a farm will tell you, Mrs. Barber, dogs are service animals and don't need coddling. Far better for them to know the sting of the switch than the pat of the hand, especially a clumsy breed such as the St. Bernard." Something he'd said got through to her. Something about her dogs. Sting of the switch. The whole reason they'd built the chain and post contraption in the shed in the first place was because Pap and Gertie had run off a few times, and once, not too long ago, Gertie, the sweetheart of the two, the trusting one, came home with her back and legs all ripped up, as though someone had taken a stick to her. The normally shy and retiring Anne-Marie Barber forgot all of her fear at that moment. She looked at this man, this nasty, little shriveled-up excuse for a man, as though a veil had been lifted from her eyes. "You," she said. Her chin trembled, not from timidity anymore, but from rage. "You did that. To Gertie. You hurt her." His eyes flickered for a moment, unused to being confronted, and simultaneously betraying his guilt. "If I did," he said, regaining his usual condescension, "I am sure he had it coming." Anne-Marie burst with hatred suddenly. Everything she had been bottling up over these past few days, sending away her children, burying her dead dogs, worrying about her afflicted husband. "She," Anne-Marie said. "What?" "She. Gertie is a she." Another tremulous groan from within the shed. Ansel's need, his craving. She backed up, shaking, intimidated not by him, but by these new feelings of rage. "You want to see for yourself?" she heard herself say. "What is that?" The shed crouched behind her like some beast itself. "Go ahead, then. You want a chance to tame them? See what you can do." He stared, indignant, challenged by a woman. "You aren't serious. You want to fix things? You want peace and quiet? Well, so do I." She wiped a bit of saliva off her chin and shook her wet finger at him. "So do I." Mr. Odish looked at her for one long moment. "The others are right," he said. "You are crazy." She flashed him a wild, nodding grin, and he walked to a low branch of the trees bordering their yard. He pulled at a thin switch, twisting it, tugging hard until it finally tore free. He tested it, listened for the rapier-like swish as he sliced it through the air, and satisfied, stepped to the doors. "I want you to know," said Mr. Odish, "I do this for your benefit more than mine." Anne-Marie trembled as she watched him run the chain through the shed door handles. The door started to swing open, Mr. Odish standing near enough to the opening for the pole chain to reach him. "Now," he said, "where are these beasts?" Anne-Marie heard the inhuman growl and the chain leash moving fast, sounding like spilled coins. Then the doors flew open. Mr. Odish stepped up, and in an instant his stupefied cry was cut short. She ran and threw herself against the shed doors, fighting to close them as the struggling Mr. Odish batted against them. She forced the chain through and around the handles, clasping the lock tight, then fled into her house, away from the shuddering backyard shed and the merciless thing she had just done. Mark Blessage stood in the foyer of his home with his BlackBerry in hand, not knowing which way to turn. No message from his wife. Her phone was in her Burberry bag, the Volvo station wagon in the driveway, the baby bucket in the mudroom. No note on the kitchen island, only a half-empty glass of wine abandoned on the counter. Patricia, Marcus, and baby Jackie were all gone. He checked the garage and the cars, and the strollers were all there. He checked the calendar in the hallway. Nothing was listed. Was she pissed at him for being late again and had decided to do a little passive-aggressive punishment? Mark tried to flip on the television and wait it out, but then realized his anxiety was real. Twice he picked up the telephone to call the police, but didn't think he could live down the public scandal of a cruiser coming to his house. He went out his front door and stood on the brick step, overlooking his lawn and lush flower beds. He looked up and down the street, wondering if they could have slipped over to a neighbor's, and then noticed that almost every house was dark. No warm yellow glow from heirloom lamps shining on top of polished credenzas. No computer monitor lights or plasma TV screens flashing through hand-sewn lace. He looked at the Luss's house, directly across the street, its proud patrician face and aged white brick. Nobody home there either, it seemed. Was there some looming natural disaster he didn't know about? Had any evacuation order been issued? Then he saw someone emerge from the high bushes, forming an ornamental fence between the Luss's property and the Perrys. It was a woman, and in the dappling shadow of the oak leaves overhead she appeared disheveled. She was cradling what looked to be a sleeping child of 5 or 6 in her arms. The woman walked straight across the driveway, obscured for a moment by the Luss's Lexus SUV, then entered the side door next to the garage. Before entering, her head turned, and she saw Mark standing out on his front step. She didn't wave or otherwise acknowledge him, but her glance, brief though it was, put a block of ice against his chest. She wasn't Joan Luss, he realized, but she might have been the Luss's housekeeper. He waited for a light to come on inside. None did. Super strange, but whatever the case, he hadn't seen anyone else out and about this fine evening. So he started out across the road, first down his walk to the driveway, avoiding stepping on the lawn grass, and then hands slipped casually into his suit pants pockets, up the Luss's drive to the same side door. The storm door was shut, but the interior door was open. Rather than ring the bell, he gave the glass a jaunty knock and entered, calling, "Hello?" He crossed the tiled mudroom to the kitchen, flipping on the light. "Joan? Roger?" The floor was streaked all over with dirty footprints, apparently from bare feet. Some of the cabinets and the counter edges were marked with soil-smudged handprints. Pears were rotting in a wire bowl on the kitchen island. "Anybody home?" He wagered that Joan and Roger were gone, but he wanted to speak to the housekeeper anyway. She wouldn't go around blabbing how the Blessages didn't know where their children were, or that Mark Blessage couldn't keep track of his boozy wife. And if he was wrong and Joni was here, well, then he'd ask her about his family, as though he had a tennis racket on his shoulder. The kids are so busy. How do you keep track? And if he ever heard anything from anyone else about his wayward brood, he'd have to bring up the horde of barefoot peasants the Lusses evidently had stampeding through their kitchen. "It's Mark Blessage from across the street. Anybody home?" He hadn't been in their house since the boy's birthday party in May. The parents had bought him one of those electric kiddie race cars, but because it didn't come with a pretend trailer hitch, the kid was obsessed with trailer hitches, apparently. He drove the car straight into a cake table just after the hired help in the SpongeBob SquarePants costume had filled all the cups with juice. "Well," Roger had said, "at least he knows what he likes." Cue forced laughter and a fresh round of juice. Mark ducked through a swinging door into a sitting room where, through the front windows, he got a good look at his own house. He savored the view for a moment, as he didn't often get a neighbor's perspective. Damn fine house. Although that stupid Mexican had clipped the west hedges unevenly again. Footsteps came up the basement stairs. More than one set, more even than a few sets. "Hello?" he said, wondering about those barefoot hordes, and supposing he had gotten too comfortable in the neighbor's house. "Hi there. Mark Blessage from across the way." No voices answered. "Sorry to barge in like this, but I was wondering—" He pushed back the swinging door and stopped. Some 10 people stood facing him. 2 of them were children who stepped out from behind the kitchen island. Neither of them were his. Mark recognized a few of the people by face, fellow Bronxville residents, people he saw at Starbucks or the train station or the club. One of them, Carol, was the mother of a friend of Marcus's. Another was just a UPS delivery man, wearing the trademark brown shirt and shorts. Quite a random assortment for a get-together. Among them was nary a Luss nor a Blessage. "I'm sorry, am I interrupting?" Now he really started to see them, their complexions and their eyes as they stared at him without speaking. He had never been stared at like that by people before. He felt a heat from them that was separate from their gaze. Behind them stood the housekeeper. She looked flushed, her complexion red, and her staring eyes scarlet, and there was a red stain on the front of her blouse. Her hair was stringy and unwashed, and her clothes and skin couldn't have been dirtier if she'd been sleeping in real dirt. Mark flipped a forelock of hair out of his eyes. He felt his shoulders come up against the swinging door and realized he was backing up. The rest of them moved toward him, with the exception of the housekeeper, who merely stood and watched. One of the children, a twitchy boy with jagged black eyebrows, stepped up on an open drawer to climb onto the kitchen island, so that he stood a head taller than anyone else. He took a running start off the granite countertop and launched himself into the air toward Mark Blessage, who had no choice but to put out his arms and catch him. The boy's mouth opened as he leaped, and by the time he grabbed Mark's shoulders, his little stinger was out. Like a scorpion's tail, it flexed up before shooting straight out, piercing Mark's throat. It split skin and muscle to anchor in his carotid artery, and the pain was like that of a hot skewer rammed halfway into his neck. He fell backward through the door, crashing to the floor with the boy holding fast, tethered to his throat, sitting astride his chest. Then the pulling began, the drawing out, the sucking, the draining. Mark tried to speak, tried to scream, but the words clotted in his throat, and he choked on them. He was paralyzed. Something in his pulse changed, was interrupted, and he couldn't utter a sound. The boy's chest pressed against his, and he could feel the faint thumping of its heart, or something against his own. As the blood rushed out of Mark's body, he felt the boy's rhythm accelerate and become stronger. Thump, 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 reaching a frenzied, intimate gallop that was close to pleasure. The boy's stinger engorged as he fed, and the whites of his eyes, as he stared at Mark, flushed crimson. Methodically, the boy kept twining his crooked, bony fingers through Mark's hair, tightening his grip on his prey. The others burst through the door, setting upon the victim, tearing at his clothes. As their stingers pierced his flesh, Mark felt a renewed pressure change inside his body, not decompression, but compression. Vacuum collapse, like a juice pack being consumed. And at the same time, a scent overpowered him, rising into his nose and eyes like a cloud of ammonia. He felt an eruption of wetness over his chest, warm, like freshly made soup, and his hands, gripping the little fiend's body, felt a sudden hot dampness. The boy had soiled himself, defecating over Mark as he fed, though the excretion seemed more chemical than human. Pain like a motherfucker. Corporeal, all over, his fingertips, his chest, his brain. The pressure went away from his throat, and Mark hung there like a bright white star of effulgent pain. Neva pushed open the bedroom door just a sliver to see that the children were finally asleep. Keen and Audrey Luss lay in sleeping bags on the floor next to her own granddaughter Narushta's bed. The Luss children were all right most of the time. Neva, after all, had been their sole daytime caretaker since Keen was 4 months old, but they had both cried tonight. They missed their beds. They wanted to know when they could go home, when Neva would take them back. Sebastian, Neva's daughter, was constantly asking how long until the police came and knocked down their door, but it was not the police coming for them that concerned Neva. Sebastian had been born in the United States, educated in United States schools, stamped with an American arrogance. Neva took her daughter back to Haiti once each year, but it was not home to her. She rejected the old country and its old ways. She rejected old knowledge because new knowledge was so shiny and neat. But Sebastian, making her mother out to be a superstitious fool, was almost more than Neva could take, especially since, by acting as she had, saving these two spoiled yet potentially redeemable children, she had placed the members of her own family at risk. Though she had been raised a Roman Catholic, Neva's maternal grandfather was voodoo and a village bokor, which is a kind of hungan, or priest, some call them sorcerers, who practices magic, both the benevolent kind and the dark kind. Though he was said to bear a great ashe, wield much spiritual power, and dabbled often with healing zombie astrals, that is, capturing a spirit in a fetish, an inanimate object, he never attempted the darkest art, that of reanimating a corpse, raising a zombie from a dead body whose soul has departed. He never did so because he said he has too much respect for the dark side, and that crossing that infernal border was a direct affront to the Loa, or the spirits of the voodoo religion, akin to saints or angels who act as intermediaries between man and the indifferent creator. But he had participated in services that were a kind of backcountry exorcism, righting the wrongs of other wayward hungan, and she had accompanied him and had seen the face of the undead. When Joan had shut herself away in her room that first night, her richly appointed bedroom, as nice as any of the hotel suites Neva used to clean in Manhattan when she first arrived in America, and the moaning finally stopped, Neva had peeked in to check on her. Joan's eyes looked dead and far away. Her heart was racing. The sheets were soaked and putrid with sweat. Her pillow was stained with whitish, coughed-up blood. Neva had nursed the ill and the dying alike, and she knew, looking at Joan Luss, that her employer was sinking not merely into sickness, but into evil. That was when she took the children and left. Neva went around checking the windows again. They lived on the first floor of a 3-family house and could view the street and the neighbors' houses only through iron bars. Security bars were a good deterrent for burglars, but beyond that, Neva wasn't sure. That afternoon she had gone around the outside of the house, pulling on them, and they felt strong. As an extra precaution she had, without Sebastian's knowledge, saving Neva a lecture on fire safety, nailed the frames to the sills, and then blocked the children's window view with a bookshelf as a makeshift barricade. She had also, smartly telling no one, smeared garlic on each of the iron bars. She kept a quart bottle of holy water from her church, consecrated by the parish priest, though she remained mindful of how ineffectual her crucifix had been inside the Lusses' basement. Nervous but confident, she drew all the shades and put on every light, then took to her chair and put up her feet. She left her thick-heeled black shoes on. They were orthopedic, bad arches, in case she had to rush somewhere, had to be ready to stand watch for another night. She put the TV on low, just for company. It drew more electricity out of the wall than attention from Neva. She was more bothered by her daughter's condescension than perhaps she should have been. It is the concern of every immigrant that their offspring will grow to embrace their adoptive culture at the expense of their natural heritage. But Neva's fear was much more specific. She was afraid that her Americanized daughter's overconfidence would end up hurting her. To Sebastian, the dark of the night was merely an inconvenience, a deficient amount of light, which immediately went away when you flipped a switch. Night was leisure time to her, playtime, time to relax, when she let her hair down and her guard. To Neva, electricity existed as little more than a talisman against the dark. Night is real. Night is not an absence of light, but in fact, it is daytime that is a brief respite from the looming darkness. The faint sound of scratching awoke her with a start. Her chin bobbed off her chest, and she saw that the television was showing an infomercial for a sponge mop that was also a vacuum. She froze and listened. It was a clicking coming from the front door. At first, she thought Emile was coming home. Her nephew drove a taxi nights. But if he had forgotten his key again, he would have rung the bell. Somebody was outside the front door, but they didn't knock or press the bell. Neva got to her feet as quickly as she could. She crept down the hallway and stood before the door, listening, only a slab of wood separating her from whoever, whatever, was on the outside. She felt a presence. She imagined that, if she touched the door, which she did not, she would feel heat. It was a plain exterior door with a security deadbolt lock, no screen outside, no windows in the wood. Only an old-fashioned mail slot was centered near the bottom, 1 foot above the floor. The hinge on the mail slot creaked. The brass flap moved, and Neva rushed back down the hall. She stood there for a moment, out of sight, in a panic, then rushed to the bathroom and the basket of bath toys. She grabbed her granddaughter's water gun and uncapped the bottle of holy water and poured it into the tiny aperture, spilling much of it as she filled the plastic barrel. She took the toy to the door. It was quiet now, but she felt the presence. She knelt down clumsily on her swollen knee, snagging her stocking on the roughened wood of the floor. She was near enough to feel the whisper of cold night air through the brass flap and see a shadow along its edge. The toy gun had a long front nozzle. Neva remembered to slide back the underside pump action to prime the pressure, then use the very end of the muzzle to tip up the flap. When the hinge emitted a plaintive squeak, she put the gun in, thrusting the nozzle through and squeezing the trigger. Neva aimed blindly, up, down, and from side to side, squirting holy water in all directions. She imagined Joan Luss being burned, the acid-like water cutting through her body like Jesus' own golden sword, yet she heard no wailing. Then a hand came through the slot. It grabbed at the gun muzzle, trying to take it away. Neva pulled it back reflexively and got a good look at the fingers. They were gravedigger dirty. The nail beds were blood red. The holy water spilled down the skin, merely smearing the dirt, with no steaming or burning. No effect at all. The hand pulled hard on the muzzle, jamming it inside the mail slot. Now Neva realized the hand was trying to get at her. So she let go of the gun, the hand pulling and twisting until the plastic toy cracked, loosening a final splash of water. Neva pushed away from the slot, on her hands and her bottom, as the visitor began ramming the door, throwing her entire body against it, rattling the knob. The hinges trembled, and the adjoining walls shook. The picture of the man and the boy hunting fell off its nail, shattering the protective glass. Neva kicked her way to the end of the short entrance hall. Her shoulder knocked over the umbrella stand with the baseball bat in it, and Neva grabbed the bat and gripped the black-taped handle, sitting there on the floor. The wood held. The old door she hated for swelling and sticking to the frame in the summer heat was solid enough to withstand the blows, as was the deadbolt and even the smooth iron doorknob. The presence behind the door eventually went silent, maybe even went away altogether. Neva looked at the puddle of Christ's tears on the floor. When the power of Jesus fails you, then you know you truly are shit out of luck. Wait for daylight. That was all she could do. Neva. Keen, the lust boy, stood behind her in sweatpants and a T-shirt. Neva moved faster than she imagined she ever could, clamping a hand over the young boy's mouth and sweeping him away around the corner. Neva stood there with her back against the wall, the boy wrapped in her arms. Had the thing at the door heard its son's voice? Neva tried to listen. The boy squirmed against her, trying to speak. "Hush, child." Then she heard it. The squeak again. She grasped the boy even more tightly as she leaned to her left, risking a look around the corner. The mail slot was propped open by a dirty finger. Neva whipped back around the corner again, but not before she glimpsed a pair of glowing red eyes looking inside. Gabriel Bolivar's manager, Rudy Wayne, cabbed over to his townhouse from Hudson Street after a late dinner meeting at Mr. Chow's with the BMG people. He hadn't been able to get Gabe on the phone, but there were whispers about his health now, following the Flight 753 thing and a paparazzi picture of him in a wheelchair, and Rudy had to see for himself. When he showed up at the door on Vestry Street, there were no paparazzi in sight, only a few dopey-looking goth fans sitting around on the sidewalk smoking. They stood up rather expectantly when Rudy walked up the front stoop stairs. "What's up?" asked Rudy. "We heard he's been letting people in." Rudy looked straight up, but there were no lights on anywhere in the twin townhouses, not even in the penthouse. "Looks like the party's over." "It's no party," said one chubby kid with colored elastic bands hanging from a pin through his cheek. "He let the paparazzi in, too." Rudy shrugged and punched in his key code, entered and closed the door behind him. At least Gabe was feeling better. Rudy entered, past the black marble panthers, and into the dark foyer. The construction lights were all dark, and the light switches still weren't connected to anything. Rudy thought for a moment, then brought out his BlackBerry, changing the display to Always On. He shone the blue light around, noticing, at the foot of the winged angel by the stairs, a heap of high-end digital SLRs and video cameras, weapons of the paparazzi, all piled there like shoes outside a swimming pool. "Hello?" His voice echoed dully through the unfinished first few floors. Rudy started up the curling marble stairs, following his BlackBerry's pool of electronic blue light. He needed to motivate Gabe for his Roseland show next week, and there were scattered U.S. dates around Halloween to prepare for. He reached the top floor, Bolivar's bedroom suite, and all the lights were off. "Hey, Gabe, it's me, man. Don't let me walk in on anything." Too quiet. He pushed into the master bedroom, scanning it with his phone light, finding the bedsheets tossed, but no hungover Gabe. Probably out night-crawling as usual. He wasn't here. Rudy popped into the master bathroom to take a leak. He saw an open prescription bottle of Vicodin on the counter and a crystal cocktail glass that smelled of booze. Rudy deliberated a moment, then dealt himself 2 Vicks, rinsing out the glass in the sink and washing the pills down with tap water. As he was replacing the glass on the counter, he caught sight of movement somewhere behind him. He turned fast, and there was Gabe, coming out of the darkness and into the bathroom. The mirrored walls on both sides made it seem as though there were hundreds of him. "Gabe, Jesus, you scared me," said Rudy. His genial smile faded as Gabe stood there staring at him. The blue phone light was indirect and faint, but Gabe's skin looked dark, his eyes tinged red. He wore a thin black robe to his knees, with no shirt underneath. His arms hung straight, and he offered his manager no indication of greeting. "What's wrong, man?" His hands in his chest were dirty. "You spend the night in the coal bin?" Gabe just stood there, multiplied in the mirrors out to infinity. "You really stink, man. said Rudy, holding his hand to his nose. "The hell you been into?" Rudy felt a strange heat coming off Gabe. He held his phone closer to Gabe's face. His eyes didn't do anything in the light. "Dude, you left your makeup on way too long." The Vikes were starting to kick in. The room with its facing mirrors expanded like an unpacked accordion. Rudy moved the phone light, and the entire bathroom flickered. "Look, man," said Rudy, unnerved by Gabe's lack of reaction. "If you're tripping, I can come back." He tried to glide out on Gabe's left, but Gabe didn't stand aside. He tried again, but Gabe would not give way. Rudy stood back, holding his phone light out on his longtime client. "Gabe, man, what the—" Bolivar opened his robe then, spreading his arms wide like wings before allowing the garment to fall to the floor. Rudy gasped. Gabe's body was gray and gaunt throughout, but the sight that made him dizzy was Gabe's groin. It was hairless and doll-smooth, lacking any genitalia. Gabe's hand covered Rudy's mouth hard. Rudy started to struggle, but much too late. Rudy saw Gabe grinning, and then that grin fell away, something like a whip writhing inside his mouth. Beside the trembling blue light of his phone, as he frantically and blindly felt for the numerals 9, 1, and 1, he saw the stinger emerge. Vaguely defined appendages inflated and deflated along its sides, like twin spongy sacks of flesh, flanked by gill-like vents that flared open and closed. Rudy saw all of this in the instant before it shot into his neck. His phone fell to the bathroom floor beneath his kicking feet, the send button never pressed. 9-year-old Jeannie Milsom wasn't tired at all on her way home with her mother. Seeing The Little Mermaid on Broadway was so awesome. She believed she was the most awake she had ever been in her life. Now she truly knew what she wanted to be when she grew up. No more ballet school instructor after Cindy Vealey broke 2 toes on a leap. No more Olympic gymnast, pommel horse too scary. She was going to be, drum roll please, a Broadway actress. And she was going to dye her hair coral red and star in The Little Mermaid, in the lead role of Ariel, and at the end take the biggest and most graceful curtain curtsy of all time. And after the thunderous applause, she was going to greet her young theater-going fans after the show and sign all their programs and smile for camera phone pictures with them. And then, one very special night, she was going to select the most polite and sincere 9-year-old girl in the audience and invite her to be her understudy and best friend forever. Her mother was going to be her hairstylist, and her dad, who stayed home with Justin, would be her manager, just like Hannah Montana's dad. And Justin, well, Justin could just stay home and be himself. And so she sat, chin in hand, turned around in the seat on the subway running south underneath the city. She saw herself reflected in the window, saw the brightness of the car behind her, but the lights flickered sometimes, and in one of those dark blinks she found herself looking out into an open space where one tunnel fed into another. Then she saw something, no more than a subliminal flash of an image, like a single disturbing frame spliced into an otherwise monotonous strip of film, so fast that her 9-year-old conscious mind didn't have time to process it, this image she did not understand. She couldn't even say why she burst into tears, which woke up her nodding mother, so pretty in her theater coat and dress next to her, who comforted her and tried to draw out what had prompted the sobbing. Jeannie could only point to the window. She rode the rest of the way home, cuddled beneath her mother's arm. But the master had seen her. The master saw everything, even especially while feeding. His night vision was extraordinary and nearly telescopic in varying shades of gray and registered heat sources in a glowing spectral white. Finished, though not satiated, never satiated, he let his prey slide limply down his body, his great hands releasing the turned human to the gravel floor. The tunnels around him whispered with winds that fluttered his dark cloak, trains screaming in the distance, iron clashing against steel, like the scream of a world suddenly aware of his coming. Exposure. Canary Headquarters, 11th Avenue and 27th Street. On the third morning following the landing of Flight 753, Eve took Setrakian to the office headquarters of the CDC Canary Project on the western edge of Chelsea, 1 block east of the Hudson. Before Eve started Canary, the 3-room office had been the local site for the CDC's World Trade Center Worker and Volunteer Medical Screening Program, investigating links between the 9/11 recovery effort and persistent respiratory ailments. Eve's heart lifted as they pulled up at 11th Avenue. 2 police cars and a pair of unmarked sedans with government license plates were parked outside the entrance. Director Barnes had come through, finally. They were going to get the help they needed. There was no way Eve, Nora, and Setrakian could fight this scourge on their own. The third-floor office door was open when they got there, and Barnes was conferring with a plainclothesman who identified himself as an FBI special agent. "Everett," said Eve, relieved to find him personally involved. "Your timing is perfect. Just the man I wanted to see." He moved to a small refrigerator near the door. Test tubes clinked as he reached for a quart of whole milk, uncapping it and drinking it down fast. He needed the calcium the same way he had once needed booze. We trade off our dependencies, he realized. For instance, just last week, Eve had been fully dependent upon the laws of science and nature. Now his fix was silver swords and ultraviolet light. He brought the half-empty bottle away from his lips with the realization that he had just slaked his thirst with the product of another mammal. "Who is this?" asked Director Barnes. "This," said Eve, swiping the milk mustache from his upper lip, "is Professor Abraham Setrakian." Setrakian was holding his hat, his alabaster hair bright under the low ceiling lights. "So much has happened, Everett," said Eve, swallowing more milk, putting out the fire in his belly. "I don't even know where to begin." Barnes said, "Why don't we start with the bodies missing from the city morgues?" Eve lowered the bottle. One of the cops had edged closer to the door behind him. A second FBI man was sitting at Eve's laptop, pecking away. "Hey, excuse me," said Eve. Barnes said, "Ephraim, what do we know about the missing corpses?" Eve was a moment trying to read the CDC director's face. He glanced back at Setrakian, but the old man offered him nothing, standing very still with his hat in his gnarled hands. Eve turned back to his boss. "They've gone home." "Home," said Barnes, turning his head as though trying to hear him better. "To heaven?" "To their families, Everett." Barnes looked at the FBI agent, who kept looking at Eve. "They're dead," said Barnes. "They aren't dead. At least, not in the way we understand it. There is only one way to be dead, Ephraim." Eve shook his head. "Not anymore. Ephraim." Barnes took one sympathetic step forward. "I know you've been under a keen amount of stress recently. I know you've had family troubles." Eve said, "Hold on. I don't think I understand what the hell this is." The FBI agent said, "This is about your patient, Doctor. One of the pilots of Regis Air Flight 753, Captain Doyle Redfern. We have a few questions about his care." Eve hit a chill. "Get a court order, and I'll answer your questions. Maybe you would like to explain this." He opened a portable video player on the edge of the desk and pressed play. It showed a security camera view of a hospital room. Redfern was seen from behind, staggering, his Johnny open in back. He looked wounded and confused rather than predatory and enraged. The camera angle did not show the stinger swirling out of his mouth. It did, however, show Eve facing him with a whirling tree fine, jabbing at Redfern's throat with the circular blade. There was a flicker of a jump cut, and now Nora was in the background, covering her mouth as Eve stood by the doorway with his chest heaving, Redfern in a heap on the floor. Then another sequence began. A different camera farther along the same basement hallway, set at a higher angle. It showed 2 people, a man and a woman, forcing their way into the locked morgue room where Redfern's body was being held. Then it showed them leaving with a heavy body bag. The 2 people looked very much like Eve and Nora. Playback stopped. Eve looked at Nora, who was shocked, and then at the FBI agent and Barnes. That attack was edited to look bad. There was a cut there. Redfern had... Where are Captain Redfern's remains? Eve couldn't think. He couldn't get past the lie he had just seen. That wasn't us. The camera was too high to... So are you saying that was not you and Dr. Martinez? Eve looked at Nora, who was shaking her head, both of them too mystified to mount any immediate coherent defense. Barnes said, "Let me ask you one more time, Ephraim. Where are the missing bodies from the morgues?" Eve looked back to Setrakian, standing near the door, then at Barnes. He couldn't come up with anything to say. "Ephraim, I am shutting Canary down as of this moment." "What?" said Eve, coming around. "Wait, Everett." Eve moved fast toward Barnes. The other cops started toward him as though he was dangerous, their reaction stopping Eve, alarming him even more. "Dr. Goodweather, you have to come with us," said the FBI agent. "All of you. Hey!" Eve turned. Setrakian was gone. The agent sent 2 cops out to get him. Eve looked back toward Barnes. "Everett, you know me. You know who I am. Listen to what I am about to tell you. There is a plague spreading throughout this city, a scourge unlike anything we've seen." The FBI agent said, "Dr. Goodweather, we want to know what you injected into Jim Kent." "What? What?" Barnes said, "Ephraim, I've made a deal with them. They will spare Nora if you agree to cooperate. Spare her the scandal of arrest and preserve her professional reputation. I know that you two are close." "And how exactly do you know that?" Eve looked around at his persecutors, moving past bewilderment and into anger. "This is bullshit, Everett. You are on video attacking and murdering a patient, Ephraim. You have been reporting fantastic test results, unexplained by any rational measurement, unsubstantiated and most likely doctor-manipulated. Would I be here if I had a choice? If you had a choice?" Eve turned to Nora. She would be spared. She could perhaps fight on. Barnes was right. For the moment at least, in a room full of lawmen, he had no choice. "Don't let this slow you down," Eve told Nora. "You may be the only one left who knows what's really happening." Nora shook her head. She turned to Barnes. "Sir, there is a conspiracy here, whether you are willingly a part of it or not." "Please, Dr. Martinez," said Barnes. "Don't embarrass yourself any further." The other agent packed up Eve's and Nora's laptops. They started walking Eve down the stairs. At the second-floor hallway, they met the 2 cops who had gone after Setrakian. They were standing side by side, almost back to back, handcuffed together. Setrakian appeared behind the group with his sword drawn. He held its point at the lead FBI agent's neck. There was a small dagger in his other hand, also fashioned of silver. He held that one near Director Barnes' throat. The old professor said, "You gentlemen are pawns in a scheme well beyond your comprehension. Doctor, take this dagger." Eve took the weapon's handle, holding the point at his boss's throat. Barnes said breathlessly, "Good Christ, Ephraim, have you lost your mind? Everett, this is bigger than you can know. This goes beyond the CDC, beyond regular law enforcement even. There is a catastrophic disease outbreak in this city, the likes of which we have never seen, and that's just the half of it." Nora came up beside him, reclaiming hers and Ephraim's laptops from the other FBI agent. She said, "I got everything else we need from the office. Looks like we won't be coming back." Barnes said, "For God's sakes, Ephraim, come to your senses. This is the job you hired me to do, Everett, to sound the alarm when a public health crisis warrants. We are on the verge of a worldwide pandemic, an extinction event, and somebody somewhere is pulling out all the stops to make damn sure it succeeds." Stoneheart Group, Manhattan. Eldridge Palmer switched on a bank of monitors, showing 6 television news channels. The one in the lower left-hand box interested him most. He angled his chair up a few degrees and isolated the channel, raising its volume. The reporter was posted outside the 17th Precinct headquarters on East 51st Street, getting a no comment from a police official concerning a rash of missing person reports being filed throughout the New York area in the past few days. They showed the line of people waiting outside the precinct house, too many to be allowed inside, filling out forms on the sidewalk. The reporter noted that other seemingly unexplained incidents, such as house break-ins in which nothing appeared to have been stolen and no one appeared to be home, were being reported also. Strangest of all was the fact of the failure of modern technology to assist in the search for the missing persons. Mobile phones, almost all of which contained traceable GPS technology, had apparently gone missing with their owners. This led some to speculate that people were perhaps willfully abandoning families and jobs, and noted that the spike in disappearances seemed to have coincided with the recent lunar occultation, suggesting a link between the two occurrences. A psychologist then commented on the potential for low-grade mass hysteria in the wake of certain startling celestial events. The story ended with the reporter giving airtime to a teary woman holding up a J.C. Penney portrait of a missing mother of two. The program then went to a commercial for an age-defying cream designed to help you live longer and better. The congenitally ill tycoon then switched off the audio so that the only sound, other than the dialysis machine, was the humming behind his avaricious smile. On another screen was a graphic showing the financial markets declining while the dollar continued its fall. Palmer himself was moving the markets, steadily divesting himself of equities and buying into metals, gold, silver, palladium, and platinum bullion. The commentator went on to suggest that the recent recession represented opportunities in futures trading. Palmer strongly disagreed. He was shorting futures, everybody's except his own. A telephone call was forwarded to his chair through Mr. Fitzwilliam, a sympathetic member of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, calling to inform him that the epidemiologist with the Canary Project, Dr. Ephraim Goodweather, had escaped. "Escaped," said Palmer. "How is that possible?" He had an elderly man with him who apparently was more wily than he'd seemed. He carried a long silver sword. Palmer was silent for one full respiration. Then slowly he smiled. Forces were aligning against him. All well and good. Let them come together. It would be easier to clear them all away. "Sir?" said the caller. "Oh, nothing," said Palmer. "I was just thinking of an old friend." Knickerbocker Loans and Curios, 118th Street, Spanish Harlem. Eve and Nora stood with Setrakian behind the locked doors of his pawnshop, the two epidemiologists still shaken up. "I gave them your name," said Eve, looking outside the window. "The building is in my late wife's name. We should be safe here for the moment." Setrakian was anxious to get downstairs to his basement armory, but the two doctors were still rattled. "They are coming after us," said Eve. "Clearing the way for infection," said Setrakian. "The strain will move faster through an orderly society than one on high alert." "They who?" said Nora. "Whoever had the influence to get that coffin loaded onto a transatlantic flight in this age of terrorism," said Setrakian. Eve said, pacing, "They're framing us, sending someone in there to steal Redfern's remains, who looked like us. As you said, you are the lead authority to sound the general alarm for disease control. Be thankful they only tried to discredit you." Nora said, "Without the CDC behind us, we have no authority." Setrakian said, "We must continue on our own now. This is disease control at its most elemental." Nora looked over at him. "You mean murder? What would you want? To become like that? Or to have someone release you?" Eve said, "It's still a polite euphemism for murder, and easier said than done. How many heads do we have to cut off? There are 3 of us here." Setrakian said, "There are ways other than severing the spinal column. Sunlight, for example, our most powerful ally." Eve's phone trembled inside his pocket. He pulled it out, wary, checking at the display. An Atlanta exchange, CDC headquarters. "Pete O'Connell," he said to Nora, and took the call. Nora turned to Setrakian. "So where are they all right now, during the day?" "Underground, cellars and sewers, the dark bowels of buildings, such as maintenance rooms, in the heating and cooling systems, in the walls sometimes, but usually in dirt. That is where they prefer to make their nests. So they sleep during the day, right? That would be most convenient, wouldn't it? A handful of coffins in a basement full of dozing vampires. But no, they don't sleep at all, not as we understand it. They will shut down for a while if they are sated. Too much blood digestion fatigues them, but never for long. They go underground during daylight hours, solely to escape the killing rays of the sun." Nora appeared quite pale and overwhelmed. like a little girl who'd been told that dead people do not in fact grow wings and fly straight up to heaven to be angels, but instead stay on earth and grow stingers under their tongues and turn into vampires. "That thing you said," she said, "before you cut them down, something in another language, like a pronouncement or a kind of curse." The old man winced. "Something I say only to calm myself, to steady my hand for the final blow." Nora waited to hear what it was. Setrakian saw that, for whatever reason, she needed to know. "I say, Strigoi, my sword sings of silver." Setrakian winced again, uncomfortable saying this now. "Sounds better in the old language." Nora saw that this old vampire killer was essentially a modest man. "Silver," she said. "Only silver," he said. "Renowned throughout the ages for its antiseptic and germicidal properties. You can cut them with steel or shoot them with lead, but only silver really hurts them." Eve had his free hand over his other ear, trying to hear Pete, who was driving in a car just outside Atlanta. Pete said, "What's going on up there?" "Well, what have you heard? That I'm not supposed to be talking to you, that you're in trouble, that you've gone off the reservation or some such? It's a mess here, Pete. I don't know what to tell you." "Well, I had a call anyway. I've been putting in time on the samples you sent me." Eve felt another stone fall into his gut. Dr. Peter O'Connell was one of the heads of the Unexplained Deaths Project at the CDC's National Center for Zoonotic, Vector-Borne, and Enteric Disease. UNEX was an interdisciplinary group made up of virologists, bacteriologists, epidemiologists, veterinarians, and clinicians from inside and outside the CDC. A great many naturally occurring deaths go unexplained in the United States each year, and a fraction of these, about 700 per annum, are referred to UNEX for further investigation. Of those 700, merely 15% are satisfactorily resolved, with samples from the rest being banked for possible future re-examination. Every UNEX researcher holds another position within the CDC, and Pete was the chief of infectious disease pathology, an expert on how and why a virus affects its host. Eve had forgotten sending him early biopsies and blood samples from Captain Redfern's preliminary examination. "It's a viral strain, Eve, no doubt about that. A remarkable bit of genetic acid. Pete, wait. Listen to me. The glycoprotein has amazing binding characteristics. I'm talking skeleton key. Astonishing. This little bugger doesn't merely hijack the host cell, tricking it into reproducing more copies of itself. No, it fuses to the RNA, melds with it, consumes it, yet somehow doesn't use it up. What it's doing is it's making a copy of itself mated with the host cell and taking only the parts it needs. I don't know what you're seeing with your patient, but theoretically, this thing could replicate and replicate and replicate, and many millions of generations later, and this thing is fast, it could reproduce its own organ structure. Systematically, it could change its host into what I don't know, but I sure would like to find out." "Pete," Eve's head was swimming. It made too much sense. The virus overwhelmed and transformed the cell, just as the vampire overwhelmed and transformed the victim. These vampires were viruses incarnate. Pete said, "I'd like to do the genetics on this one myself, really see what makes it tick. Pete, listen to me. I want you to destroy it." Eve heard Pete's windshield wipers working in silence. "What?" "Save your findings, hang on to those, but destroy that sample right away." More windshield wipers, metronomes of Pete's uncertainty. "Destroy the one I was working on, you mean? Because you know that we always bank some just in case." "Pete, I need you to drive straight to the lab and destroy that sample." Eve heard Pete's blinker, Pete pulling off the road to finish the conversation. "You know how careful we are with any potential pathogens. We're clean and we're safe, and we have a very strict laboratory protocol that I can't just break for your... I made a terrible mistake letting it out of New York City. I didn't know then what I know now. Exactly what kind of trouble are you in, Eve? Bleach it. If that doesn't work, use acid. Set it on fire if you have to. I don't care. I'll take full responsibility. It's not about responsibility, Eve. It's about good science. You need to be straight with me now. Someone said they saw something about you on the news." Eve had to end this. "Pete, do as I ask, and I promise I will explain everything to you when I can." He hung up. Setrakian and Nora had listened to the end of his conversation. Setrakian said, "You sent the virus somewhere else. He's going to destroy it. Pete'll err on the side of caution. I know him too well." Eve looked at the televisions for sale along the wall. "Something about you on the news. Any of these work?" They found one that did. It wasn't long before the story rolled around. They showed Eve's photograph from his CDC identification card, then a blurry snippet of his encounter with Redfern, and one of the two look-alikes carrying a body bag from the hospital room. It said that Dr. Ephraim Goodweather was being sought as a person of interest in the disappearance of the corpses of the Flight 753 airline passengers. Eve stood motionless. He thought of Kelly watching this, of Zach. "Those bastards," he hissed. Setrakian switched off the television. "The only good news about this is that they still consider you a threat. That means there is still time, still hope, a chance." Nora said, "You sound like you have a plan." "Not a plan, a strategy." Eve said, "Tell us." "Vampires have their own laws, both savage and ancient. One such commandment that endures is that a vampire cannot cross moving water, not without human assistance." Nora shook her head. "Why not?" "The reason, perhaps, lies in their very creation, so long ago. The lore has existed in every known culture on the planet, for all time. Mesopotamians, ancient Greeks and Egyptians, Hebrews and Romans. Old as I am not old enough to know, but the prohibition holds even today, giving us something of an advantage here. Do you know, what is New York City?" Nora got it right away. "An island. An archipelago. We are surrounded on all sides by water right now. The airline passengers, they went to morgues in all 5 boroughs." "No," said Nora, "only 4. Not Staten Island." "4, then. Queens and Brooklyn are both separated from the mainland by the East River and the Long Island Sound, respectively. The Bronx is the only borough connected to the United States." Eve said, "If only we could seal off the bridges. Set up fire lines north of the Bronx, east of Queens at Nassau." "Wishful thinking at this point," said Setrakian. "But can you see? We do not have to destroy every one of them individually. They are all of one mind, operating in a hive mentality, controlled by a single intelligence, who is very likely landlocked somewhere here in Manhattan." "The master," said Eve. "The one who came over in the belly of the airplane, the owner of the missing coffin." Nora said, "How do you know he's not back near the airport, if he can't cross the East River on his own?" Setrakian smiled flatly. "I feel very confident that he did not journey all the way to America to hide out in Queens." He opened the rear door, the steps leading to his basement armory. "What we have to do now is hunt him down." Liberty Street, the World Trade Center site. Vasily Fett, the exterminator with the New York City Bureau of Pest Control, stood at the construction fence above the great Bathtub Foundation at the site of the former World Trade Center complex. He had left his handcart in his van, parked over on West Street, in a Port Authority lot with the other construction vehicles. In one hand he carried rodenticide and light tunnel gear in a red and black Puma sport bag. In his other, he held his trusty length of rebar, found at a job site once, a 1-meter-long steel rod, perfect for probing rat burrows and pushing bait inside, and occasionally beating back aggressive or panicked vermin. He stood between the Jersey barriers and the construction fence at the corner of Church and Liberty, among the orange and white caution barrels along the wide pedestrian walkway. People walked past, striding toward the temporary subway entrance at the other end of the block. There was a sense of new hope in the air here, warm, like the abundant sunshine that blessed the destroyed part of the city. The new buildings were starting to go up now, after years of planning and excavation, and it was as though this terrible black bruise was finally starting to heal. Only Fett noticed the oily smears discoloring the vertical edges of the curb, the droppings around the parking barriers, the gnaw marks scoring the lid of the corner garbage can, telltale signs of surface rat presence. One of the sandhogs took him down the Hall Road and into the basin. He pulled up at the foot of the structure that would become the new underground WTC path station, with 5 tracks and 3 underground platforms. For now, the silver trains entered through daylight and open air as they made their way along the bottom of the bathtub toward the temporary platforms. Vasily stepped out of the pickup, down among the concrete footings, looking up 7 stories to the street above him. He was in the pit where the towers had fallen. It was enough to take his breath away. Vasily said, "This is a holy place." The sandhog had a bushy, gray-flecked mustache and wore a loose flannel shirt over a tucked-in flannel shirt, both heavy with soil and sweat, and blue jeans with muddy gloves tucked into the belt. His hard hat was covered with stickers. "I always thought so," he said. "Recently, I'm not so sure." Fett looked at him. "Because of the rats?" "There's that, sure. Gushing out of the tunnel the past few days like we struck rat oil. But that's fallen off now." He shook his head, looking at the slurry wall erected beneath Vesey Street, 70 sheer feet of concrete, studded with tiebacks. Fett said, "Then what?" The guy shrugged. "Sandhogs are a proud lot. They built New York City, its subways and sewers, every tunnel, pier, skyscraper, and bridge foundation. Every glass of clean water comes out of the tap thanks to a sandhog. A family job, different generations working together on the same sites. Dirty work done right." So the guy was reluctant to sound reluctant. "Everyone's in kind of a funk. We had 2 guys walk off, disappear. Clocked in for a shift, went down into the tunnels, but never clocked out. We're 24/7 here, but nobody wants night shifts anymore. Nobody wants to be underground. And these are young guys, my daredevils." Fett looked ahead to the tunnel openings where the subterranean structures would be joined beneath Church Street. "So, no new construction these past few days? Breaking new ground?" "Not since we got the basin hollowed out." "And all this started with the rats?" "Around then. Something's come over this place just in the past few days." The sandhog shrugged, shaking it off. He had a plain white hard hat for Vasily. "And I thought I had a dirty job. What makes someone want to become a rat catcher anyway?" Vasily put on the hat, feeling the wind change near the mouth of the underground passage. "I guess I'm addicted to the glamour." The sandhog looked at Vasily's boots, his puma bag, the steel rod. "Done this before? Gotta go where the vermin are. There's a lot of city under this city. Tell me about it. You got a flashlight, I hope. Some breadcrumbs?" "I think I'm good." Vasily shook the sandhog's hand and started inside. The tunnel was clean at first, where it had been shored up. He followed it out of the sunlight, yellow lights strung every 10 or so yards, marking his way. He was under where the original concourse had been located. This big burrow would, when all was said and done, connect the new PATH station to the transportation hub located between towers 2 and 3, a half block away. Other feed tunnels connected to city water, power, and sewer. Deeper in, he couldn't help but notice fine powdery dust still coating the walls of the original tunnel. This was a hallowed place, still very much a graveyard, where bodies and buildings were pulverized, reduced to atoms. He saw burrows, he saw tracks and scat, but no rats. He picked away at the burrows with his rod and listened. He heard nothing. The strung-up work lights ended at a turn, a deep, velvety blackness lying ahead. Vasily carried a 1,000,000-candle-power spot lamp in his bag, a big yellow Garrity with a bullhorn grip, as well as 2 backup mini-mag lights. But artificial light in a dark enclosure wiped out one's night vision altogether, and for rat hunting, he liked to stay dark and quiet. He pulled out a night vision monocular instead, a handheld unit with a strap that attached nicely to his hard hat, coming down over his left eye. Closing his right eye, turned the tunnel green. Rat vision, he called it, their beady eyes glowing in the scope. Nothing. Despite all the evidence to the contrary, the rats were gone, driven off. That stumped him. It took a lot to displace rats. Even once you removed their food source, it could be weeks before seeing a change, not days. The tunnel was joined by older passages, Vasily coming across filth-covered rail tracks, unused for many years. The quality of the ground soil had changed, and he could tell by its very texture that he had crossed over from New Manhattan, the landfill that had been brought in to build up Battery Park out of sludge, into Old Manhattan, the original dry island bedrock. He stopped at a junction to make certain he had his bearings. As he looked down the length of the crossing tunnel, he saw in his rat vision a pair of eyes. They glowed back at him like rat eyes, but bigger and high off the ground. The eyes were gone in a flash, turning out of sight. "Hey!" yelled Vasily, his call echoing. "Hey, up there!" After a moment a voice answered him, echoing back off the walls. "Who goes there?" Vasily detected a note of fear in the voice. A flashlight appeared, its source down at the end of the tunnel, well beyond where Vasily had seen the eyes. He flipped up the monocular just in time, saving his retina. He identified himself, pulling out a little mag light to shine back as a signal, then moved forward. At the point where he estimated seeing the eyes, the old access tunnel ran up alongside another tunnel track that appeared to be in use. The monocular showed him nothing, no glowing eyes, so he continued around the bend to the next junction. He found 3 sandhogs there, in goggles and sticker-covered hard hats, wearing flannels, jeans, and boots. A sump pump was running, channeling out a leak. The halogen bulbs of their high-powered work-light tripods lit up the new tunnel like a space creature movie. They stood close together, tense, until they could fully see Vasily. "Did I just see one of you back there?" he asked. The 3 guys looked at one another. "What did you see?" "Thought I saw someone." He pointed. "Cutting across the track." The 3 sandhogs looked at one another again, then 2 of them started packing up. The third one said, "You the guy looking for rats?" "Yeah." The sandhog shook his head. "No more rats here. I don't mean to contradict you, but that's almost impossible. How come? Could be they got more sense than us." Vasily looked down the lit tunnel in the direction of the sump hose. "The subway exit down there?" "That's the way out." Vasily pointed in the opposite direction. "What's this way?" The sandhog said, "You don't want to go that way." "Why not?" "Look, forget about rats. Follow us out. We're done here." Water was still trickling into the trough-like puddle. Vasily said, "I'll be right along." The guy dead-eyed him. "Suit yourself," he said, switching off a tripod lamp and then hoisting a pack onto his back, starting after the others. Vasily watched them go, lights playing far down the tunnel, darkening along a gradual turn. He heard the screeching of subway car wheels, near enough to concern him. He went on, crossing to the newer track, waiting for his eyes to acclimate themselves to the darkness again. He switched on his monocular, everything going subterranean green. The echoing of his footfalls changed as the tunnel broadened to a trash-strewn exchange near a convergence of tracks. Rivet-studded steel beams stood at regular intervals, like pillars in an industrial ballroom. An abandoned maintenance shack stood to Vasily's right, defaced by vandalism. The shack's crumbling brick walls featuring some artless graffiti tags around a depiction of the Twin Towers in flames. One was labeled Saddam, the other Gamira. On an old support, an ancient track sign had once warned workers, "Warning, look out for trains." It had since been defaced, the T and the N in trains blotted out, and electric tape stuck atop the I to turn it into a T, so that it now read, "Warning, look out for rats." Indeed, this godforsaken place should have been Rat Central. He decided to go to black light. He pulled a small wand from his Puma bag and switched it on, the bulb burning cool blue in the dark. Rodent urine fluoresces under black light, due to its bacterial content. He ran it over the ground near the supports, a moon-like landscape of dry trash and filth. He noticed some duller, older, piddling stains, but nothing fresh. Not until he waved it near a rusted oil barrel lying on its side. The barrel and the floor beneath it lit up bigger and brighter than any rat piss he had ever seen. A huge splash. Factored out from what he normally found, this trace would indicate a 6-foot rat. It was the recent bodily waste of some larger animal, possibly a man. The drip-dripping of water over the old track echoed down the breezy tunnels. He sensed rustling, some distant movement, or else maybe this place was getting to him. He put away the black light and scanned the area with his monocular. Behind one of the steel supports, he again saw a pair of shining eyes reflecting back at him, then turning away and vanishing. He couldn't tell how near. Given his one-eyed view scope and the geometrical pattern of the identical beams, his depth perception was shot. He did not call out a hello this time. He did not say anything, but gripped his rebar a bit more tightly. The homeless, when you encountered them, were rarely combative, but this felt like something different. Put it down to an exterminator's sixth sense, the way he could sniff out rat infestations. Vasily suddenly felt outnumbered. He pulled out his bright bullhorn spot lamp and scanned the chamber. Before retreating, he reached back into his bag, broke open the cardboard spout on a box of tracking powder, and shook out a fair amount of rodenticide over the area. Tracking powder worked more slowly than pure edible bait, but also more surely. It had the added advantage of showing the intruder's tracks, making follow-up nest baiting easier. Vasily hastily emptied 3 cartons, then turned with his lamp and made his way back through the tunnels. He came across active tracks with the boxed-over third rail and then the sump pump, and followed the long hose. At one point, he felt the tunnel wind change and turned to see the curve brightening behind him. He quickly stepped back into a wall recess, bracing himself, the roar deafening. The train squealed past, and Vasily glimpsed commuters in the windows before shielding his eyes from the smoky swirl of grit and dust. It passed, and he followed the tracks until he reached a lighted platform. He surfaced with bag and rod, pulling himself up off the track onto the mostly empty platform, next to a sign that read, "If you see something, say something." Nobody did. He walked up the mezzanine stairs and moved through the turnstiles, resurfacing on the street into the warming sun. He moved to a nearby fence and found himself back above the World Trade Center construction site. He lit a cheroot with his blue flame butane Zippo and sucked in the poison, chasing the fear he'd felt under the streets. He walked back across the street to the World Trade Center site, coming upon 2 handmade flyers stapled to the fence. They were scanned color photographs of 2 sandhogs, one with his helmet still on and dirt on his face. The blue heading over both photographs read, "Missing." Final interlude. The ruins. In the intervening days after the fall of Treblinka, most of the escapees were tracked down and executed. Yet Setrakian managed to survive in the woods, remaining within range of the stench of the death camp. He gobbled up roots and whatever small prey he could catch with his broken hands, while from the bodies of other corpses he scavenged an imperfect wardrobe and raggedy, mismatched shoes. He avoided the search patrols and the barking dogs by day, while at night he searched. He had heard of the Roman ruins through camp hearsay from native Poles. It took him almost a week of roaming, until late one afternoon, in the dying light of dusk, he found himself at the mossy steps at the top of the ancient rubble. Most of what remained was underground, with only a few overgrown stones visible from the outside. A large pillar still stood at the top of the mound of stones. He could make out a few letters, but they faded so long ago that it was impossible to discern any meaning. It was also impossible to stand there at the dark mouth of these catacombs and not shudder. Abraham was certain. Down there was the lair of Sardieu. He knew. Fear overcame him, and he felt the burning hole growing in his chest. But purpose was stronger in his heart, because he knew that it was his calling to find that thing, that hungry thing, and kill it. Make it cease. The camp rebellion had scuttled his killing plan, after weeks and months of procuring raw white oak for shaping, but not his need for vengeance. Of everything that was wrong in the world, this was the thing he could do right, that could give his existence meaning, and now he was about to do it. Using a broken rock, he had fashioned a crude new stake, chosen from the hardest branch he could find, not pure white oak, but it would have to do. He did this with mangled fingers, further ruining his aching hands for all time. His footsteps echoed in the stone chamber that formed the catacomb. Its ceiling was quite low, surprising given the thing's unnatural height, and roots had upset the stones that precariously held the structure together. The first chamber led to a second, and amazingly, a third, each one smaller than the other. Setrakian had nothing with which to light his way, but the crumbling structure allowed for faint columns of late-day light to seep through the darkness. He moved cautiously through the chambers, pulse racing, stricken at the threshold of murder. His crude wooden stake seemed wholly inadequate as a weapon to fight with in the dark with the hungry thing, especially with broken hands. What was he doing? How would he kill this monster? As he entered the last chamber, an acid pang of surging fear burned his throat. For the rest of his life, he would be afflicted by acid reflux. The room was vacant, but there, at its center, Setrakian, the woodworker, saw clearly in the dirt floor, as though inscribed there, the outline marking of a coffin. A huge box, 2.5 yards by 1.25 yards, and one that could only have been removed from this lair by the hands of a thing with a monstrous will. Then, from behind him, he heard the scratch of footsteps along the stony floor. Setrakian whirled with the wooden stake outstretched, trapped within the thing's innermost chamber. The beast had come home to nest, only to find prey lurking in its sleeping place. The faintest shadow preceded it, but the footfalls were light and dragging. It was not the thing who appeared at the stone turn to menace Setrakian, but a man of normal human size, a German officer, his uniform tattered and soiled. Its eyes were crimson and watery, brimming with a hunger that had grown into pure manic pain. Setrakian recognized him. Dieter Zimmer, a young officer not much older than he, a true sadist, a barracks officer who bragged of polishing his boots every night in order to scrub away the crust of Jewish blood. Now it longed for it, for Setrakian's blood, any blood, to gorge itself. Setrakian would not be taken here. He was outside the camp walls now, and so resolved that he had not endured such hell only to fall here, to succumb to the unholy might of this cursed Nazi thing. He ran at it with the point of his stake, but the thing was faster than anticipated, grasping the wooden weapon and wrenching it from Setrakian's useless hands, snapping the radius and the ulna in Setrakian's forearm. He cast the stick aside, and it clacked against a stone wall and fell to the dirt. The thing started for Setrakian, wheezing with excitement. He backed up until he realized he was in the center of a rectangular coffin impression. Then, with unexplained strength, he ran at the thing, forcing it hard against the wall. Dirt crumbled out from around the exposed stones, falling like wisps of smoke. The thing tried to grab for his head, but Setrakian again lunged at him, shoving his broken arm up under the demon's chin, forcing its sneering face upward so that it could not sting him and drink. The thing improved its leverage and flung Setrakian aside. He landed next to his stake. He gripped it, but the thing stood, smiling, ready to take it away again. Setrakian jabbed it beneath the supporting wall stones instead. He wedged it beneath a loose stone and used his legs to pry out the stone, just as the thing's mouth began to open. Stones gave way, the side wall of the chamber entrance collapsing as Setrakian crawled away. The roar was loud but brief, the chamber filling with dust, smothering the remaining light. Setrakian crawled blindly over the stones, and a hand grabbed him, its grip strong. The dust parted, enough for Setrakian to see that a large stone had crushed the thing's head from crown to jaw, and yet it was still functioning. Its dark heart, or whatever it was, still throbbed hungrily. Setrakian kicked at its arm until he escaped the thing's grip, and in doing so dislodged the stone. The top half of the head was split, the skull slightly cracked, like a soft-boiled egg. Setrakian grabbed a leg and dragged the body with his one good arm. He hauled it back to the surface and out of the ruins, into the very last vestiges of daylight, filtering in through the tree cover. The dusk was orange and dim, but it was enough. The thing writhed in pain as it quickly cooked, settling into the ground. Setrakian raised his face to the dying sun and let loose an animal howl. An unwise act as he was still on the run from the fallen camp, an outpouring of his anguished soul, from the slaughter of his family, to the terrors of his captivity, to the new horrors he had found, and finally, to the God who had abandoned him and his people. Next time he met one of these creatures, he would have the proper tools at his disposal. He would give himself better than a fighting chance. He knew then, as surely as he was still alive, that he would follow the tracks of that vanished coffin for years to come, for decades if necessary. It was this certainty that gave him a newfound direction and sent him forward in the quest that would occupy him for the rest of his life. Replication. Jamaica Hospital Medical Center. Eve and Nora swept their badges through security and got Setrakian through the emergency room entrance without attracting any undue attention. On the stairs going up to the isolation ward, Setrakian said, "This is unreasonably risky." Eve said, "This man, Jim Kent, he and Nora and I have worked side by side for a year now. We can't just abandon him. He is turned. What can you do for him?" Eve slowed. Setrakian was huffing and puffing behind them and appreciated the stop, leaning on his walking stick. Eve looked at Nora, and they were agreed. "I can release him," said Eve. They exited the stairway and eyed the isolation ward entrance down the hallway. "No police," Nora said. Setrakian was looking around. He was not so sure. "There's Sylvia," said Eve, noticing Jim's fizzy-haired girlfriend sitting in a folding chair near the ward entrance. Nora nodded to herself, ready. "Okay," she said. She went to Sylvia alone, who rose out of her chair when she saw her coming. "Nora, how's Jim?" "They haven't told me anything." Sylvia looked past her. "Eve isn't with you?" Nora shook her head. "He went away." "It isn't true what they say, is it?" "Never." "You look worn out. Let's get you something to eat." While Nora was asking for directions to the cafeteria, distracting the nurses, Eve and Setrakian slipped inside the doors to the isolation ward. Eve passed the glove and gown station like a reluctant assassin, moving through layers of plastic to Jim's bay. His bed was empty. Jim was gone. Eve quickly checked the other bays. All vacant. "They must have moved him," said Eve. Setrakian said, "His lady friend would not be outside if she knew he was gone." "Then they have taken him." Eve stared at the empty bed. "They? Come," said Setrakian. "This is very dangerous. We have no time." "Wait." He went to the bedside table, seeing Jim's earpiece hanging from the drawer below. He found Jim's phone and checked to make sure that it was charged. He pulled out his own phone and realized it was like a homing device now. The FBI could close in on his location through GPS. He dropped his phone into the drawer, swapping it for Jim's. "Doctor," said Setrakian, growing impatient. "Please call me Eve," he said, slipping Jim's phone into his pocket on the way out. "I don't feel much like a doctor these days." West Side Highway, Manhattan. Gus Elizalde sat in the back of the NYPD prisoner transport van, his hands cuffed around a steel bar behind him. Felix sat diagonally across from him, head down, rocking with emotion, growing paler by the minute. They had to be on the West Side Highway to be moving this fast in Manhattan. 2 other prisoners sat with them, one across from Gus, one to his left, across from Felix, both asleep. The stupid can sleep through anything. Gus smelled cigarette smoke from the cab of the windowless van, through the closed partition. It had been near dusk when they were loaded in. Gus kept his eye on Felix, sagging forward off the handcuff bar, thinking about what the old pawnbroker had said, and waiting. He didn't have to wait long. Felix's head started to buck, then turned to the side. At once he sat erect and surveyed his surroundings. Felix looked at Gus, stared at him, but nothing in Felix's eyes showed Gus that his lifelong compadre recognized him. A darkness in his eyes. A void. A blaring car horn woke up the dude next to Gus then, startling him awake. "Shit," said the guy, rattling his cuffs behind him. "Fuck we headed?" Gus didn't answer. The dude was looking across at Felix, who was looking at him. He kicked Felix's foot. "I said, where the fuck we headed, Junior?" Felix looked at him for an instant with a vacant, almost idiotic stare. His mouth opened as though to answer, and the stinger shot out, piercing the helpless guy's throat. Right across the entire width of the van, and the dude couldn't do anything about it except stomp and kick. Gus started to do the same, trapped as he was, in back there with the former Felix, yelling and rattling and waking up the prisoner across from him. They all yelled and screamed and stomped as the dude next to Gus went limp, Felix's stinger flushing from translucent to blood red. The partition opened between the prisoner area and the front cab. A head with a cop hat on it twisted around from the passenger's seat. "Shut the fuck up back there, or else I will—" He saw Felix drinking the other prisoner, saw the engorging appendage reaching across the van, the first messy feeding, Felix disengaging and his stinger coming back into his mouth, blood spilling out of the dude's neck and dribbling down Felix's front. The passenger cop yelped and turned away. "What is it?" yelled the driver, trying to get a look in the back. Felix's stinger shot out through the partition, latching onto the van driver's throat. Screaming rang from the cab as the van lurched, out of control. Gus grabbed the handcuff rail with his fingers just in time to keep his hands from being broken at the wrists, and the van veered right and then left hard before crashing on its side. The van scraped along until it hit a guardrail, bouncing off, spinning to a stop. Gus was on his side, the prisoner across from him now dangling from broken arms, yelping in pain and fear. Felix's bar latch had broken, his stinger hanging down and twitching like a live electrical cable dripping human blood. His dead eyes came up and looked at Gus. Gus found his pole broken and slid his manacles fast along its length, kicking at the crumbled door until it opened. He tumbled out fast, onto the side of the road, ears roaring as though a bomb had exploded. His hands were still cuffed behind him. Headlights went past, cars slowing to inspect the wreckage. Gus rolled away fast, quickly bringing his wrists underneath his feet, getting his hands in front of him. He eyed the busted-open cargo door of the van, waiting for Felix to climb out after him. Then Gus heard a scream. He looked around for some kind of weapon and had to settle for a dented hubcap. He went up with it, edging to the open door of the tipped-over van. There was Felix, drinking the wide-eyed prisoner still strung up on the handcuff bar. Gus swore, sickened by the sight. Felix disengaged and, without any hesitation, shot his stinger at Gus's neck. Gus just got the hubcap up in time, deflecting the blow before spinning away, out of sight of the rear of the van. Again, Felix did not follow him. Gus stood there for a moment, regaining his senses, wondering why, and then noticed the sun. It was floating between two buildings across the Hudson, blood red and almost gone, sinking fast. Felix was hiding in the van, waiting for sundown. In 3 minutes, he was going to be free. Gus looked around wildly. He saw broken windshield glass on the road, but that wouldn't do it. He climbed up the chassis of the van, onto the side that was the top now. He scooted over to the driver's side door and kicked at the hinge of the side mirror. It cracked off, and he was pulling at the wires to get it free when the cop inside yelled at him. "Hold it!" Gus looked at him, the driver cop, bleeding from the neck, holding on the top handle of the roof, his gun out. Then Gus pulled the mirror free with one hard yank and jumped back down onto the road. The sun was melting away like a punctured egg yolk. Gus went to figure out the angle, holding the mirror over his head to catch its last rays. He saw the reflection shimmer on the ground. It looked vague, too dim to do anything. So he cracked the planar glass with his knuckles, breaking it up but keeping the pieces adhered to the mirror backing. He tried it again, and the reflected rays now had some distinction. "I said hold it." The cop came down from the van with his gun still out. His free hand was holding his neck where Felix had gotten him, his ears bleeding from the impact. He came around and looked in the van. Felix was crouched inside, handcuffs dangling from one hand. The other hand was gone, severed at the wrist by the cuffs at the force of the impact. Its absence didn't seem to bother him, nor did the white blood spilling from the open stump. Felix smiled, and the cop opened up on him. Rounds pierced Felix's chest and legs, ripping away flesh and chips of bone. 7, 8 shots, and Felix fell backward. 2 more shots into his body. The cop lowered the gun, and then Felix sat upright, still smiling. Still thirsty. Forever thirsty. Gus shoved the cop aside then, and held up his mirror. The last vestiges of the dying orange sun were just poking over the building across the river. Gus called Felix's name one last time, as though saying his name would snap him out of it, would miraculously bring Felix back. But Felix was no longer Felix. He was a vampire motherfucker. Gus reminded himself of this as he angled the mirror so that the blazing orange shafts of reflected sunlight shot into the overturned van. Felix's dead eyes went to horror as the beams of sun shot through him. They impaled him with the force of lasers, burning holes and igniting his flesh. An animal howl arose from deep inside him, like the cry of a man shattered at the atomic level as the rays ravaged his body. The sound etched itself into Gus's mind, but he kept working the reflection around until all that was left of Felix was a charred mass of smoking ash. The light rays faded, and Gus lowered his arm. He looked across the river. Night. Gus felt like crying. All kinds of anguish and pain mixed together in his heart, and his pain was turning into rage. Fuel was pooled beneath the van, almost at his feet. Gus went to the cop, who was still staring from the roadside at what had happened. He rifled through his pockets, finding a Zippo lighter. Gus popped the top and scratched the wheel, and the flame jumped up dutifully. Lo siento, mano. He touched off the fuel spill, and the van went up with a boom, knocking back both Gus and the cop. Chingado, he stung you, Gus said to the cop, who still held his neck. You'll become one of them now. He took the cop's gun and pointed it at him. Now the sirens were coming. The cop looked up at Gus, and then a second later his head was gone. Gus kept the smoking gun aimed at the body until he was off the side of the highway. Then he tossed away the gun and thought about the handcuff keys, but too late. Flashing lights were approaching. He turned and ran off the side of the highway into the new night. Kelton Street, Woodside, Queens. Kelly was still in her teaching clothes, a dark tank shirt beneath a soft wraparound top and a long, straight skirt. Zach was up in his room, supposedly doing his homework, and Matt was home having only worked a half day because he had to store inventory that night. This news about Eve on the television had Kelly horrified, and now she couldn't get him on his cell phone. He finally did it, said Matt, the tails of his denim Sears shirt pulled out for the time being. He finally cracked. Matt, said Kelly, only half scolding. But had Eve cracked? And what did this mean for her? Delusions of grandeur. The big virus hunter, said Matt. He's like those firefighters who set blazes in order to be the hero. Matt sank deeply into his easy chair. Wouldn't surprise me if he was doing all this for you. Me? The attention, or whatnot. Look at me, I'm important. She shook her head fast, as if he was wasting her time. Sometimes it confounded her that Matt could be so wrong about people. The doorbell rang, and Kelly stopped her pacing. Matt sprung up from his chair, but Kelly was at the door first. It was Eve, with Nora Martinez behind him, and an old man in a long tweed coat behind her. "What are you doing here?" said Kelly, looking up and down the street. Eve pushed inside. "I'm here to see Zach, to explain. He doesn't know." Eve looked around, completely ignoring Matt, who was standing right there. "Is he upstairs doing homework on his laptop?" "Yes," said Kelly. "If he has internet access, then he knows." Eve went to the stairs, taking the steps two at a time, leaving Nora there at the door with Kelly. Nora exhaled, soaking in awkwardness. "Sorry," she said, "barging in on you like this." Kelly shook her head gently, looking her over with just a hint of appraisal. She knew that there was something going on between Nora and Eve. For Nora, Kelly Goodweather's house was the last place she wanted to be. Kelly then turned her attention to the old man with the wolf-head walking stick. "What is going on?" "The ex-Mrs. Goodweather, I presume." Setrakian offered his hand with the courtly manners of a lost generation. "Abraham Setrakian. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." "The same," said Kelly, taken aback, casting an uncertain glance at Matt. Nora said, "He needed to see you guys, to explain." Matt said, "Doesn't this little visit make us criminal accomplices to something?" Kelly had to counter Matt's rudeness. "Would you like a drink?" she asked Setrakian. "Some water?" Matt said, Jesus, we could both get 20 years for that glass of water. Eve sat on the edge of Zach's bed, Zach at his desk with his laptop open. Eve said, I'm caught up in something I don't really understand, but I wanted you to hear it from me. None of it is true, except for the fact that there are people after me. Zach said, won't they come here looking for you? Maybe. Zach looked down, troubled, working through it. You got to get rid of your phone. Eve smiled. Already did. He clasped his conspiratorial son on his shoulder. He saw, next to the boy's laptop, the video recorder Eve had bought him for Christmas. You still working on that movie with your friends? We're kind of in the editing stage. Eve picked it up, the camera small and light enough to fit into his pocket. Think I could borrow this for a little while? Zach nodded slowly. Is it the eclipse, Dad, turning people into zombies? Eve reacted with surprise, realizing the truth was not much more plausible than that. He tried to see this thing from the point of view of a very perceptive and occasionally sensitive 11-year-old, and it drew something up in him from a deep reservoir of feeling. He stood and hugged his boy, an odd moment, fragile and beautiful, between a father and son. Eve felt it with absolute clarity. He ruffled the boy's hair, and there was nothing more to be said. Kelly and Matt were having a whispered conversation in the kitchen, leaving Nora and Setrakian alone in the glassed-in sunroom off the back of the house. Setrakian stood with his hands in his pockets, looking out at the glowing sky of early night, the third since the landing of the accursed airplane, his back to her. A clock on the shelf went tick, tick, tick. Setrakian heard pick, pick, pick. Nora sensed his impatience. She said, He's got a lot of issues with his family since the divorce. Setrakian moved his fingers into the small pocket on his vest, checking on his pillbox. The pocket was near his heart, as there were circulatory benefits to be gleaned just from placing nitroglycerin close to his aged pump. It beat steadily, if not robustly. How many more beats did he have in him? Enough, he hoped, to get the job done. I have no children, he said. My wife, Anna, gone 17 years now, and I were not so blessed. You would assume that the ache for children fades over time, but in fact, it deepens with age. I had much to teach, yet no student. Nora looked at his walking stick, stood up against the wall near her chair. How did you first come to this? When did I discover their existence, you mean? And devote yourself to this, over all these years? He was silent for a moment, summoning the memory. I was a young man then. During World War II, I found myself interred in occupied Poland, very much against my own wishes. A small camp northeast of Warsaw named Treblinka. Nora shared the old man's stillness. A concentration camp. Extermination camp. These are brutal creatures, my dear. More brutal than any predator one could ever have the misfortune of encountering in this world. Rank opportunists who prey on the young and the infirm. In the camp, myself and my fellow prisoners were a meager feast set unknowingly before him. Him? The master. The way he said the word chilled Nora. He was German? A Nazi? No. He has no affiliation. He is loyal to no one and nothing, belonging not to one country or another. He roams where he likes. He feeds where there is food. The camp to him was like a fire sale. Easy prey. But you survived. Couldn't you have told someone? Who would have believed an emaciated man's ravings? It took me weeks to accept what you are processing now, and I was a witness to this atrocity. It is more than the mind will accept. I chose not to be judged insane. His food source interrupted. The master simply moved on. But I made a pledge to myself in that camp, one I have never forgotten. I tracked the master for many years, across Central Europe and the Balkans, through Russia, Central Asia, for 3 decades, close on his heels at times, but never close enough. I became a professor at the University of Vienna. I studied the lore. I began to amass books and weapons and tools, all the while preparing myself to meet him again, an opportunity I have waited more than 6 decades for. But then, who is he? He has had many forms. Currently, he has taken the body of a Polish nobleman, named Yusef Sardiu, who went missing during a hunting expedition in the north country of Romania in the spring of 1873. 1873. Sardiu was a giant. At the time of the expedition, he already stood nearly 7 feet tall, so tall that his muscles could not support his long, heavy bones. It was said that his pants pockets were the size of turnip sacks. For support, he had to lean heavily on a walking stick, whose handle bore the family heraldic symbol. Nora looked over again at Setrakian's oversized walking stick, its silver handle. Her eyes widened. A wolf's head? The remains of the other Sardiu men were found many years later, along with young Yusef's journal. His account detailed their stalking of their hunting party by some unknown predator, who abducted and killed them one by one. The final entry indicated that Yusef had discovered the dead bodies inside the opening of an underground cave. He buried them before returning to the cave to face the beast, to avenge his family. She could not take her eyes off the wolf's head grip. However did you get it? I tracked this walking stick to a private dealer in Antwerp in the summer of 1967. Sardiu eventually returned to his family's estate in Poland many weeks later, though alone and much changed. He carried his cane but no longer leaned on it, and in time ceased carrying it altogether. Not only had he apparently been cured of the pain of his gigantism, he was now rumored to possess great strength. Villagers soon began to go missing. The town was said to be cursed, and eventually it died away. The house of Sardiu fell into ruin, and the young master was never seen again. Nora sized up the walking stick. At 15 he was that tall? And still growing. The coffin, it was at least 8 by 4. Setrakian nodded solemnly. I know. She nodded, then she said, Wait, how do you know? I saw once, at least, the marks it left in the dirt, a long time ago. Kelly and Eve stood across from each other in the modest kitchen. Her hair was lighter and shorter, more businesslike now, maybe more mom-like. She gripped the edge of the countertop, and he noticed little paper cuts on her knuckles, a hazard of the classroom. She had gotten him an unopened pint of milk from the fridge. You still keep whole milk, he said. Z likes it, wants to be like his father. Eve drank some, and the milk cooled him, but didn't give him that usual calming sensation. He saw Matt lurking on the other side of the pass-through, sitting in a chair, pretending not to look their way. He is so much like you, she said. She was referring to Zach. I know, said Eve. The older he gets, obsessive, stubborn, demanding, brilliant. Tough to take in an 11-year-old. Her face broke into a broad smile. I'm cursed for life, I guess. Eve smiled also. It felt strange. Exercise his face hadn't gotten in days. Look, he said, I don't have much time. I want things to be good, or at least to be okay between us. The custody thing, that whole mess, I know it did a job on us. I'm glad it's over. I didn't come here to make a speech. Now seems like a good time to clear the air. Kelly was stunned, searching for words. Eve said, You don't have to say anything. No, she said, I want to. I am sorry. You'll never know just how sorry I am. Sorry that everything has to be this way. Truly. I know you never wanted this. I know you wanted us to stay together, just for Z's sake. Of course. You see, I couldn't do that. I couldn't. You were sucking the life out of me, Eve. And the other part of it was, I wanted to hurt you. I did. I admit it. And that was the only way I knew I could. He exhaled deeply. She was finally admitting to something he'd always known, but there was no victory for him in that. I need Zach, you know that. He's it. I think without him there would be no me. Unhealthy or not, that's just the way it is. He's everything to me, as you once were. She paused to let that sink in for both of them. Without him I would be lost. She gave up on her rambling. Eve said, You'd be like me. That froze her. They stood there, looking at each other. Look, Eve said, I'll take some blame. For us, for you and me. I know I'm not the whatever, the easiest guy in the world, the ideal husband. I went through my thing. And Matt, I know I've said some things in the past. You once called him my consolation life. Eve winced. You know what, maybe if I managed a Sears, if I had a job that was just that, a job, and not another marriage entirely, maybe you wouldn't have felt so left out, so cheated, so second place. They were quiet for a bit then, Eve realizing how bigger issues tended to crowd out the little ones, how true strife caused personal problems to be set aside with alacrity. Kelly said, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say we should have had this talk years ago. We should have, he agreed, but we couldn't. It wouldn't have worked. We had to go through all this shit first. Believe me, I'd have paid any amount not to have gone through 1 second of it. But here we are, like old acquaintances. Life doesn't go at all the way you think it will. Eve nodded. After what my parents went through, what they put me through, I always told myself, never, 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 never. I know. He folded in the spout on the milk carton. So forget who did what. What we need to do now is make it up to him. We do. Kelly nodded. Eve nodded. He swirled the milk around in the carton, feeling the coldness brush up against his palm. Christ, what a day, he said. He thought again about the little girl in Freiburg, the one who had been holding hands with her mother on Flight 753, the one who was Zach's age. You know how you always told me if something hit, some biological threat, that if I didn't let you know first, you'd divorce me? Well, too late for that. She came forward, reading his face. I know you're in trouble. This isn't about me. I just want you to listen, okay, and not flip out. There is a virus moving through the city. It's something extraordinary, easily the worst thing I've ever seen. The worst? She blanched. Is it SARS? Eve almost smiled at the grand absurdity of it all, the insanity. What I want you to do is take Zach and get out of the city. Matt, too, as soon as possible. Tonight, right now, and as far away as you can possibly go. Away from populated areas, I mean. Your parents, I know how you feel about taking things from them, but they have that place up in Vermont still, right? On top of that hill? What are you saying? Go there. For a few days, at least. Watch the news, wait for my call. Wait, she said. I'm the head for the Hills paranoiac, not you. But what about my classroom? Zach's school? She squinted. Why won't you tell me what it is? Because then you would not go. Just trust me and go, he said. Go and hope we can turn it back somehow, and this all passes quickly. Hope? She said. Now you're really scaring me. What if you can't turn it back? And what if something happens to you? He couldn't stand there with her and address his own doubts. Kelly, I gotta go. He tried to walk out, but she grabbed his arm, checking his eyes to see if it was okay, then put her arms around him. What started as just a make-up hug turned into something more, and by the end of it, she was gripping him tightly. I'm sorry, she whispered into his ear, then left a kiss on the bristly side of his unshaven neck. Vestry Street, Tribeca. Eldridge Palmer sat waiting on an uncushioned chair on the rooftop patio, bathed in night. The only direct light was that of an outdoor gas lamp burning in the corner. The terrace was on the top of the lower of two adjoining buildings. The floor was made of square clay tiles, aged and blanched by the elements. One low step preceded a high brick wall at the northern end, with two door-sized archways hung with ironwork. Fluted terracotta tiling topped the wall and the overhangs on each side. To the left, through wider decorative archways, were oversized doorways to the residence. Behind Palmer, centered before the southern white cement wall, was a headless statue of a woman in swirling robes, her shoulders and arms darkly weathered. Ivy slithered up the stone base. Though a few taller buildings were visible both north and east, the patio was reasonably private, as concealed a rooftop as one might hope to find in lower Manhattan. Palmer sat listening to the sounds of the city rising off the streets, sounds that would end so soon. If only they knew this down there, they would embrace this night. Every mundanity of life grows infinitely more precious in the face of impending death. Palmer knew this intimately. A sickly child, he had struggled with his health all his life. Some mornings he had awakened amazed to see another dawn. Most people didn't know what it was to mark existence one sunrise at a time, what it was like to depend on machines for one's survival. Good health was the birthright of most, and life a series of days to be tripped through. They had never known the nearness of death, the intimacy of ultimate darkness. Soon Eldridge Palmer would know their bliss. An endless menu of days stretched out before him. Soon he would know what it was not to worry about tomorrow, or tomorrow's tomorrow. A breeze fluttered the patio trees and rustled through some of the plantings. Palmer, seated facing the taller residents at an angle next to a small smoking table, heard a rustling, a rippling, like the hem of a garment on the floor. A black garment. "I thought you wanted no contact until after the first week." The voice, at once both familiar and monstrous, sent a dark thrill racing up Palmer's crooked back. If Palmer hadn't purposely been facing away from the main part of the patio, both out of respect as well as sheer human aversion, he would have seen that the master's mouth never moved. No voice went out into the night. The master spoke directly into your mind. Palmer felt the presence high above his shoulder and kept his gaze trained on the arched doors to the residence. "Welcome to New York." This came out as more of a gasp than he would have liked. Nothing can unman you like an unman. When the master said nothing, Palmer tried to reassert himself. "I have to say, I disapprove of this Bolivar. I don't know why you should have selected him. Who he is matters not to me." Palmer saw instantly that he was right. So what if Bolivar had been a makeup-wearing rock star? Palmer was thinking like a human, he supposed. "Why did you leave 4 conscious? It has created many problems." "Do you question me?" Palmer swallowed. A kingmaker in this life, subordinate to no man, the feeling of abject servility was as foreign to him as it was overwhelming. "Someone is on to you," Palmer said quickly. "A medical scientist, a disease detective, here in New York. What does one man matter to me? His name is Dr. Ephraim Goodweather, is an expert in epidemic control." "You glorified little monkeys. Your kind is the epidemic, not mine. This Goodweather is being advised by someone, a man with detailed knowledge of your kind. He knows the lore and even a bit of the biology. The police are looking for him, but I think that more decisive action is warranted. I believe that this could mean the difference between a quick, decisive victory or a protracted struggle. We have many battles to come on the human front as well as others. I will prevail." As to that, Palmer harbored no doubts. Yes, of course. Palmer wanted the old man for himself. He wanted to confirm his identity before divulging any information to the master, so he was actively trying not to think about the old man, knowing that, in the presence of the master, one must protect one's thoughts. "I have met this old man before, when he was not quite so old." Palmer went cold, with astonished defeat. "You will remember, it took me a long time to find you. My travels took me to the 4 corners of the world, and there were many dead ends and side roads. Many people I had to go through. He was one of them." He tried to make his change in topic fluid, but his mind felt clouded. Being in the presence of the master was like being oil in the presence of a burning wick. "I will meet this Goodweather and tend to him." Palmer had already prepared a bulleted sheet containing background information on the CDC epidemiologist. He unfolded the sheet from his jacket pocket, laying it flat on the table. "Everything is there, master. His family, known associates." There was a scrape along the tile top of the table, and the piece of paper was taken. Palmer glimpsed the hand only peripherally. The middle finger, crooked and sharp-nailed, was longer and thicker than the others. Palmer said, "All we need now is a few more days." An argument of sorts had begun inside the rock star's residence. The unfinished twin townhouses that Palmer had had the unfortunate pleasure of walking through in order to get to the patio rendezvous. He showed particular distaste for the only finished part of the household, the penthouse bedroom, garishly overdecorated and reeking of primate lust. Palmer himself had never been with a woman. When he was young, it was because of illness and the preaching of the 2 aunts who had raised him. When he was older, it was by choice. He came to understand that the purity of his mortal self should never be tainted by desire. The interior argument grew louder, into the unmistakable clatter of violence.
"Your man is in trouble."
Palmer sat forward. Mr. Fitzwilliam was inside. Palmer had expressly forbidden him to enter the patio area.
"You said his safety here was guaranteed."
Palmer heard the pounding of running feet. He heard grunting, a human yell.
"Stop them,"
said Palmer. The master's voice was, as ever, languid and unperturbed.
"He is not the one they want."
Palmer rose in a panic. Did the master mean him? Was this some sort of trap?
"We have an agreement, for as long as it suits me."
Palmer heard another yell, close at hand, followed by 2 quick gun reports. Then one of the interior arched doors was thrown open, inward, and the ornamental gate was pushed out. Mr. Fitzwilliam, 260 pounds of ex-Marine in a Savile Row suit, came racing through, his sidearm gripped in his right hand, eyes bright with distress.
"Sir, they are right behind me."
It was then that his vision moved from Palmer's face to the impossibly tall figure standing behind him. The gun slipped from Mr. Fitzwilliam's grip, clunking to the tile. Mr. Fitzwilliam's face drained of color, and he swayed there for a moment like a man swaying from a wire, then dropped to his knees. Behind him came the turned, vampires in various modes of civilian dress, from business suits to goth wear to paparazzi casual, all stinking and scuffed from nesting in the dirt. They rushed onto the patio like creatures beckoned by an unheard whistle. Leading them was Bolivar himself, gaunt and nearly bald, wearing a black robe. As a first-generation vampire, he was more mature than the rest. His flesh had a bloodless, alabaster-like pallor that was almost glowing, and his eyes were dead moons. Behind him was a female fan who had been shot in the face by Mr. Fitzwilliam in the midst of his panic. Her cheekbone was split open back to her lopsided ear, leaving her with one half of a garish, teeth-baring smile. The rest staggered out into the new night, excited into action by the presence of their master. They stopped, staring at him in black-eyed awe.
"Children."
Palmer, standing right before them, between them and the master, was completely ignored. The force of the master's presence held him at abeyance. They gathered before him like primitives before a temple. Mr. Fitzwilliam remained on his knees, as though struck down. The master spoke in a way that Palmer believed exclusive to his own ears.
"You brought me all this way. Aren't you going to look?"
Palmer had beheld the master once before, in a darkened cellar on another continent. Not clearly, and yet clearly enough. The image had never left him. No way to avoid him now. Palmer closed his eyes to steel himself, then opened them and forced himself to turn, like risking blindness by staring into the sun. His eyes traveled up from the master's chest to his face. The horror and the glory, the impious and the magnificent, the savage and the holy. Unnatural terror stretched Palmer's face into a mask of fear, eventually turning the corners of it into a triumphant, teeth-clenching smile. The hideous transcendent. Behold, the master. Kelton Street, Woodside, Queens. Kelly walked fast across the living room with clean clothes and batteries in her hands, past Matt and Zach, who were watching the television news. "We're going," said Kelly, dumping the load into a canvas bag on a chair. Matt turned to her with a smile, but Kelly wanted none of it. "Come on, babe," he said. "Haven't you been listening to me?" "Yes, patiently." He stood up from his chair. "Look, Kel, your ex-husband is doing his thing again, lobbing a grenade into our happy home life here. Can't you see that? If this was something really serious, the government would tell us." "Oh, yes, of course. Elected officials never lie." She stomped off to the front closet, pulling out the rest of the luggage. Kelly kept a go-bag also, as recommended by the New York City Office of Emergency Management, in the event of an emergency evacuation. It was a sturdy canvas bag, packed with bottled water and granola bars, a Grundig hand-crank AM/FM shortwave radio, a Faraday flashlight, a first aid kit, $100 in cash, and copies of all their important documents in a waterproof container. "This is a self-fulfilling prophecy with you," continued Matt, following her. "Don't you see? He knows you. He knows exactly which button to push. This is why you two are no good for each other." Kelly dug to the back of the closet, tossing out 2 old tennis rackets in her way, hitting Matt on the feet for talking like that in front of Zach. "It's not like that. I believe him. He's a wanted man, Kel. He's having some sort of breakdown, a collapse. All these so-called geniuses are basically fragile, like those sunflowers you're always trying to grow out along the back fence, heads too big, collapsing underneath their own weight." Kelly sent a winter boot out, flying near his shins, but this one he dodged. "This is all about you, you know. He's pathological. Can't let go. This whole thing is about keeping you close." She stopped, turning on all fours, staring at him through the bottom of the coats. "Are you really that clueless? Men don't like to lose. They won't give in." She backed out, hauling her big American Tourister. "Is that why you won't leave now?" "I won't leave because I have to go to work. If I thought I could use your daffy husband's end-of-the-world excuse to get out of this Florida computer inventory, I would, believe me. But in the real world, when you don't show up at your job, you lose it." She turned, burning at his obstinacy. "Eve said to go. He's never acted that way before, never talked like that. This is real. It's eclipse hysteria. They were talking about it on TV. People freaking out. If I was going to flee New York because of all the crazies, I'd have been out of here years ago." Matt reached for her shoulders. She shook him off at first, then let him hold her for a moment. "I'll check in with the electronics department now and then. The TV's there to see if anything's happening. But the world keeps turning, all right? For those of us with real jobs. I mean, you're just going to leave your classroom?" Her students' needs pulled on her, but everybody and everything else came second to Zach. "Maybe they'll cancel school for a few days. Come to think of it, I had a lot of unexplained absences today. These are kids, Kel. Flu." "I think it's actually the eclipse," said Zach from across the room. "Fred Fallon told me in school. Everyone who looked at the moon without glasses. It cooked their brains." Kelly said, "What is this fascination with you and zombies?" "They're out there," he said. "Got to be prepared. I'll bet you don't even know the 2 most important things you need in order to survive a zombie invasion." Kelly ignored him. Matt said, "I give up. A machete and a helicopter." "Machete, huh?" Matt shook his head. "I think I'd rather have a shotgun." "Wrong," said Zach. "You don't have to reload a machete." Matt conceded the point, turning to Kelly. "This Fred Fallon kid really knows his stuff. Guys, I've had it. Being ganged up on by them wasn't something she was used to. Any other time she might have been happy seeing Zach and Matt pulling together. Zach, you're talking nonsense. This is a virus, and it's real. We need to get out of here." Matt stood there while Kelly carried the empty suitcase to the other bags. "Kel, relax, okay?" He pulled his car keys out of his pocket, twirling them around his finger. "Take a bath, catch your breath. Be rational about this, please, taking into account the source of your inside info." He went to the front door. "I'll check in with you later." He went out. Kelly stood staring at the closed door. Zach came over to her with his head cocked slightly to one side, the way he used to when he'd ask what death meant or why some men held hands. "What did Dad say to you about this?" He wants the best for us." Kelly rubbed her forehead in a way that hid her eyes. Should she alarm Zach too? Could she pack up Zach and leave here solely on Eve's word without Matt? Should she? And, if she believed Eve, didn't she have a moral obligation to warn others in turn? The Heinsohn's dog started barking next door. Not her usual angry yipping, but a high-pitched noise, sounding almost scared. It was enough to bring Kelly into the back sunroom, where she found that the motion light over the backyard deck had come on. She stood there with arms crossed, watching the yard for movement. Everything looked still, but the dog kept going, until Mrs. Heinsohn went out and brought it, still barking, inside. "Mom?" Kelly jumped, scared by her son's touch, totally losing her cool. "You okay?" Zach said. "I hate this," she said, walking him back into the living room. "Just hate it." She would pack for her and Zach and for Matt. And she would watch. And she would wait. Bronxville. 30 minutes north of Manhattan, Roger Luss sat poking at his iPhone inside the oak-paneled barroom of the Siwanoy Country Club, awaiting his first martini. He had instructed the town car driver to let him off at the club rather than take him straight home. He needed a little re-entry time. If Joan was sick, as the nanny's voicemail message seemed to indicate, then the kids probably had it by now, and he could be walking into a real mess. More than enough reason to extend his business trip by 1 or 2 more hours. The dining room overlooking the golf course was completely empty at the dinner hour. The server came with his 3-olive martini on a tray covered in white linen. Not Roger's usual waiter. He was Mexican, like the fellows who parked cars out in front. His shirt was shrugged up out of his waistband in the back, and he wore no belt. His nails were dirty. Roger would have a talk with the club manager first thing in the morning. "There she is," said Roger, the olives sunk at the bottom of the V-shaped cocktail glass, like beady little eyeballs preserved in a pickling vinegar. "Where is everyone tonight?" he asked in his usual booming voice. "What is it, a holiday? The market closed today? President died?" Shrug. "Where are all the regular staff?" He shook his head. Roger realized now that the man looked scared. Then Roger recognized him. The barman's uniform had thrown Roger off. "Groundskeeper, right? Usually out trimming the greens?" The groundskeeper in the barman's uniform nodded nervously and shambled off to the front lobby. Damn peculiar. Roger lifted his martini glass and looked around, but there was nobody to toast or nod to, no town politicking to be done. And so, with no eyes on him, Roger Luss slurped the cocktail, downing half of it in 2 great swallows. It hit his stomach, and he let go a low purr in greeting. He speared one of the olives, tapping it dry on the edge of the glass before popping it into his mouth, swishing it around for a thoughtful moment, then squishing it between his back molars. On the muted television built into the wood above the bar mirror, he saw clips from a news conference. The mayor, flanked by other grim-faced city officials. Then file footage of the Regis Air Flight 753 plane on the tarmac at JFK. The silence of the club made him look around again. Where in the hell was everyone? Something was going on here. Something was happening, and Roger Luss was missing out. He took another quick sip of the martini, and then one more, then set down the glass and stood. He walked to the front, checking the pub room off to the side, also empty. The kitchen door was just to the side of the pub bar, padded in black, with a portal window in the upper center. Roger peeked inside and saw the barman/groundskeeper, all alone, smoking a cigarette and grilling himself a steak. Roger went out the front doors, where he had left his luggage. No valets were there to call him a taxi, so he reached for his phone, searched online, found the listing that was closest, and called for a car. While waiting under the high lights of the pillared carport entrance, the taste of the martini going sour in his mouth, Roger Luss heard a scream, a single, piercing cry into the night from not so far away, on the Bronxville side of things, as opposed to Mount Vernon, perhaps coming from somewhere on the golf course itself. Roger waited without moving, without breathing, listening for more. What spooked him more than the scream was the silence that followed. The taxi pulled up, the driver, a middle-aged Middle Eastern man wearing a pen behind his ear, who smilingly dumped Roger's luggage into the trunk and drove off. On the long private road out from the club, Roger looked out onto the course and thought he saw someone out there walking across the fairway in the moonlight. Home was a 3-minute drive away. There were no other cars on the road, the houses mostly dark as they passed. As they turned onto Midland, Roger saw a pedestrian coming up the sidewalk, an odd sight at night, especially without a dog to walk. It was Hal Chatfield, an older neighbor of his, one of the 2 club members who had sponsored Roger into Siwanoy when Roger and Joan first bought into Bronxville. Hal was walking funny, hands straight down at his sides, dressed in an open, flapping bathrobe and a T-shirt and boxer shorts. Hal turned and stared at the taxi as it passed. Roger waved. When he turned back to see if Hal had recognized him, he saw that Hal was running, stiff-legged, after him. A 60-year-old man with his bathrobe trailing like a cape, chasing a taxi down the middle of the street in Bronxville. Roger turned to see if the driver saw this also, but the man was scribbling on a clipboard as he drove. "Hey," said Roger. "Any idea what's going on around here?" "Yes," said the driver with a smile and a curt nod. He had no idea what Roger was saying. 2 more turns brought them to Roger's house. The driver popped the trunk and jumped out with Roger. The street was quiet. Roger's house as dark as the rest. "You know what? Wait here." "Wait?" Roger pointed at the cobblestone curb. "Can you wait?" "You pay." Roger nodded. He wasn't even sure why he wanted him there. It had something to do with feeling very alone. "I have cash in the house. You wait, okay?" Roger left his luggage in the mudroom by the side entrance and moved into the kitchen, calling out, "Hello?" He reached for the light switch, but nothing happened when he flipped it. He could see the microwave clock glowing green, so the power was still on. He felt his way forward along the counter, feeling for the 3rd drawer and rooting around inside for the flashlight. He smelled something rotting, more pungent than leftovers, moldering in the trash, heightening his anxiety and quickening his hand. He gripped the shaft of the flashlight and switched it on. He swept the long kitchen with a beam, finding the island counter, the table beyond, the range and double oven. "Hello?" he called again, the fear in his voice shaming him, prompting him to move faster. He saw a dark spatter on the glass front cabinets and trained his beam on what looked like the aftermath of a ketchup and mayonnaise fight. The mess brought a surge of anger. He saw the overturned chairs then, and dirty footprints. Footprints? On the center island granite. Where was the housekeeper, Mrs. Guild? Where was Joan? Roger went closer to the spatter, bringing the light right up to the cabinet glass. The white stuff, he didn't know, but the red was not ketchup. He couldn't be certain, but he thought it might be blood. He saw something moving in the reflection of the glass and whipped around with the flashlight. The back stairs behind him were empty. He realized he had just moved the cabinet door himself. He didn't like his imagination taking over, so he ran upstairs, checking each room with the flashlight. "Keen? Audrey?" Inside Joan's office, he found handwritten notes pertaining to the Regis air flight. A timeline of sorts, though her penmanship failed over the last couple of incomprehensible sentences. The last word, scrawled in the bottom right corner of the legal pad, read, "Hum." In the master bedroom, the bed sheets were all kicked down, and inside the master bath, floating unflushed in the toilet, was what looked to him like curdled, days-old vomit. He picked a towel up off the floor, and letting it fall open, discovered dark clots of staining blood, as though the plush cotton had been used as a coughing rag. He ran back down the front stairs. He picked up the wall phone in the kitchen and dialed 911. It rang once before a recording played, asking him to hold. He hung up and dialed again. One ring in the same recording. He dropped the phone from his ear when he heard a thump in the basement beneath him. He threw open the door, about to call down into the darkness, but something made him stop. He listened and heard something. Shuffling footsteps, more than one set, coming up the stairs, approaching the halfway point where the steps hooked 90 degrees and turned toward him. "Joan?" he said. "Keen? Audrey?" But he was already backpedaling, falling backward, striking the door frame, then scrambling back through the kitchen, past the gunk on the walls and into the mudroom. His only thought was to get out of there. He slammed through the storm door and out into the driveway, running to the street, yelling at the driver sitting behind the wheel, who didn't understand English. Roger opened the back door and jumped inside. "Lock the doors. Lock the doors." The driver turned his head. "Yes, $8.30.
"Lock the goddamn doors."
Roger looked back at the driveway. 3 strangers, 2 women and 1 man, exited his mudroom and started across his lawn.
"Go! Go! Drive!"
The driver tapped the pay slot in the partition between the front and back seats. "You pay, I go." 4 of them now. Roger stared, stupefied, as a familiar-looking man wearing a ripped shirt knocked the others aside to get to the taxi first. It was Franco, their gardener. He looked through the passenger door window at Roger, his staring eyes pale in the center but red around the rims, like a corona of blood-red crazy. He opened his mouth as though to roar at Roger, and then this thing came out, punched the window with a solid whack, right at Roger's face, then retracted. Roger stared. What the hell did I just see? It happened again. Roger understood, on a pebble level, deep beneath many mattresses of fear, panic, mania, that Franco, or this thing that was Franco, didn't know or had forgotten or misjudged the properties of glass. He appeared confused by the transparency of this solid.
"Drive!"
screamed Roger.
"Drive!"
Two of them stood close, in front of the taxi now. A man and a woman, headlights brightening their waists. There were 7 or 8 in total, all around them, others coming out of the neighbors' houses. The driver yelled something in his own language, leaning on the horn.
"Drive!"
screamed Roger. The driver reached for something on the floor instead. He pulled up a small bag the size of a toiletry case and ran back the zipper, spilling out a few Zagnut bars before getting his hand on a tiny silver revolver. He waved the weapon at the windshield and hollered in fear. Franco's tongue was exploring the window glass, except that the tongue wasn't a tongue at all. The driver kicked open his door. Roger yelled, "No!" through the partition glass, but the driver was already outside. He fired the handgun from behind the door, shooting it with a flick of his wrist, as though throwing bullets from it. He fired again and again, the pair in front of the car doubling up, struck by small-caliber rounds, but not dropping. The driver kicked off 2 more wild shots, and one of them struck the man in the head. His scalp flew backward, and he stumbled to the ground. Then another grabbed the driver from behind. It was Hal Chatfield, Roger's neighbor, his blue bathrobe hanging off his shoulders.
"No!"
Roger shouted, but too late. Hal spun the driver to the road. The thing came out of his mouth and pierced the driver's neck. Roger watched the howling driver through his window. Another one rose up into the headlights. No, not another one. The same man who had been shot in the head. His wound was leaking white, running down the side of his face. He used the car to hold himself up, but he was still coming. Roger wanted to run, but he was trapped. To the right, past Franco the gardener, Roger saw a man in UPS brown shirt and shorts come out of the garage next door with the head of a shovel on his shoulder, like the baseball bat of an on-deck hitter. The head-wound man pulled himself around the driver's open door and climbed into the front seat. He looked through the plastic partition at Roger, the front right lobe of his head raised like a forelock of flesh. White ooze glazed his cheek and jaw. Roger turned just in time to see the UPS guy swing the shovel. It clanged off the rear window, leaving a long scrape in the reinforced glass, light from the street lamps glinting in the spiderweb cracks. Roger heard the scrape on the partition. The head-wound man's tongue came out, and he was trying to slip it through the ashtray-style pay slot. The fleshy tip poked through, straining, almost sniffing at the air as it tried to get at Roger. With a scream, Roger kicked at the slot in a frenzy, slamming it shut. The man in front let out an ungodly squeal, and the severed tip of his, whatever it was, fell directly into Roger's lap. Roger swatted it away as, on the other side of the partition, the man spurted white all over, gone wild either in pain or in pure castration hysteria. Wham! Another swing of the shovel crashed against the back window behind Roger's head, the anti-shatter glass cracking and bending, but still refusing to break. Pound, pound, pound. Footsteps leaving craters on the roof now. 4 of them on the curb, 3 on the street side, and more coming from the front. Roger looked back, saw the deranged UPS man rear back to swing the shovel at the broken window again. Now or never. Roger reached for the handle and kicked the street-side door open with all his might. The shovel came down, and the back window was smashed away, raining chips of glass. The blade just missed Roger's head as he slid out into the street. Someone, it was Hal Chatfield, his eyes glowing red, grabbed his arm, spinning him around, but Roger shed his suit jacket like a snake, wriggling out of its skin, and kept on going, racing up the street, not looking back until he reached the corner. Some came in a hobbling jog, others moved faster and with more coordination. Some were old, and 3 of them were grinning children. His neighbors and friends, faces he recognized from the train station, from birthday parties, from church, all coming after him. Flatbush, Brooklyn. Eve pressed the doorbell at the Barber residence. The street was quiet, though there was life in the other homes, television lights, bags of trash at the curb. He stood there with a Luma lamp in his hand and a Setrakian-converted nail gun hanging on a strap from his shoulder. Nora stood behind him, at the foot of the brick steps, holding her own Luma. Setrakian brought up the rear, his staff in hand, its silver head glowing in the moonlight. 2 rings, no answer, not unexpected. Eve tried the doorknob before looking for another entrance, and it turned. The door opened. Eve went in first, flicking on a light. The living room looked normal, slip-covered furniture and throw pillows set just so. He called out, "Hello?" as the 2 others filed in behind him. Strange, letting himself into the house. Eve trod softly on the rug, like a burglar or an assassin. He wanted to believe he was still a healer, but that was becoming more difficult to believe by the hour. Nora started up the stairs. Setrakian followed Eve into the kitchen. Eve said, "What do you think we will learn here? You said the survivors were distractions." I said that was the purpose they served. As to the master's intent, I don't know. Perhaps there is some special attachment to the master. In any event, we must start somewhere. These survivors are our only leads. A bowl and spoon sat in the sink. A family Bible lay open on the table, stuffed with mass cards and photographs, turned to the final chapter. A passage was underlined in red ink with a shaky hand. Revelations 11:7-8. The beast that ascends from the bottomless pit will make war upon them and conquer them and kill them, and their dead bodies will lie in the street of the great city, which is allegorically called Sodom. Next to the open Bible, like instruments set out upon an altar, were a crucifix and a small glass bottle Eve presumed to be holy water. Setrakian nodded at the religious articles. "No more reasonable than duct tape and Cipro," he said, "and no more effective." They proceeded into the back room. Eve said, "The wife must have covered for him. Why wouldn't she call a doctor?" They explored a closet, Setrakian tapping on the walls with the bottom of his staff. "Science has made many advances in my lifetime, but the instrument has yet to be invented that can see clearly into the marriage of a man and a woman." They closed the closet. Eve realized they were out of doors to open. "If there's no basement?" Setrakian shook his head. "Exploring a crawl space is many times worse." "Up here!" It was Nora calling down from upstairs, urgency in her voice. Anne-Marie Barber was slumped over from a sitting position on the floor between her nightstand and her bed, dead. Between her legs was a wall mirror that she had shattered on the floor. She had selected the longest, most dagger-like shard and used it to sever the radial and ulnar arteries of her left arm. Wrist cutting is one of the least effective methods of suicide, with a success rate of less than 5%. It is a slow death, due to the narrowness of the lower arm and the fact that only one wrist cut is possible. A deep slice severs nerves, rendering that hand useless. It is also extremely painful, and as such, generally successful only among the profoundly depressed or the insane. Anne-Marie Barber had cut very deeply, the severed arteries as well as the dermis pulled back, exposing both bones in the wrist. Tangled in the curled fingers of her immobilized hand was a bloodied shoelace, upon which was strung a round-headed padlock key. Her spilled blood was red. Still, Setrakian produced his silver-backed mirror and held it at an angle to her downturned face, just to be sure. No blurring. The image was true. Anne-Marie Barber had not been turned. Setrakian stood slowly, bothered by this development. "Strange," he said. Eve stood over her in such a way that her downturned face, her expression one of bewildered exhaustion, was reflected in the pieces of shattered glass. He noticed, tucked beneath a twin frame containing photographs of a young boy and girl on the nightstand, a folded piece of notebook paper. He slid it out, paused a moment with it in his hand, then opened it carefully. Her handwriting was shaky, in red ink, just like the notation in the kitchen Bible. Her lowercase i's were dotted with circles, giving the penmanship a juvenile appearance. "To my dearest Benjamin and darling Haley," he began reading. "Don't," interrupted Nora. "Don't read it. It's not for us." She was right. He scanned the page for pertinent information. The children are with the father's sister in Jersey, safe. Skipping down to the final passage, reading just that bit. "I am so sorry, Ansel. This key I hold I cannot use. I know now that God has cursed you to punish me. He has forsaken us, and we are both damned. If my death will cure your soul, then he can have it." Nora knelt, reaching for the key, drawing the bloody shoelace away from Anne-Marie's lifeless fingers. So, where is he? They heard a low moan that almost passed for a growl. It was bestial, glottal, the kind of throaty noise that can only be made by a creature with no human voice, and it came from outside. Eve went to the window. He looked down at the backyard and saw the large shed. They went out silently into the backyard to stand before the chained handles of the twin shed doors. There they listened. Scratching inside, guttural noises, quiet and choked. Then the doors banged. Something shoved against it, testing the chain. Nora had the key. She looked to see if anyone else wanted it, and then walked to the chain herself, inserting the key in the padlock and turning it gingerly. The lock clicked, and the shackle popped free. Silence inside. Nora lifted the lock out of the links, Setrakian and Eve ready behind her, the old man drawing his silver sword from its wooden sheath. She began unwinding the heavy chain, threading it through wooden handles, expecting the door to burst open immediately. But nothing happened. Nora pulled the last length free and stepped back. She and Eve powered on their UVC lamps. The old man was locked on the doors, so Eve sucked in a brave breath and reached for the handles, pulling open the doors. It was dark inside. The only window was covered with something, and the outward opening doors blocked most of the light coming down from the house porch. It was a few airless moments before they perceived the form of something crouching. Setrakian stepped forward, stopping within 2 paces of the open door. He appeared to be showing the occupant of the shed his silver blade. The thing attacked. It charged, running at Setrakian, leaping for him, and the old man was ready with his sword. But then the leash chain caught, snapping the thing back. They saw it now, saw its face. It sneered, its gums so white it appeared at first that its bared teeth went all the way up into the jaw. Its lips were pale with thirst, and what was left of its hair had whitened at the roots. It crouched on all fours on a bed of soil, a chain collar locked tight around its neck, dug into the flesh. Setrakian said, never taking his eyes off it, "This is the man from the airplane." Eve stared. This thing was like a demon that had devoured the man named Ansel Barber and half assumed his form. It was him. "Somebody caught it," said Nora. "Chained it here. Locked it away." "No," said Setrakian. "He chained himself." Eve then understood how the wife had been spared and the children. "Stay back," warned Setrakian. And just then the vampire opened its mouth and struck, the stinger lashing out at Setrakian. The old man did not flinch, as the vampire did not have the reach, despite his stinger being many feet long. It retracted in failure, the disgusting outgrowth drooping just past the vampire's chin, flicking around its open mouth like the blind pink feeler of some deep-sea creature. Eve said, "Jesus God." The vampire Barber turned feral. It backed up on its haunches, hissing at them. The unbelievable sight shocked Eve into remembering Zach's camera in his pocket, and he handed Nora his lamp, taking out the recorder. "What are you doing?" asked Nora. He fumbled on the power, capturing this thing in the viewfinder. Then, with his other hand, he switched off the safety on his nail gun and aimed it at the beast. Snap-chunk, snap-chunk, snap-chunk. Eve fired 3 silver needles from his nail gun, the long-barreled tool bucking with recoil. The projectiles ripped into the vampire, burning into his diseased muscle, bringing forth a hoarse howl of pain that tipped him forward. Eve kept recording. "Enough," said Setrakian. "Let us remain merciful." The beast's neck extended as he strained from the pain. Setrakian repeated his refrain about his singing sword, and then swung right through the vampire's neck. The body collapsed, arms and legs shivering. The head rolled to a stop, eyes blinking a few times, the stinger flailing like a cut snake, then going still. Hot white effluent bled out of the trunk of the neck, steaming faintly in the cool night air. The capillary worms slithered into the dirt, like rats fleeing a sinking ship, looking for a new vessel. Nora caught whatever sort of cry was rising in her throat with a hand clamped fast over her open mouth. Eve stared, revolted, forgetting to look through the viewfinder. Setrakian stepped back, sword pointed down, white spatter steaming off the silver blade, dripping to the grass. In the back there, under the wall. Eve saw a hole dug beneath the rear of the shed. "Something else was in here with him," said the old man. "Something crawled out, escaped." Houses lined the street on either side. It could be in any one of them, but no sign of the master. Setrakian shook his head. "Not here. Maybe the next." Eve looked deep into the shed, trying to make out the bloodworms in the light of Nora's lamp. "Should I go in and irradiate them?" "There is a safer way. That red can on the back shelf." Eve looked. "The gasoline can?" Setrakian nodded, and at once Eve understood. He cleared his throat and brought the nail gun up again, aiming it, squeezing the trigger twice. The weaponized tool was accurate from that distance. Fuel glugged out of the punctured canister, spilling down off the wooden shelf to the dirt below. Setrakian swept open his light topcoat and fished a small box of matches from a pocket in the lining. With a very crooked finger, he picked out one wooden match and struck it against the strip on the box, bringing it flaring orange into the night. "Mr. Barber is released," he said. Then he threw in the lit match, and the woodshed roared. Rego Park Center, Queens. Matt got through an entire rack of Junior's separates, and then holstered his barcode collection unit, the inventory gun, and set off downstairs for a snack. After-hours inventory actually wasn't all that bad. As the Sears store manager, he was comped the overtime, applicable toward his regular weekday hours, and the rest of the mall was closed and locked, the security grates down, meaning no customers, no crowds, and he didn't have to wear a necktie. He took the escalator to the merchandise pickup bay, where the best vending machines were. He was coming back through the first-floor jewelry counters eating jelly chuckles, in ascending order of preference, licorice, lemon, lime, orange, cherry, when he heard something out in the mall proper. He went to the wide steel gate and saw one of the security guards crawling on the floor, 3 stores down. The guard was holding his hand to his throat, as though choking or badly hurt. "Hey," called Matt. The guard saw him and reached out, not a wave, but a plea for help. Matt dug out his keyring and turned the longest one in the wall slot, raising the gate just 4 feet, high enough to duck under, and ran down to the man. The security guard gripped his arm, and Matt got him up onto a nearby bench next to the wishing fountain. The man was gasping. Matt saw blood on his neck between his fingers, but not enough to indicate a stabbing. There were bloodstains on his uniform shirt also, and the guy's lap was damp where he had peed himself. Matt knew the guy by sight only, recognizing him as kind of a douche. A big-armed guy who patrolled the mall with his thumbs in his belt like some southern sheriff. With his hat off now, Matt saw the guy's receding hairline, black strands straggly and greasy over his pate like oil. The guy was rubber-limbed and clinging to Matt's arm, painfully and not very manfully. Matt kept asking what had happened, but the guard was hyperventilating and looking all around. Matt heard a voice and realized it was the guard's hip radio. Matt lifted the receiver off his belt. "Hello? This is Matt Sales, manager of Sears. Hey, one of you guys here on the first level? He's hurt. He's bleeding from the neck, and he's all gray." The voice on the other end said, "This is his supervisor. What's happening there?" The guard was fighting to spit something out, but only air wheezed from his ravaged throat. Matt relayed. "He was attacked. He's got bruises on the sides of his neck and wounds. He's pretty scared, but I don't see anybody else." "I'm coming down the utility stairs now," said the supervisor. Matt could hear his footfalls over the radio broadcast. "Where did you say you—" He cut out there. Matt waited for him to come back on, then pressed the call button. "Where did we say we what?" Finger off, he listened. Nothing again. "Hello?" A burst of transmission came through, less than 1 second long. A voice yelling, muffled. "God!" The guard pitched forward off the bench, crawling away on all fours, dragging himself toward Sears. Matt got to his feet, radio in hand, turning toward the restroom sign, next to which was the door to the utility stairs. He heard thumping, like kicking coming down. Then a familiar whirring. He turned back toward his store and saw the steel security gate lowering to the floor. He had left his keys hanging in the control. The terrified guard was locking himself in. "Hey! Hey!" yelled Matt. But before he could run there, Matt felt a presence behind him. He saw the guard back off, big-eyed, knocking over a rack of dresses and crawling away. Matt turned and saw 2 kids in baggy jeans and oversized cashmere hoodies coming out of the corridor to the restrooms. They looked drugged out, their brown skin yellowed, their hands empty. Junkies. Matt's fears spiked, thinking they might have hit the guard with a dirty syringe. He pulled out his wallet, tossing it to one of them. The kid didn't move to catch it, the wallet smacking him in the gut and falling to the floor. Matt backed up against the store grate as the 2 guys closed in. Vestry Street, Tribeca. Eve pulled up across the street from Bolivar's residence, a pair of conjoined townhouses fronted by 3 stories of scaffolding. They crossed to the door and found it boarded up, not haphazardly or temporarily, but covered with thick planking bolted over the doorframe, sealed. Eve looked up the front face of the building to the night sky beyond. "What's this hiding?" he said. He put a foot up on the scaffolding, starting to climb. Setrakian's hand stopped him. There were witnesses, on the sidewalk of the neighboring buildings, standing and watching in the darkness. Eve went to them. He found the silver-backed mirror in his jacket pocket and grabbed one of them to check his reflection. No shaking. The kid, no older than 15, done up in sad-eyed goth paint and black lipstick, shook away from Eve's grip. Setrakian checked the others with his glass. None of them was turned. "Fans," said Nora. "A vigil." "Get out of here," snarled Eve. But they were New York kids. They knew they didn't have to move. Setrakian looked up at Bolivar's building. The front windows were darkened, but he could not tell at night if they were blacked out or just in the process of renovation. "Let's climb up that scaffolding," said Eve. "Break in a window." Setrakian shook his head. "No way we can get inside now without the police being called and you being taken away. You're a wanted man, remember?" Setrakian leaned on his walking stick, looking up at the dark building before starting away. "No, we have no choice but to wait. Let's find out some more about this building and its owner. It might help to know first what we are getting into." Daylight. Bushwick, Brooklyn. Vasily Fett's first stop the next morning was a house in Bushwick, not far from where he had grown up. Inspection calls were coming in from all over, the normal 2 to 3 week wait time easily doubling. Vasily was still working off his backlog from last month, and he had promised this guy he'd come through from today. He pulled up behind a silver Sable and got his gear out of the back of his truck, his length of rebar and magician's cart of traps and poisons. First thing he noticed was a rivulet of water running along the gangway between the 2 row houses, a clear, slow trickle, as from a broken pipe. Not as appetizing as creamy brown sewage, but more than enough to hydrate an entire rat colony. One basement window was broken, plugged up with rags and old towels. It could have been simple urban blight, or it could have been the handiwork of midnight plumbers, a new breed of copper thieves ripping out pipe to sell at salvage yards. The bank owned both houses now, neighboring investment properties that, thanks to the subprime mortgage meltdown, flipped back on their owners, who lost them to foreclosure. Vasily was meeting a property manager there. The door to the first house was unlocked, and Vasily knocked and called out a hello. He poked his head into the first room before the staircase, checking baseboards for runs and droppings. A broken, half-fallen shade hung from one window, casting a slanting shadow onto the gouged wood floor, but no manager in sight. Vasily was in too much of a rush to be kept waiting here. On top of his backlog, he hadn't been able to sleep right last night and wanted to get back to the World Trade Center site that morning to talk to somebody in charge. He found a metal clipboard case stuck between balusters on the third step of the stairs. The company name on the business cards in the clip matched the one on Vasily's work order. "Hello?" he called again, then gave up. He found the door to the basement stairs, deciding to get started anyway. The basement was dark below, the stuffed window frame he had glimpsed from the outside, and the electricity had long ago been turned off. It was doubtful there was even a bulb in the ceiling fixture. Vasily left his handcart behind to prop open the door and walked down carrying his poker. The staircase hooked left. He saw loafers first, then khaki-clad legs. The property manager, sitting against the side stone wall in a crack house slump, his head to one side, his eyes open but staring, dazed. Vasily had been in enough abandoned houses in enough rough neighborhoods to know better than to rush right over to the guy. He looked around from the bottom step, eyes slow to adjust to the darkness. The basement was unremarkable, except for 2 lengths of cut copper piping lying on the floor. To the right of the stairs was the base of the chimney, adjacent to the furnace that vented into it. Vasily saw, curled low around the far corner of the chimney mortar, 4 dirty fingers. Somebody was crouching there, hiding, waiting for him. He had turned to go back up the stairs to call the police when he saw the light around the bend in the steps disappear. The door had been closed by someone else at the top of the stairs. Vasily's first impulse was to run, and run he did, racing off the stairs and right at the chimney, where the owner of the dirty hand crouched. With a cry of attack, he swung his length of rebar at the knuckles, crushing bone against mortar. The attacker came up at him fast, without regard to pain. Crack has a way of doing that, he thought. It was a girl, no older than her teens, and she was filthy all over, with blood down her chest and around her mouth. All of this he saw in a dim flash as she threw herself at him with weird speed and even weirder strength, propelling him back hard against the far wall despite being half his size. She made an airless, raging noise, and when she opened her mouth, a freakishly long tongue slithered out. Vasily's boot came up instantly, striking her in the chest and putting her down on the floor. He heard footsteps coming down the stairs and knew he could not win a fight in the dark. He reached up to the blocked window with his rebar and snagged the dirty rags jammed in there, twisting and pulling them down, falling like a plug out of a dike, with light instead of water flooding through. He turned back just in time to see her eyes go to horror. She lay fully within the frame of sunlight, her body emitting a kind of anguished howl and breaking down all at once, smashed and steaming. It was as he imagined nuclear radiation might work on a person, cooking and dissolving them at the same time. It happened almost at once. The girl, or whatever she was, lay desiccated on the filthy floor of the basement. Vasily stared. Horrified wasn't even the word. He completely forgot about the one coming off the stairs until the guy moaned, reacting to the light. The guy backed away, stumbling near the property manager, then regaining his footing and starting for the stairs. Vasily recovered just in time to go underneath the stairs. He jabbed the rod through the step planks, tripping the man, making him fall back down, hard to the floor. Vasily went around him, his poker raised as the man got to his feet. His formerly brown skin was a sickly, jaundiced yellow. His mouth opened, and Vasily saw that it was not a tongue, but something much worse. Vasily cracked him across the mouth with the rebar. It sent the man spinning and dropped him to his knees. Vasily reached forward and grasped the back of his neck as he would a hissing snake or a snapping rat, keeping that mouth thing away from him. He looked back to the rectangle of light, swirling with the dust of the annihilated girl. He felt the guy buck and fight to get away. Vasily brought the rod down hard against the thing's knees and forced it toward the light. Fear-maddened, Vasily Fett realized he wanted to see it again, this slaying trick of light. With a boot to the lower back, he sent the guy flailing into the sun and watched him break and crumble all at once, shredded by the burning rays, sinking into ash and steam. South Ozone Park, Queens. Eldridge Palmer's limousine eased into a warehouse in a weedy industrial park less than 1 mile from the old Aqueduct racetrack. Palmer traveled in a modest motorcade, his own car followed by a second, empty limousine in the event that his broke down, followed by a third vehicle, a customized black van that was in fact a private ambulance equipped with his dialysis machine. A door opened on the side of the warehouse to admit the vehicles, then closed behind them. Waiting to greet him were 4 members of the Stoneheart Society, a subset of his powerful international investment conglomerate, the Stoneheart Group. Palmer's door was opened for him by Mr. Fitzwilliam, and he stepped out to their awe. An audience with the chairman was a rare privilege. Their dark suits emulated his. Palmer was accustomed to awe in his presence. His group investors regarded him as a messianic figure whose foreknowledge of market terms had enriched them. But his society disciples, they would follow him into hell. Palmer felt invigorated today and stood with only the aid of his mahogany cane. The former box company warehouse was mostly empty. The Stoneheart Group used it occasionally for vehicle storage, but its value today lay in its old-fashioned, pre-code underground incinerator, accessed by a large oven-sized door in the wall. Next to the Stoneheart Society members was a curt isolation pod on top of a wheeled stretcher. Mr. Fitzwilliam stood at his side. "Any problems?" said Palmer. "None, Chairman," they replied. The two, who resembled Doctors Goodweather and Martinez, handed over their forged Centers for Disease Control and Prevention credentials to Mr. Fitzwilliam. Palmer looked in through the transparent isolation pod at the decrepit form of Jim Kent. The blood-starved vampire's body was shriveled, like the form of a demon whittled out of diseased birch. His muscular and circulatory features showed through his disintegrated flesh, except at his swollen, blackened throat. His eyes were open and staring out of the hollows of his drawn face. Palmer felt for this vampire starved into petrifaction. He knew what it was for a body to crave simple maintenance while the soul suffers and the mind waits. He knew what it was to be betrayed by one's maker. Now Eldridge Palmer found himself on the cusp of deliverance. Unlike this poor wretch, Palmer was on the verge of liberation and immortality. "Destroy him," he said, and stood back as the pod was wheeled to the open door of the incinerator, and the body was fed into the flames. Pennsylvania Station. Their trip to Westchester to find Joan Luss, the third Flight 753 survivor, was cut short by the morning news. The village of Bronxville had been closed off by New York State Police and hazmat teams due to a gas leak. Aerial news helicopter recordings showed the town nearly still at daybreak, the only cars on the road being state police cruisers. The next story showed the office of the Chief Medical Examiner building at 13th and 1st being boarded up, with speculation about more people disappearing from the area and incidents of panic among local residents. Penn Station was the only place they could think of guaranteed to have old-fashioned pay telephones. Eve stood at a bank of them, with Nora and Setrakian off to the side as morning commuters moved through the station. Eve thumbed through Jim's phone, the recent calls list, looking for Director Barnes' direct mobile line. Jim rolled close to 100 calls each day, and Eve kept scrolling through them, while on the landline, Barnes answered his phone. Eve said, "Are you really going with the gas leak, Gambit, Everett? How long do you think that's going to hold in this day and age?" Barnes recognized Eve's voice. "Ephraim, where are you? Have you been to Bronxville? Have you seen it now?" "I have been there. We don't know what we have quite yet." "Don't know? Give me a break, Everett." "They found the police station empty this morning. The entire town appears to have been abandoned." "Not abandoned. They're all still there, just hiding. Come sundown in Westchester County, it's going to be like Transylvania. What you need are strike teams, Everett. Soldiers, going house to house through that town, as if it's Baghdad. It's the only way. What we don't want is to create a panic. The panic is already starting. Panic is an appropriate response to this thing, more so than denial. The New York DOH syndromic surveillance systems show no indication of any emerging outbreak. They monitor disease patterns by tracking ER visits, ambulance runs, and pharmacy sales, none of which figures into this scenario. This whole city is going to go the way of Bronxville if you don't get going on it." Director Barnes said, "I want to know what you've done with Jim Kent." I went to go see him, and he was already gone. I'm told you had something to do with his disappearance.
What am I, Everett? The shadow? I'm everywhere at once? I'm an evil genius? Yes, I am.
Ephraim, listen.
You listen to me. I'm a doctor you hired to do a job, to identify and contain emerging diseases in the United States. I'm calling to tell you that it's still not too late. This is the 4th day since the arrival of the plane and the start of the spread, but there is still a chance, Everett. We can hold them here in New York City. Listen, vampires can't cross bodies of moving water. So we quarantine the island, seal off every bridge. I don't have that kind of control here, you know that. A train announcement broadcast from overhead speakers. I'm in Penn Station, by the way, Everett. Send the FBI if you like. I'll be gone well before they arrive. Ephraim, come back in. I promise you a fair shot at convincing me. You're convincing everyone. Let's work on this together.
No, said Eve. You just said you don't have that kind of control. These vampires, and that's what they are, Everett, they are viruses incarnate, and they are going to burn through this city until there are none of us left. Quarantine is the one and only answer. If I see news that you're moving in that direction, then maybe I'll consider coming back in to help. Until then, Everett, Eve hung the receiver up on its hook. Nora and Setrakian waited for him to say something, but an entry on Jim's phone log had piqued Eve's interest. Each one of Jim's contacts was entered last name first, all except one, a local exchange, to which Jim had made a series of calls within the past few days. Eve picked up the landline and pressed 0 and waited through the computer responses until he got a real Verizon operator. Yes, I have a number in my phone, and I can't remember who it connects to, and I'd like to save myself some embarrassment before placing a call. It's a 212 exchange, so I believe it's a landline. Can you do a reverse lookup? He read her the number and heard fingers clicking on a keyboard. That number is registered to the 77th floor of the Stoneheart Group. Would you like the building address? I would. He covered the mouthpiece and said to Nora, Why was Jim calling someone at the Stoneheart Group? Stoneheart, said Nora. You mean that old man's investment company? Investment guru, said Eve. Second richest man in the country, I think. Something Palmer. Setrakian said, Eldridge Palmer. Eve looked at him. He saw consternation on the professor's face. What about him? This man, Jim Kent, said Setrakian. He was not your friend. Nora said, What do you mean? Of course he was. Eve hung up after getting the address. He then highlighted the number on the screen of Jim's phone and pressed send. The number rang. No answer, no voicemail recording. Eve hung up, still staring at the phone. Nora said, Remember the administrator for the isolation ward after the survivors left isolation? She said she had called. Jim said she hadn't. Then he said he just missed some calls. Eve nodded. It didn't make any sense. He looked at Setrakian. What do you know about this guy Palmer? Many years ago, he came to me for help in finding someone I was keenly interested in finding. Sardou, guessed Nora. He had the funding. I had the knowledge. But the arrangement ended after only a few months. I came to understand that we were searching for Sardou for two very different reasons. Nora said, Was he the one who ruined you at the university? Setrakian said, I always suspected. Jim's phone buzzed in Eve's hand. The phone did not recognize the number, but it was a local New York exchange. A callback from someone at Stoneheart, maybe. Eve answered it. Yeah, said the voice. Is this a CDC? Who's calling? The voice was gruff and deep. I'm looking for the disease guy from the Canary Project who's in all that trouble. Any way you can put me through to him? Eve suspected a trap. What do you want him for? I'm calling from outside a house in Bushwick, here in Brooklyn. I've got 2 dead eclipse hysterics in the basement. Who didn't like the sun? This mean anything to you? Eve felt a tingle of excitement. Who is this? My name is Fett, Vasily Fett. I'm with the city's pest control, an exterminator who's also working a pilot program for integrated pest management in Lower Manhattan. It's funded by a $750,000 grant from the CDC. How I have this phone number. Am I right in guessing that this is Goodweather? Eve hesitated a moment. It is. I guess you could say that I work for you. Nobody else I could think to bring this to. But I'm seeing signs all over the city. Eve said, It's not the eclipse. I think I know that. I think you need to get over here.
because I got something you need to see. Stoneheart Group, Manhattan. Eve had 2 stops to make on the way, one alone and one with Nora and Setrakian. Eve's CDC credentials got him through a security checkpoint in the main lobby of the Stoneheart building, but not past a second checkpoint on the 77th floor, where an elevator change was necessary to gain access to the top 10 floors of the Midtown building. 2 immense bodyguards stood upon the massive brass Stoneheart Group logo, inlaid in the onyx floor. Behind them, movers in overalls crossed the lobby, rolling large pieces of medical equipment on dollies. Eve asked to see Eldridge Palmer. The larger of the 2 bodyguards almost smiled. A shoulder holster bulged conspicuously beneath his suit jacket. Mr. Palmer does not accept visitors without an appointment. Eve recognized one of the machines being dismantled and crated. It was a Fresenius dialysis machine, an expensive piece of hospital-grade equipment. "You packing up?" said Eve. "Moving house. Getting out of New York while the getting's good? But won't Mr. Palmer need his kidney machine?" The bodyguards didn't answer, didn't even turn to look. Eve understood it then, or thought he did. They met up again outside Jim and Sylvia's place, a high-rise on the Upper East Side. Setrakian said it was Palmer who brought the master into America. Why he is willing to risk everything, even the future of the human race, in order to further his own ends. "Which are?" said Nora. Setrakian said, "I believe Eldridge Palmer intends to live forever." Eve said, "Not if we can do anything about it." "I applaud your determination," said Setrakian. "But with his wealth and influence, my old acquaintance has every advantage. This is his endgame, you realize. There is no going back for him. He will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal." Eve couldn't afford to think in big-picture terms, or else he might discover that he was fighting a losing battle. He focused on the task at hand. "What did you find out?" Setrakian said, "My brief visit to the New York Historical Society bore fruit. The property in question was completely rebuilt by a bootlegger and smuggler who made his fortune during Prohibition. His home was raided numerous times, but never more than a pint of illicit brew was seized, due, it was said, to a web of tunnels and underground breweries. Some of those tunnels were expanded later to accommodate underground subway lines." Eve looked at Nora. "What about you?" "The same, and that Bolivar bought the property expressly because it was an old bootlegger's pad, and because it was said that the owner before that was a Satanist who held black masses on the rooftop altar around the turn of the 20th century. Bolivar has been renovating that building and combining it with the one next to it on and off for the past year, constructing one of the largest private residences in New York." "Good," said Eve. "Where did you go, the library?" "No," she said, handing over a printout featuring photos of the original townhouse interior and current photos of Bolivar in stage makeup. People magazine online. They were buzzed in and rode up to Jim and Sylvia's small 9th-floor unit. Sylvia answered the door in a flowing linen dress befitting a horoscope columnist, her hair pulled back with a wide headband. She was surprised to see Nora, and doubly shocked to see Eve. "What are you doing?" Eve moved inside. "Sylvia, we have some very important questions, and we only have a little time. What do you know about Jim and the Stoneheart Group?" Sylvia held her hand to her chest, as if she didn't understand. "The who?" Eve saw a desk in the corner, a tabby cat snoozing on top of a closed laptop. He crossed to it and started opening drawers. "Do you mind if we take a quick look through his things?" "No," she said. "If you think it'll help, go ahead." Setrakian remained near the door while Eve and Nora searched the contents of the desk. Sylvia apparently received a strong vibration from the old man's presence. "Would anyone like anything? A drink?" "No," said Nora, smiling briefly, then getting back to the search. "I'll be right back." Sylvia went to the kitchen. Eve stood back from the cluttered desk, mystified. He didn't even know what he was looking for. Jim working for Palmer? How far back in time did this reach? And what was Jim's motive, anyway? Money? Would he have turned on them like that? He went to ask Sylvia a delicate question about their finances, leaving the room to find her in the kitchen. As Eve turned the corner, Sylvia was replacing her wall phone. She stepped backward with a strange look on her face.
Eve was confused at first. "Who are you calling, Sylvia?" The others came in behind him. Sylvia felt for the wall behind her, then sat down in a chair. Eve said, "Sylvia, what's going on?" She said without moving and with an eerie sense of calm behind her wide, damning eyes, "You're going to lose." PS 69, Jackson Heights. Kelly usually never turned her mobile phone on in the classroom, but now it sat to the left of her calendar blotter, set to silent. Matt had stayed out all night, not unusual for overnight inventories. He often took the crew out for breakfast afterward, but he always called to check in as well. The school was a no-cell-phone zone, but she had sneaked a few calls to him, getting his voicemail each time. Maybe he was out of range. She was trying not to worry and losing the battle. Attendance was low at the school. She regretted listening to Matt and giving in to his arrogance about not leaving the city. If he had somehow put Zach at risk. Then her phone lit up, and she saw the envelope icon, a text message from his mobile. It read, "Come home." That was it. 2 words, lowercase, no punctuation. She tried to call him right back. The phone rang and then stopped ringing, as though he had answered, but he didn't say anything. Matt? Matt? Her 4th graders looked at her strangely. They had never seen Mrs. Goodweather talking on the phone in class. Kelly tried their home phone and got a busy signal. Was the voicemail broken? When was the last time she'd heard a busy signal? She decided to leave. She'd have Charlotte open the door to her classroom next door, keep an eye on her students. Kelly thought about packing it in for the day and even picking up Zach at the middle school. But no. She'd shoot home, find out what was wrong, then evaluate her options and go from there. Bushwick, Brooklyn. The man who met them at the empty house filled most of the door frame. The shadow of a skipped shave blackened his jutting jaw like a dusting of soot. He carried a large white sack at his hip, one hand choking its neck, an oversized pillowcase with something heavy inside. After the introductions, the big man went into his shirt pocket and unfolded a worn copy of a cover letter bearing the CDC seal. He showed the letter to Eve. "You said you had something to show us," said Eve. "2 things. First, this." Fett loosened the drawstring on his sack and overturned the contents onto the floor. 4 furry rodents landed in a heap, all dead. Eve jumped back, and Nora gasped. "I always say you want to get people's attention, bring 'em a bag of rats." Fett picked one up by its long tail, its body twirling slowly back and forth under his hand. "They're coming up out of their burrows all across the city, even in daytime. Something's driving them out, meaning something's not right. I know that during the Black Death, rats came out and dropped dead in the streets. These rats here aren't coming up to die. They're coming up plenty alive and plenty desperate and hungry. Take my word for it. When you see a big change in rat ecology, it means bad news is on the way. When the rats start to panic, it's time to sell GE. Time to get out, know what I mean?" Setrakian said, "I do indeed." Eve said, "I'm missing something here. What do rats have to do with—" "They're a sign," said Setrakian, "as Mr. Fett rightly states. An ecological symptom. Stoker popularized the myth that a vampire can change its form, transforming into a nocturnal creature such as a bat or a wolf. This false notion arises out of a truth. Before dwellings had basements or cellars, vampires nested in caves and dens on the edges of villages. Their corruptive presence displaced the other creatures, bats and wolves, driving them out so they overran the villages, their appearance always coinciding with the spreading sickness and the corruption of souls." Fett was paying close attention to the old man. "You know what?" he said. "Twice when you were just talking, I heard you say the word vampire." Setrakian looked at him evenly. "That you did." After a contemplative pause and a long look at the others, Fett said, "Okay," as though he was starting to get it. "Now let me show you the other thing." He led them down into the basement. The smell was one of foul incense, of something diseased that had been burned. He showed them the atomized flesh and bone, now cold cinder lying on the floor of the basement. The rectangle of window sunlight had elongated and moved, shining against the wall now.
But it was beaming down here, and they went into it, and it cooked them in an instant. But before that, they came at me with this thing shooting out from underneath their tongues. Setrakian told him the short version. The rogue master stowing away on Flight 753, the disappearing coffin, the morgue dead rising and returning to their dear ones, the household nests, the Stoneheart group, Silver and Sunlight, the stinger. Fett said, their heads tipped back and their mouths opened up, and it was like that candy, that kid's candy, the one that used to come with Star Wars character heads. Nora said after a moment, a Pez dispenser? That's it. You tip up the chin, candy pops out of the neck. Eve nodded, except for the candy part, an apt description. Fett looked at Eve. So why are you public enemy number one? Because silence is their weapon? Hell then, somebody has to make some noise. Exactly, said Eve. Setrakian eyed the light clipped on the side of Fett's belt. Let me ask you this. Your profession uses black light, if I am not mistaken. Sure, to pick up rodent urine traces. Setrakian glanced over at Eve and Nora. Fett took another look at the old man in the vest and suit. You know about exterminating? Setrakian said, I have had some experience. He stepped over to the turned property manager, who had crawled or dragged himself away from the sunlight and was now curled up in the far corner. Setrakian examined him with a silver-backed mirror and showed Fett the result. The exterminator looked back and forth between the property manager as he appeared to his eyes and the vibrating blur reflected in the glass. But you strike me as an expert on things that burrow and hide, creatures who nest, who feed off the human population. Your job is to drive out these vermin? Fett looked at Setrakian and the others like a man standing on an express train, gathering speed out of the station, suddenly realizing he had boarded on the wrong track. What are you getting me into here? Tell us then, please. If vampires are vermin, and infestations spreading quickly throughout the city, how would you stop them? I can tell you that, from a pest control point of view, poisoning and trapping are short-term solutions that won't work in the long run. Picking these babies off one by one gets you nowhere. The only rats you ever see are the weakest ones, the hungry ones. Smart ones know how to survive. Control is what works. Managing their habitat, disrupting their ecosystem, removing the food supply and starving them out. Then you get to the root of the infestation and wipe it clean. Setrakian nodded slowly, then looked back at Eve. The master, the root of this evil. Somewhere in Manhattan, right now. The old man looked again at the unfortunate curled up on the floor, who would animate after nightfall, became a vampire, vermin. You will step back, please, he said, unsheathing his sword. With his pronouncement and a two-handed stroke, he decapitated the man where he lay. As pale pink blood eked out, the host was not yet fully turned. Setrakian wiped his blade on the man's shirt and returned it to the walking stick. If only we had some indication of where the master might be nesting. The site would have been pre-approved and perhaps even selected by him. A lair worthy of his stature. A place of darkness, offering shelter from, yet access to, the human world on the surface. He turned back to Fett. Do you have any notion where these rats might be rising from? The epicenter of their displacement? Fett nodded immediately, his eyes staring into the distance. I think I know. Church Street and Fulton. In the declining light of day, the two epidemiologists, the pawnbroker and the exterminator, all stood on the viewing platform on the upper edge of the World Trade Center construction site, the excavation dug 1 block wide and 70 feet deep. Fett's city credentials and one small lie, Setrakian was not a world-famous rodentologist in from Omaha, got them into the subway tunnel without an escort. Fett led them down to the same out-of-service track he had followed before, playing his flashlight upon the ratless tracks. The old man stepped carefully over the ties, picking his way along the bedstones with his oversized walking stick. Eve and Nora carried lumalights. You are not from Russia, Setrakian said to Fett. Just my parents, my name. In Russia they are called Vurdalak. The prevailing myth is that one gains immunity from them by mixing the blood of the Vurdalak with flour and making bread from the paste, which must then be eaten. Does that work?
as well as any folk remedy, which is to say, not very well at all. Setrakian remained far to the right of the electrified third rail. That steel rod looks handy. Fett looked at his length of rebar. It's crude, like me, I suppose, but gets the job done. Also like me. Setrakian lowered his voice to cut down on the tunnel echo. I have some other instruments you might find at least as effective. Fett saw the sump hose the sandhogs had been working on. Farther ahead, the tunnel turned and widened, and Fett recognized the dingy junction at once. In here, he said, shining a flashlight beam around, keeping it low. They stopped and listened to the dripping of water. Fett scoured the ground with his light. I put down tracking powder last time, see? There were human footprints in the powder. Shoes, sneakers, and bare feet. Fett said, who goes barefoot in a subway tunnel? Setrakian held up a wool-gloved hand. The tube-like tunnel acoustics brought them distant groans. Nora said, Jesus Christ. Setrakian whispered, your lamps, please, turn them on. Eve and Nora did, their powerful UVC rays illuminating the dark underground, exposing a mad swirl of colors. Innumerable stains splashed wildly against the floor, the walls, the iron stanchions, everywhere. Fett recoiled in disgust. This is all. It is excrement, said Setrakian. The creatures will shit while they eat. Fett looked around in amazement. I guess a vampire doesn't have much need for good hygiene. Setrakian was backing away. He had a different grip on his walking stick now, the top half pulled several inches out of the bottom half, bearing the bright, sharp blade. We must leave here, right now. Fett was listening to the noises in the tunnels. No argument from me. Eve's foot kicked something, and he jumped back, expecting rats. He shone his UVC lamp down and discovered a low mound of objects in the corner. They were mobile phones, 100 or more, piled up as though they had been thrown into the corner. Huh? Said Fett. Somebody dumped a load of mobile phones down here. Eve reached for some on the top of the pile. The first two he tried were dead. The third had just one blinking bar of battery life. An X icon along the top of the screen indicated that there was no reception. That's why the police can't find all the missing people by their cell phones, said Nora. They're all underground. Judging by the looks of this, said Eve, tossing the phones back onto the pile, most of them are here. Eve and Nora stared at the phones, quickening their steps. Quickly, said Setrakian, before we are detected. He led the retreat out of the tunnel. We must prepare. Lair, Worth Street, Chinatown. It was early on the fourth night as Ephraim cruised past his building on the way to Setrakian's to properly arm themselves. He saw no police posted outside his place, so he pulled over. He was taking a chance, but it had been days since he changed his clothes, and all he needed was 5 minutes. He pointed out his third-floor window to them and said he would lower the blinds once he was inside if there was no trouble. He made it into the building lobby with no problem, then climbed the stairs. He found his apartment door open a crack and paused to listen. An open door didn't seem very cop-like. He pushed inside, calling, Kelly? No answer. Zach? They were the only ones who had keys. The smell alarmed him at first until he realized it was the Chinese food left in the trash from when Zach was over, which seemed like years ago. He entered the kitchen to see if the milk in the refrigerator was still good, and then stopped. He stared. It took him a moment to understand what he was looking at. 2 uniformed cops lay on his kitchen floor against the wall. A droning started inside the apartment, quickly rising to something like a scream, like a chorus of agony. His apartment door slammed shut. Eve whipped around to the closed door. 2 men stood there, 2 beings, 2 vampires. Eve saw this at once, their posture, their pallor. One of them he did not know. The other one he recognized as the survivor Bolivar, looking very dead and very dangerous and very hungry. Then Eve sensed an even greater danger in the room, for these two revenants were not the source of the drone. Turning his head back toward the main room took an eternity, and it took only 1 second. A huge being wearing a long, dark cloak, its height taking up all of the apartment to the ceiling and more, its neck bent so that it was looking down at Eve. Its face. Eve grew dizzy as the being's superhuman height made the room seem small, made him feel small. The sight weakened his legs, even as he turned to race toward the door to the hallway. Now the being was in front of him, between him and the door, blocking the only exit. As though Eve hadn't actually turned, but the floor itself had rotated. The other two normal man-sized vampires flanked him on either side. The being was closer now, looming over Eve, looking down. Eve dropped to his knees. Simply being in the presence of this giant creature was paralyzing, no different than if Eve had been physically struck down. Eve felt this, the way you feel live music in your chest, a hum rumbling in his brain. He averted his eyes to the floor. He was crippled by fear. He did not want to see its face again. Look at me. At first, Eve believed that this thing was strangling him with its mind, but his breathlessness was the result of pure terror, a panic of his very soul. He raised his eyes just a bit. Trembling, he saw the hem of the master's robe, up to the hands at the end of the sleeves. They were revoltingly colorless and nailless and inhumanly large. The fingers were of uniform length, all oversized except for the middle finger, which was even longer and thicker than the rest, and hooked at the end like a talon. The master, here for him, to turn him. Look at me, pig. Eve did, raising his head as though a hand gripped his chin. The master looked down at him from where his head bent beneath the ceiling. It gripped the sides of its hood with its huge hands and pulled it back off its skull. The head was hairless and colorless. Its eyes, lips, and mouth were all without hue, worn and washed out, like threadbare linen. Its nose was worn back like that of a weathered statue, a mere bump made of 2 black holes. Its throat throbbed in a hungry pantomime of breathing. Its skin was so pale that it was translucent, visible beneath the flesh, like a blurry map to an ancient ruined land, were veins that no longer carried blood, veins that pulsed with red. The circulating bloodworms, capillary parasites coursing beneath the master's pellucid flesh. This is a reckoning. The voice rode into Eve's head on a roar of terror. He felt himself going slack, everything muddled and dimming. I have your pig wife. Soon your pig son. Eve's head was swollen to bursting with disgust and anger. It felt like a balloon forcing itself to pop. He slid 1 foot flat beneath him. He staggered to his feet before this immense demon. I will take everything from you and leave nothing. That is my way. The master reached forward in a fast, blurry motion. Eve felt as an anesthetized patient feels the pressure of the dentist's drill, a gripping sensation on the top of his head, and then his feet were off the floor. He swung his arms and kicked out his legs. The master palmed his head like a basketball, lifting him one-handedly toward the ceiling. To eye level, near enough to glimpse the bloodworms wriggling like plague spermatozoa. I am the occultation and the eclipse. Lifting Eve to his mouth like a fat grape, the mouth was dark inside, his throat a barren cavern, a direct route to hell. Eve, his body swinging from his neck, was nearly out of his mind. He could feel the long middle talon against the back of his neck, its pressure at the top of his spine. The master tipped Eve's head back, as though cracking open the pop-top of a beer can. I am a drinker of men. A wet, crunching sound, and then the master's mouth began to open. His jaw retracted and his tongue curled up and back, and his hideous stinger emerged. Eve roared, defiantly blocking access to his neck with his arms, howling into the master's savage face. And then something, not Eve's howl, something made the master's great head turn ever so slightly. The nostrils in his face
pulsed, the sniffing of a demon without breath. His onyx eyes turned back to Eve, staring at him like two dead spheres, glaring at Eve, as though Eve had somehow dared to deceive the master. Not alone. At that moment, coming up the stairs of Eve's apartment building, 2 steps behind Fet, Setrakian gripped the handrail suddenly, his shoulder slumping against the wall. Pain burst in his head like a blinding aneurysm, and a voice, vile and gloating and blasphemous, boomed like a bomb exploding inside a crowded symphony hall. Setrakian. Fet stopped and looked back, but through wincing eyes, Setrakian waved him ahead. A whisper was all he could muster. He is here. Nora's eyes darkened. Fet's boots pounded as he ran up to the landing. Nora helped Setrakian, pulling him after Fet to the door, inside the apartment. Fet hit the first body he encountered, an open-field tackle, going in low and getting grabbed as he did, falling and rolling over. He popped up fast in a fighting stance and faced his opponent, seeing the vampire's face, not grinning, but with his mouth spread like a grin, ready to feed. Then Fet saw the giant being across the room, the master, with Eve in his grip, monstrous, mesmerizing. The nearer vampire came at him and drove Fet back into the kitchen, against the refrigerator door. Nora rushed inside, managing to switch on her Luma lamp just as the vampire Bolivar lunged for her. He hissed a breathless scream and reeled backward. Then Nora saw the master, the back of his downturned head against the ceiling. She saw Eve dangling by his head in the monster's grip. Eve! Setrakian entered with his long sword bared. He froze for a moment when he saw the master, the giant, the demon, here in front of him, now, after so many years. Setrakian brandished his silver sword. Nora, closing from a different angle, drove Bolivar back toward the front wall of the apartment. The master was cornered. Attacking Eve in such a small space had been a cardinal mistake. Setrakian's heart pounded in his chest as he turned the blade point out and ran it at the demon. The droning inside the apartment expanded suddenly, an explosion of noise inside his head, and Nora's and Fet's and Eve's, an incapacitating shockwave of sound that made the old man shrink back for a moment, just long enough. He saw a black grin snake across the master's face. The giant vampire threw the flailing Eve across the room, his body slamming into the far wall and dropping hard to the floor. The master hooked Bolivar by the shoulder with one of his long, taloned hands and lunged at the picture window overlooking Worth Street. A splintering crash shuddered the building as the master escaped in a rain of glass. Setrakian ran toward the sudden breeze, to the frame of the window edged with jagged shards. 3 stories below, the glass spray was just hitting the sidewalk, glittering in the streetlight. The master, with his preternatural speed, was already across the street and mounting the facing building. With Bolivar hanging from his free arm, he went over the top railing and disappeared onto the higher roof, into the night. Setrakian sagged a moment, unable to process the fact that the master had just been inside that very room and was now escaped. His heart was throwing a fit in his chest, pounding as if it was going to burst. "Hey, a little help!" He turned, and Fet was on the floor holding off the other vampire, Nora assisting with her lamp. Setrakian felt a new burst of rage and went walking over, his silver sword straight out at his side. Fet saw him coming, his eyes going wide. "No, wait!" Setrakian struck, sweeping his blade through the vampire's neck, inches above Fet's hands, then kicking the decapitated body off of Fet's chest before the white blood could reach his skin. Nora ran over to Eve, lying crumpled on the floor. His cheek was cut, and his eyes were dilated and terrified, but he appeared unturned. Setrakian whipped out a mirror to confirm this. He held it to Eve's face and found no distortion. Nora shone her lamp on Eve's neck. Nothing. No breach. Nora helped him sit up, Eve wincing in pain when his right arm was touched. She touched his chin underneath his cut cheek, needing to embrace him, but not wanting to hurt him any further. "What happened?" she said. Eve said, "He has Kelly." Kelton Street, Woodside, Queens.
Eve tore across the bridge into Queens. He used Jim's phone to try Kelly's mobile as he drove. No ring. Immediate pickup by her voicemail. "Hi, this is Kelly. I'm not able to answer my phone right now." Eve speed dialed Zach again. Zach's phone kept ringing through to the mailbox. He screamed around the corner onto Kelton and pulled up hard outside Kelly's front yard, vaulting the low fence and running up the stairs. He banged on the door and pushed the bell. His keys were hanging on a peg back inside the apartment. Eve took a running start and put his sore shoulder into the door. He tried it again, hurting his arm even more. The third time he threw himself against the door, the frame splintered, and he fell sprawling inside. He got to his feet and rushed through the house, slamming into walls around corners, his feet kicking at steps up to the second floor. He stopped at the door to Zach's bedroom. The boy's room was empty. So empty. Back downstairs 3 steps at a time. He recognized Kelly's emergency go bag next to the broken door. He saw suitcases packed but not zipped. She had never left the city. "Oh, Christ," he thought. "It's true." The others reached the door just as something struck Eve from behind. A body tackling him. He fought back immediately, already primed with adrenaline. He rolled his attacker over, holding him off. Matt Sales. Eve saw his dead eyes and felt the heat of his overramped metabolism. The feral thing that was once Matt snarled at him. Eve braced his forearm against Matt's throat as the recently turned vampire started to open its mouth. Eve went up hard under his chin, trying to block whatever biological mechanism was about to unleash the stinger. Matt's eyes strained and his head shook all over as he tried to work his throat free. Eve saw Setrakian drawing his sword behind Matt. Eve yelled, "No!" and he drew from a ready well of rage to kick Matt off him. The vampire snarled, rolling to a stop, then popping up on all fours, watching Eve get to his feet. Matt rose, standing hunched over. He was doing weird things with his mouth, a new vampire getting used to the different muscles, his tongue swirling around his open lips in lascivious confusion. Eve looked around for a weapon, finding only a tennis racket lying on the floor outside the closet. He grabbed the tape grip two-handedly and spun the titanium frame on its side, going after Matt with it. All of his feelings for Matt, this man who had moved into his wife's house and bed, who wanted to be his boy's father, who sought to replace Eve, came surging up as he swung for Matt's jaw. He wanted to shatter it and the horror that lurked inside. The new ones weren't so coordinated yet, and Eve got in 7 or 8 good blows, chopping loose teeth and dropping Matt to his knees, before Matt lashed out, catching Eve's ankle and upending him. Some residual anti-Eve rage still boiled inside Matt, too. He rose up, gnashing his broken teeth, but Eve kicked Matt in the face, extending his knee and throwing Matt back. Eve retreated around the partition into the kitchen, and it was there he saw the carving knife stuck on a magnet strip. Rage is never blind. Rage is uniquely focused. Eve felt as if he were looking through the wrong end of a telescope, seeing only the knife, and then only Matt. Matt came at him, and Eve strong-armed him back against the wall. He grabbed a handful of hair and yanked it back in order to expose the vampire's neck. Matt's mouth opened, his stinger swishing out, trying to feed on Eve. Matt's throat rippled and bucked, and Eve attacked it, stabbing, knife, 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 hard and quick, right through the throat and into the wall behind, the blade tip sticking, and Eve pulling out again. Crunching cervical vertebrae, white goo bubbling, body sagging, arms flailing. Eve stabbing until the head remained in his hand, but the body sagged to the floor. Eve stopped cutting then. He saw, without truly processing it, the head in his hands, with its stinger drooping through the severed neck, still twitching. He then saw Nora and the others watching him from the open door. He saw the wall and the white mess dripping down it. He saw the decapitated body on the floor. He saw the head in his hand. Bloodworms wriggled up Matt's face, past his cheeks and over his staring eyes, into Matt's thin hair, approaching Eve's fingers. Eve dropped the head, which struck the floor with a thud, not rolling anywhere. He dropped the knife, too, which fell soundlessly into Matt's lap. Eve said,
They took my son. Setrakian pulled him away from the body and the infested vampire blood. Nora turned on her lumilight and irradiated Matt's body. Fett said, Holy shit. Eve said again, both as an explanation and as a nail to be banged more deeply into his soul, They took my son. The homicidal roar in his ears was fading, and he recognized the sound of a car pulling up outside. A door opened, soft music playing. The voice calling out, Thanks! That voice. Eve went to the broken front door. He looked down the walk and saw Zach getting out of a minivan, shrugging a backpack strap over one shoulder. Zach made it only as far as the gate door before Eve wrapped him up in his arms. Dad? Eve checked him over, grasping the boy's head in his hands, examining his eyes, his face. Zach said, What are you doing? Where were you? At Fred's. Zach tried to wriggle out of his father's grip. Mom never showed, so Fred's mom took me over to their place. Eve let Zach pull back. Kelly. Zach was looking past him, at the house. What happened to our door? He took a few steps toward it, until Fed appeared in the doorway, Setrakian behind him. A big guy in a hanging flannel shirt and work boots, and an old man in tweed, holding a wolf's head walking stick. Zach looked back at his father, the troubled vibe now fully setting in. He said, Where's Mom? Knickerbocker Loans and Curios, 118th Street, Spanish Harlem. Eve stood in the book-lined hallway of Setrakian's apartment. He was looking in on Zach eating a devil dog at the old man's small kitchen table, where Nora was asking him about school, keeping him occupied and distracted. Eve could still feel the sensation of the master's grip on his head. He had lived a life built on certain assumptions, in a world based on certain assumptions, and now that everything he thought he could rely on was gone, he realized he didn't know anything anymore. Nora saw him watching from the hall, and Eve could tell by the look on her face that she was frightened by the look on his. Eve knew that he would always be a little insane from now on. He went downstairs 2 flights to Setrakian's basement armory. The UV alarm lights at the door were turned off, the old man showing Fett his wares. The exterminator was admiring the modified nail gun, looking like a longer, narrower Uzi submachine gun, but orange and black, and with its loading nail magazine feeding the barrel on a slant. Setrakian came straight over to Eve. Did you eat? Eve shook his head. How is your boy? Scared, but he won't let it show. Setrakian nodded. Like the rest of us. You've seen him before, this thing, the master. Yes. You tried to kill it? Yes. You failed. Setrakian squinted, as though looking directly into the past. I was not adequately prepared. I will not miss again. Fett, holding a lantern-shaped object with a spike on the end of it, said, Not likely. Not with this arsenal. Some parts I pieced together myself, from things that came into the store, but I am no bomb maker. He clenched his gloved claws as proof of this. I have a silversmith in New Jersey who molds my points and needles. You mean you didn't pick this up at Radio Shack? Setrakian took the heavy lantern-shaped object from the exterminator's hands. It was constructed of shaded plastic with a thick battery base, a 6-inch spike of steel on the bottom. This is essentially an ultraviolet light mine. It is a single-use weapon that will emit a cleansing spray of vampire-killing light in the pure UVC range. It is designed to clear a large room and will burn very hot and fast once charged. You want to make certain you are out of the way when it does. The temperature and the radiation can get a bit uncomfortable. Fett said, And what's with the nail gun? This is powder-actuated, operating on a shotgun load of gunpowder to drive the nail. 50 nails per load, 1.5-inch brads. Silver, of course. Of course, said Fett, admiring the piece, getting a feel for the rubber grip. Setrakian looked around the room, the old armor up on the wall, the UVC lamps and battery chargers on the shelves, the silver blades and silver-backed mirrors, some prototype weapons, his notebooks and sketches. The enormity of the moment nearly overwhelmed him. He only hoped that fear would not turn him back into the powerless young man he had once been. He said, I have waited for this a very long time. He started upstairs then, leaving Eve alone with Fett. The big exterminator lifted the nail gun out of its charger. "Where'd you find this old guy?" Eve said, "He found me. I've been in a lot of basements in my line of work. I look around this little workshop here and I think, here is the one crazy who's actually been vindicated." Eve said, "He's not crazy." "He show you this?" Fett asked. He crossed to the glass specimen jar, the afflicted heart suspended in fluid. "Guy keeps the heart of a vampire he killed as a pet in his basement armory. He's plenty crazy. But that's okay. I'm a little crazy, too." He knelt down, putting his face close to the jar. "Kitty, kitty." The sucker shot out at the glass, trying to get him. Fett straightened and turned to Eve with a look of, "Can you believe this?" "This is all a bit more than I bargained for when I woke up this morning." He sighted the nail gun on the jar, then pulled off his aim, liking the feel of it. "Mind if I claim this?" Eve shook his head. "Be my guest." Eve returned upstairs, slowing in the hallway, seeing Setrakian with Zach in the kitchen. Setrakian lifted a silver chain off his own neck, containing the key to the basement workshop, and with his crooked fingers, he placed it over Zach's head, hanging it around the 11-year-old's neck, then patted his shoulders. "Why did you do that?" Eve asked Setrakian once they were alone. "There are things downstairs, notebooks, writings, that should be preserved, that future generations may find helpful." "You're not planning on coming back?" "I am taking every conceivable precaution." Setrakian looked around, making certain they were alone. "Please understand, the Master has power and speed, well beyond that of these clumsy new vampires we are seeing. He is more than even weak. He has dwelled upon this earth for centuries, and yet he is a vampire. And vampires can indeed be destroyed. Our best hope is to flush him out, to hurt him, and drive him into the killing sun, while we must wait for the dawn. I want to go now. I know you do. That is exactly what he wants. He has my wife. Kelly is where she is for one reason only, because of me. You have a personal stake here, Doctor, and it is compelling. But you must know that if he has her, she is already turned." Eve shook his head. "She is not. I don't say this to anger you. She is not." Setrakian nodded after a moment. He waited for Eve to compose himself. Eve said, "Alcoholics Anonymous has done a great deal for me, but the one thing I never got out of it was the serenity to accept the things I cannot change." Setrakian said, "I am the same. Perhaps it is this shared trait that has led us to this point together. Our goals are in perfect alignment." "Almost perfect," said Eve, "because only one of us can actually slay the bastard, and it's going to be me." Nora had been waiting anxiously to speak with Eve, pouncing on him once he stepped away from Setrakian, pulling him into the old man's tiled bathroom. "Don't," she said. "Don't what?" "Ask me what you're going to ask me," she implored him with her fierce brown eyes. "Don't," Eve said, "but I need you to. I'm scared shitless, but I have earned a place at your side. You need me." "I do. I need you here to watch Zach. Besides, one of us has to stay behind to carry on, in case—" He left that unsaid. "I know it's a lot to ask." "Too much." Eve could not stop looking in her eyes. He said, "I have to go after her." "I know. I just want you to know." "There's nothing to explain," she said, "but I'm glad you want to." He pulled her close then, into a tight embrace. Nora's hand went up to the back of his head, caressing his hair. She pulled away to look at him, to say something more, and then kissed him instead. It was a goodbye kiss that insisted on his return. They parted, and he nodded to let her know he understood. He saw Zach watching them from the hallway. Eve didn't try to explain anything to him now. Leaving the beauty and goodness of this boy and departing from the perceived safety of the surface world to go down and face a demon was the most unnatural thing Eve could do. "You'll stay with Nora, okay? We'll talk when I come back." Zach's preteen squint was self-protective, the emotions of the moment too raw and confusing for him. "Come back from where?" He pulled his son close, wrapping him up in his arms as though otherwise the boy he loved would fracture into a million pieces.
Eph resolved there and then to prevail, because he had too much to lose. They heard yelling and automobile horns outside, and everyone went to the west-facing window. A mass of brake lights clotted the road, some 4 or more blocks away, people taking to the streets and fighting. A building was in flames, and there were no fire trucks anywhere in sight. Setrakian said, "This is the beginning of the breakdown." Morningside Heights. Gus had been on the run since the night before. The handcuffs made it difficult for him to move freely on the streets. The old shirt he had found and wound around his forearms, as if he was walking with his arms crossed, wouldn't have fooled many. He ducked into a movie theater, through the back exit, and slept in the darkness. He thought of a chop shop he knew over on the west side, and spent a considerable amount of time making his way over there, only to find it empty. Not locked up, just empty. He dug through the tools he could find there, trying to cut the links, joining the wrists. He even ran an electric jigsaw held with a vise, and nearly sliced his wrists open in the process. He couldn't do anything one-handed, and eventually left in disgust. He went by the haunts of a few of his cholos, but couldn't click up with anyone he trusted. The streets were weird. There wasn't much going on. He knew what was happening. When the sun started going down, he knew that his time and his options would be running out. It was risky going home, but he hadn't seen many cops all day, and anyway, he was worried about his madre. He slipped inside the building, trying to keep his shirt-balled hands casual, making for the stairs. 16 flights up. Once there, he walked down the hallway and saw no one. He listened at the door. The TV was playing, as usual. He knew the bell didn't work, so he knocked. He waited and knocked again. He kicked at the footplate, rattling the door and the cheap walls. "Crispin," he hissed at his dirtbag brother. "Crispin, you shit! Open the fucking door!" Gus heard the chain lock being undone and the bolt turning inside. He waited, but the door never opened. So Gus unwound the shirt covering his cuffed hands and turned the knob. Crispin was standing back in the corner, to the left of the couch, which was his bed, when he came around. The shades were all drawn and the refrigerator door was open in the kitchen. "Where's Mama?" said Gus. Crispin said nothing. "Fucking pipehead," said Gus. He closed the fridge. Some stuff had melted and there was water on the floor. "She asleep?" Crispin said nothing. He stared at Gus. Gus started to get it. He took a better look at Crispin, who barely rated a glance from him anymore, and saw his black eyes and drawn face. Gus went to the window and whipped apart the shades. It was night. There was smoke in the air from a fire below. Gus turned to face Crispin across the apartment, and Crispin was already charging him, howling. Gus got his arms up and got the handcuff chain across his brother's neck, under his jaw, high enough so that he couldn't get his stinger out. Gus grasped the back of his head with his hands and pushed Crispin down to the floor. His vampire brother's black eyes bugged, and his jaw bucked as his mouth tried to open, which Gus's strangling grip would not allow. Gus was intent on suffocating him, but as time went by and Crispin kept kicking, and there was no blacking out, Gus remembered that vampires didn't need to breathe and could not be killed that way. So he pulled him up by his neck, Crispin's hands clawing at Gus's arms and hands. For the past few years, Crispin had been nothing but a drag on their mother and a big pain in the ass for Gus. Now he was a vampire, and the brother part of him was gone, but the asshole part remained. And so it was retribution that moved Gus to wheel him headfirst into the decorative mirror on the wall, an old oval of heavy glass that didn't crack until it slid down to the floor. Gus kneed Crispin, throwing him down onto the floor, and then grabbed the largest shard of glass. Crispin wasn't quite to his knees when Gus rammed the point through the back of his neck. It severed the spine and poked the skin out of the front of his neck without quite ripping it. Gus worked the glass piece sideways, slicing Crispin's head nearly off, but forgetting its sharpness against his own hands, cutting his palms. The pain stabbed at him, but he did not let go of the broken glass until his brother's head was removed from its body. Gus staggered back, looking at the bloody slash across each of his palms. He wanted to make certain none of those worms wriggling out with Crispin's white blood got into him. They were on the carpet and hard to see, so Gus stayed away.
He looked at his brother, in pieces on the floor, and felt sickened by the vampire part of him. But as to the loss, Gus was numb. Crispin had been dead to him for years. Gus washed his hands at the sink. The cuts were long but not deep. He used a gummy dish towel to stop the bleeding and went to his mother's bedroom. "Mama." His only hope was that she was not there. Her bed was made and empty. He turned to leave, then thought twice and got down on his hands and knees to look under the bed. Just her sweater boxes and the arm weights she'd bought 10 years ago. He was on his way back to the kitchen when he heard a rustling in the closet. He stopped, listening again. He went to the door and opened it. All of his mother's clothes were pulled down off the hanging rack, lumped in a big pile on the floor. The pile was moving. Gus tugged back an old yellow dress with shoulder pads, and his madre's face leered out at him, black-eyed and sallow-skinned. Gus closed the door again. Didn't slam it and run off. He just closed it and stood there. He wanted to cry, but tears wouldn't come. Only a sigh, a soft, deep whimper, and then he turned and looked around his mother's bedroom for a weapon to cut her head off with. And then he realized what the world had come to. Instead, he turned back to the closed door, leaning his forehead against it. "I'm sorry, Mama," he whispered. "Lo siento. I should have been here. I should have been here." He walked, dazed, into his own room. He couldn't even change his shirt, thanks to the handcuffs. He stuffed some clothes into a paper bag for when he could change, and crumpled it under his arm. Then he remembered the old man, the pawnshop on 118th Street. He would help him, and help him fight this thing. He left his apartment, exiting into the hall. People stood down at the elevator end, and Gus lowered his head and started toward them. He didn't want to be recognized, didn't want to have to deal with any of his mother's neighbors. He was about halfway to the elevators when he realized they weren't talking or moving. Gus looked up and saw that the 3 people there were standing and facing him. He stopped when he realized that their eyes, their dark eyes, were hollow too. Vampires, blocking his exit. They started coming down the hall at him, and the next thing he knew, he was hammering away at them with his cuffed hands, throwing them against walls, smashing their faces into the floor. He kicked them when they were down, but they didn't stay down for long. He gave none of them the chance to get their stingers out, crushing a few skulls with the heel of his heavy boots as he ran to the elevator, the doors closing as they reached it. Gus stood alone in the elevator car, catching his breath, counting down the floors. His bag was gone. It had ripped open, leaving his clothes strewn about the hallway. The numbers got to L, and the doors dinged open on Gus, standing in a crouch, ready for a fight. The lobby was empty, but outside his door, a faint orange glow flickered, and there were screams and howls. He went out into the street, seeing the blaze on the next block, the flames jumping to neighboring buildings. He saw people in the streets with wooden planks and other makeshift weapons, running toward the blaze. From the other direction, he saw another loose gang of 6 people, no weapons, walking, not running. A lone man came running past Gus the other way, saying, "Fuckers everywhere, man," and then he was pounced upon by the group of 6. To an untrained eye, it would have looked like a good old-fashioned street mugging, but Gus saw a mouth stinger by the orange light of the flames. Vampires, turning people in the street. While he was watching, an all-black SUV with bright halogen lamps rolled up fast out of the smoke. Cops. Gus turned and chased his headlamp shadow down the street, running right into the gang of 6. They came at him, their pale faces and black eyes lit up by the headlights. Gus heard car doors open and boots hit the pavement, and he was caught between these 2 fates. He raced at the snarling vampires, swinging his bound fists and butting them in the chest with his head. He didn't want to give them a chance to open their mouths on him, but then one of them hooked its arm inside Gus's cuffs and twisted him around, dragging him to the ground. In a second, the herd was on top of him, fighting over who would be the one to drink from his neck. There was a thwack sound and a vampire squeal, then a splat, and one of the vampire's heads was gone. The one on top of him was hit from the side and suddenly knocked away. Gus rolled over and got to his knees in the middle of this street fight. These weren't cops at all. They were men in black hoodies, their faces obscured, black combat pants and black jump boots.
They were firing pistol crossbows and larger crossbows with wooden rifle stocks. Gus saw one guy sight a vampire and put a bolt in his neck. Before the vampire even had time to raise his hands to his throat, the bolt exploded with enough force to disintegrate his neck, removing the head. Dead vampire. The bolts were silver-tipped and top-loaded with an impact charge. Vampire hunters. Gus stared in amazement at these guys. Other vampires were coming out of the doorways, and these shooters were throat-accurate at 25, even 30 yards. One of them came up fast on Gus, as though mistaking him for a vamp, and before Gus could even speak, the hunter put a boot on his arms, pinning them against the road. He reloaded his crossbow and aimed it at the links joining Gus's cuffs. A silver bolt split the steel, embedding itself in the asphalt. Gus winced, but there was no explosive charge. His hands were apart, though still in cop bracelets, and the hunter hauled him up onto his feet with startling strength.
"Shit, yeah," said Gus, overjoyed by the sight of these guys. "Where do I sign up?"
But his savior had slowed, something catching his eye. Gus looked more closely into the shadowy recesses of his sweatshirt hood, and the face there was eggshell white. Its eyes were black and red, and its mouth was dry and nearly lipless. The hunter was staring at the bloody lines across Gus's palms. Gus knew that look. He had just seen it in his brother's and his mother's eyes. He tried to pull back, but the grip on his arm was lock solid. The thing opened its mouth, and the tip of its stinger appeared. Then another hunter came up, holding its crossbow to the hunter's neck. The new hunter pulled back Gus's hunter's hood, and Gus saw the bald, earless head, the aged eyes of a mature vampire. The vampire snarled at his brethren's weapon, then surrendered Gus to the new hunter, whose pale vampire face Gus glimpsed as he was lifted aloft, carried to the black SUV, and thrown into the third-row seat. The rest of the hooded vampires climbed back inside the vehicle, and it took off, wheeling a hard U-turn in the middle of the avenue. Gus was the only human inside the SUV. A smack to the temple knocked him out cold. The SUV raced back toward the burning building, bursting through the street smoke like an airplane punching through a cloud, then screaming past the rioting, rounding the next corner, and heading farther uptown. The bathtub. The so-called bathtub of the fallen World Trade Center, the 7 stories deep foundation, was lit up as bright as day for overnight work even in the minutes before dawn. Yet the construction site was still, the great machines quiet. The work that had continued around the clock almost since the tower's collapse had, for the time being, all but ceased. "Why this?" asked Eve. "Why here?" "It drew him," said Setrakian. "A mole hollows out a home in the dead trunk of a felled tree. Gangrene forms in a wound. He is rooted in tragedy and pain." Eve, Setrakian, and Fett sat in the back of Fett's van, parked at church in Cortland. Setrakian sat by the rear door windows with a night scope. Very little traffic rolled past, only the occasional pre-dawn taxi or delivery truck. No pedestrians or any other signs of life. They were looking for vampires and not finding any. Setrakian, his eyes still to the scope, said, "It's too bright here. They don't want to be seen." Eve said, "We can't keep looping around the site again and again." "If there are as many as we suspect," said Setrakian, "then they must be nearby, to return to their lair before sunrise." He looked at Fett. "Think like vermin." Fett said, "I will tell you this, I've never seen a rat go in anywhere through the front door." He thought about it some more, then pushed past Eve toward the front seats. "I have an idea." He rolled north on Church to City Hall, 1 block northeast of the WTC site. A large park surrounded it, and Fett pulled into a bus space on Park Row, killing the engine. "This park is one of the biggest rat nests in the city. We tried pulling out the ivy because it was such a good ground cover, changed the garbage containers, but it was no use. They play here like squirrels, especially at noon when the lunch crowd comes. Food makes them happy, but they can get food just about anywhere. It's infrastructure that rats really crave." He pointed to the ground. "Underneath, in there, is an abandoned subway station, the old City Hall stop." Setrakian said, It still connects. Everything connects underground one way or another. They watched and did not wait for long. There, said Setrakian. Eve saw a bedraggled-looking woman by a streetlight some 30 yards away. A homeless woman, he said. No, said Setrakian, handing his scope to Eve. Eve saw through the scope the woman as a fierce blur of red against a cool, dim background. Their metabolism, said Setrakian. There is another. A heavy woman waddling, still getting her sea legs, staying in the shadows along the low iron fence ringing the park. Then another, a man wearing a newspaper hawker's change apron, carrying a body on his shoulder, dropping it over the fence, then clumsily scaling it himself. He fell going over, ripping one leg of his pants, standing back up without any reaction and picking up his victim and continuing into the tree cover. Yes, said Setrakian. This is it. Eve shivered. The presence of these walking pathogens, these humanoid diseases, repulsed him. He felt sick watching them stagger into the park, lower animals obeying some unconscious impulse, withdrawing from the light. He sensed their hurry, like commuters trying to catch that last train home. They quietly stepped out of the van. Fett wore a protective Tyvek jumpsuit and rubber wading boots. He offered spare sets to the others, Eve and Setrakian choosing only the boots. Setrakian sprayed without asking each of them from a bottle of scent-eliminating spray with a picture of a deer in red crosshairs on the label. The spray, of course, could do nothing about the carbon dioxide emitted by their breath, nor the sound of their pumping hearts and coursing blood. Fett carried the most. The nail gun was in a bag hung across his chest, complete with 3 extra loaders of silver brads. He carried various tools on his belt, including his night vision monocular and his black light wand, along with one of Setrakian's silver daggers in a leather sheath. He held a high-powered Lumalight in his hand and bore the UVC mine in a mesh bag over his shoulder. Setrakian carried his walking stick and a Lumalight, the heat scope in his coat pocket. He double-checked the pillbox in his vest, then left his hat behind in the van. Eve also carried a Luma, as well as, in a sheath strapped across his chest, a silver sword, the 25-inch blade and grip against his back. Fett said, I'm not sure this makes sense, going down to fight a beast on its own turf. Setrakian said, we have no alternative. This is the only time we know where he is. He looked up at the sky, bluing with the first faint glimmer of day. The night is ending. Let us go. They made their way to the low fence gate, which was kept locked overnight. Eve and Fett scaled it, then reached back to help Setrakian. The sound of more footsteps on the sidewalk, moving quickly, one heel dragging, made them hustle deep into the park. The interior was unlit at night and thick with trees. They heard the park fountain running and automobiles passing outside. Where are they? Whispered Eve. Setrakian brought out his heat scope. He scanned the area, then handed the scope off to Eve. Eve saw bright red shapes moving stealthily through the otherwise cool landscape. The answer to his question was, they were everywhere, and quickly converging on a point to their north. Their destination became clear. A kiosk on the Broadway side of the park, a dark structure Eve couldn't make much more of from that distance. He watched and waited until the numbers of returning vampires declined, and Setrakian's scope picked up no other significant heat sources. They ran to the structure. In the burgeoning light, they saw that it was an information kiosk, kept shuttered overnight. They pulled open the door and found it empty. They huddled inside the cramped space, the wooden counter taken up by wire racks full of tourist flyers and tour bus schedules. Fett turned his little mag light on twin metal doors in the floor. There were thick eye holes at either end, the padlocks gone. The lettering across the twin doors read, MTA. Fett pulled open both doors, Eve with his lamp at the ready. Stairs led down into darkness. Setrakian aimed his flashlight at a faded sign on the wall as Fett started down. Emergency exit, Fett reported. They sealed off the old City Hall station after World War II. The track turn was too sharp for newer trains, the platform too narrow, though I think the number 6 local still turns around here. He looked from side to side. Must have demolished the old emergency exit and put this kiosk up on top of it. Fine, Setrakian said. Let us go. Eve followed, bringing up the rear. He did not bother to close the doors behind him, wanting a straight shot to the surface if they needed it. Grime coated the sides of each step, the middles cleaned by regular foot traffic. Darker than night down there. Fett said, Next stop, 1945. The flight of stairs ended at an open door leading to a second flight of wider stairs, leading down to what had to be the old mezzanine. A tiled dome with 4 arched sides, rising to an ornate skylight of modern glass, was just starting to blue. Some ladders and old scaffolding had been laid against the wooden ticket room along one rounded wall. The arched doorways were without turnstiles, the station predating tokens. The far arch led to another flight of stairs, no more than 5 persons wide, emptying into the narrow platform. They listened at the arched doorway, hearing only the distant screech of subway car brakes, then emerged fully onto the abandoned platform. It was like a whispering gallery inside a cathedral. Original brass chandeliers containing bare, dark bulbs hung from the arched ceilings, the interlocking tile along the arches looking like giant zippers. 2 vault skylights allowed light through amethyst glass, the rest having been leaded over due to air raid concerns after World War II. Farther away, light appeared through some surface grates, still very faint, but enough to give depth to their perception along the gracefully curved track. There was not one right angle in the entire place. The tile work was damaged throughout, including the glazed terracotta of the nearest wall sign, done in gold with green borders, around white plates containing blue letters spelling City Hall. A film of steel dust along the curling platform showed the vampire's footprints, leading into the dark. They followed the footprints to the end of the platform, jumping down onto the still live tracks. Everything operated on a leftward curve along the train loop. They switched off their flashlights, Eve's Luma showing urine splashes everywhere, iridescent and multicolored, ending farther on. Setrakian was reaching for his thermal scope when they heard noises behind them. Latecomers moving off the mezzanine stairs into the platform. Eve switched off his wand, and they crossed the 3 rails to the far wall, standing flat against the recessed stone. The latecomers came off the platform, feet scratching the dusty stones along the rail beds. Setrakian spied them through his heat scope, 2 bright orange-red forms, nothing unusual about their shape or posture. The first one disappeared, and it took Setrakian a long moment to realize that it had slipped into a seam in the wall, an opening they had somehow missed. The second form stopped at that same spot, but turned there instead of disappearing, looking their way. Setrakian did not move, knowing the creature's night vision was advanced but not yet matured. His thermal reading registered the vampire's throat as its warmest region. A spill of orange down its leg cooled immediately to yellow as it pooled on the ground, the creature emptying its bladder. Its head lifted like an animal scenting prey, looking up the tracks away from their hiding place, then ducked its head and disappeared into the crack in the wall. Setrakian moved back into the railway, the others following him. The foul smell of fresh, hot vampire piss filled the arched space, the burnt ammonia scent holding dark associations for Setrakian. The others stepped around the stain, on their way to the seam in the wall. Eve slid his sword out of the sheath across his back, taking the lead. The passageway widened into a hot, rough-walled catacomb, smelling of steam. He switched on his lumalight just in time to see the first vampire rising out of a crouch and driving at him. Eve could not get his silver blade up in time, and the vampire threw him back against the wall. His light lay on its side, near the steamlet of sewage lying along the guttered floor, and he saw by its hot indigo light that she was, or had been at one time, a woman. She wore a businesslike blazer over a dirtied white blouse, her black mascara rubbed into menacing raccoon eyes. Her jaw dropped, and her tongue curled back, and that was when Fett darted out of the passage. He went at her with his dagger, stabbing her once, low in the side. She rolled off Eve and came up in a crouch. With a yell, Fett jabbed at her again, this time right above where her heart would have been, into her chest, below her shoulder. The vampire staggered backward, only to rush forward again. With a howl, he buried his blade in her lower belly, and she buckled and snarled. but again reacted with more confusion than pain. She was going to keep coming at him. Eve had recovered enough by this time, and when the vampire went at Fed again, Eve stood and swung his sword at her with 2 hands from behind. The impulse to murder was still foreign, and because of this he took a little something off his swing at the end, so that the blade did not find its way through. But it was enough. He had severed the spinal column, the vampire's head flopping forward. Her arms flailed, and her body went into seizure as she pitched forward into the sewage in the center of the floor, like something sizzling in an overheated pan. There was little time to be shocked. The splash, 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 splash sounds echoing in the catacomb were the footfalls of the second vampire running ahead, racing to alert the others. Eve grabbed his Lumalite off the floor and took off after him with his sword at his side. He imagined that he was chasing the one who had lured Kelly here, and that anger carried him along the steamy passageway, his boots splashing hard. The tunnel hooked right, where a wide pipe ran out of the stone and down the length of a narrowing hole. The steam heat fostered algae and fungal growth that glowed in his lamplight. He made out the dim form of the vampire ahead of him, running with its hands open, fingers clawing at the air. Then another quick turn, and the vampire was gone. Eve slowed and looked around, shining his lamp, panicking, until he spotted the thing's legs wriggling through a flat hole dug under the side wall. The being undulated with worm-like efficiency, slithering out of the passage, and Eve slashed at its filthy feet, but they whisked through too fast, his sword stabbing dirt. Eve got down on his knees, but could not see through to the other side of the shallow hole. He heard footsteps, and knew Fett and Setrakian were still well behind him. He decided he could not wait. Eve got down on his back and started through. He fed himself into the hole with his arms over his head, lamp and sword first. Don't get stuck here, he thought. If he did, there would be no way to wriggle back out. He wormed through, his arms and head emerging into the air of an open space, and kicked free of the burrow, getting to his knees. Panting now, he waved the lamp around like a torch. He was inside another tunnel, but this one was finished off with track rails and stones, and had an eerie, unused stillness about it. To his left, not 100 yards away, was light. A platform. He hurried along the track and clambered up. This platform offered none of the splendor of the City Hall station. Instead, it was all bare steel beams and visible ceiling piping. Eve thought he had visited every station in the downtown area, but he had never stopped at this one. A length of subway cars rested against the end of the platform, the door sign reading, "Out of Service." The shell of an old control tower stood in the middle, plastered with old-school, wild-style graffiti. He tried the door, but it was sealed. He heard scuffling back inside the tunnel. It was Fett and Setrakian, coming through the burrow, catching up with him. Probably not smart, his running ahead alone. Eve resolved to wait for them there, in this oasis of light, until he heard a stone being kicked in the near track bed. He turned just in time to see the vampire, breaking from the last subway car, running along the far wall, away from the lights of the abandoned station. Eve raced after him, over the elevated platform to the end, then leaped down onto the tracks, following them back into the darkness. The track bed veered right, the rails ending. The tunnel walls shuddered in his vision as he ran. He could hear the vampire's scuttling footsteps echoing, its bare feet upon the cutting rocks. The creature was stumbling, slowing. Eve drew closer, the heat of his lamp panicking the vampire. It turned back once, its indigo-lit face a mask of horror. Eve swept his sword arm forward, decapitating the monster in mid-step. The headless body pitched forward, Eve stopping to shine the Lumalite on its oozing neck, killing the escaping bloodworms. He straightened again, and his harsh breathing subsided, and then he held his breath altogether. He heard things, or rather sensed them, things all around him. No footsteps or movement, just stirrings. He fumbled for his small flashlight and clicked it on. The bodies of New Yorkers were laid out all along the grungy floor of the tunnel. Their clothed bodies lined each side, like victims of a gas attack. Some eyes were still open, gazing with the narcotized stare of the ill. These were the turned, the recently bitten, the newly infected, attacked that very night. The stirring Eve had heard was a metamorphosis inside their bodies. No limbs moving, but rather the tumors colonizing their organs, and the mandibles growing into oral stingers. The bodies numbered in the dozens, and there were many more ahead, vague forms beyond the reach of his beam. Men, women, children, victims from all walks of life. He rushed around, moving his beam from face to face, searching for Kelly, and praying he would not find her here. He was still searching when Fett and Setrakian caught up. With something like relief, and at the same time despair, Eve told them, "She's not here." Setrakian stood with his hand held against his chest, unable to catch his breath.
"How much farther?"
Fett said, "That was another City Hall station on the BMT line, a lower level that was never put into service, only used for layup and storage. That means we're underneath the Broadway line. This turn in the track takes us around the foundation of the Woolworth building. Cortlandt Street is next, meaning the World Trade Center is..." He looked up, as though able to see 10, 15 stories through city rock to the surface. "We're close. Let's finish this," said Eve. "Now." "Wait," said Setrakian, still trying to steady his heart rate. His flashlight beam played over the faces of the turned. He got down on one knee to check some of them with a silver-backed mirror from his coat pocket. "We have a responsibility here first." Fett and Eve exterminated the nascent vampires by the light of Setrakian's flashlight. Each beheading was like a hack at Eve's sanity. Eve too had been turned, not from human to vampire, but from healer to slayer. The groundwater deepened farther into the catacombs with strange, sun-starved roots and vines and albino growths crawling down from the unfinished ceiling to feed off the water. The occasional yellow tunnel light showed a total lack of graffiti. White dust lay across the untouched sides of the floor, some of it very fine, coating the surface of pockets of stagnant water. It was residue from the World Trade Center. The three of them avoided stepping in it where they could, with the respect afforded a graveyard. The ceiling got lower, gradually dipping below head level, approaching a dead end. Setrakian's search beam found an opening in the upper part of the shrinking wall, wide enough to admit them. A rumbling that had been vague and distant began to gather in force. Their flashlight beams showed the water at their boots beginning to tremble. It was the unmistakable roar of a subway train, and each of them actually turned around to look, though the tunnel they were standing in contained no rail beds. It was in front of them, coming right at them, but on live tracks lifting over their heads, entering the active City Hall BMT platform above. The squealing, roaring, and shuddering became unbearable, reaching earthquake-like force and decibels, and at once they realized that this powerful disruption was their best opportunity. They pressed through the crack, hurrying into another man-made trackless passage, this one strung with unlit bulbs, construction lights dancing under the force of the passing subway train. Piles of dirt and debris had long ago been pushed back beyond steel beams rising some 30 feet to the ceiling. Around a long corner up ahead, jaundiced light shone faintly. They switched off their lumilights and rushed along the dark tunnel, feeling it widen as they rounded the corner into a long, open chamber. As the floor stopped trembling and the train noise faded like a passing storm, they slowed to keep their bootsteps quiet. Eve sensed the others before he saw them, their outlines, sitting on or lying about the floor. The creatures were roused by their presence, sitting up but not attacking. So he and Setrakian and Fett kept moving, wading forward into the master's lair. The demons had fed that night and were bloated with blood, like ticks, lying about and digesting. Their languor was deathlike. They were creatures resigned to waiting for sundown and the opportunity to feed again. They started to rise. They wore construction clothes and business suits and workout clothes and pajamas and evening wear and dirty aprons and nothing at all. Eve gripped his sword, searching faces as he passed them. Dead faces with blood-red eyes.
"Stay together,"
whispered Setrakian, lifting the UVC mind thing carefully out of the mesh bag on Fett's back as they walked. With crooked fingers, he peeled back a strip of safety tape, then rotated the top of the globe to ready the battery. "I do hope this works." "Hope?" said Fett. One came at him then, an old man, maybe not as sated as the others. and Fett showed him his silver dagger, and the vampire hissed. Fett put a boot on the man's thigh and kicked him back, showing the others his silver. "We're digging ourselves into a deep hole here." Faces came out of the walls, flushed and leering. Older vampires, first or second generation, marked by their whitening hair. There were animal-like groans and glottal clicks from some, like attempts at speech, blocked by the vile appendages grown beneath their tongues. Their swollen throats twitched perversely. Setrakian said, walking between Fett and Eve, "When this spike makes contact with the ground, the battery should connect." "Should?" said Fett. "You must take cover before it ignites. Behind these supports." Rusted, rivet-studded beams stood at regular intervals. "You won't have more than a few seconds. When you do, shut your eyes. Do not look. The burst will blind you." "Just do it," said Fett, crowded by the vampires. "Not yet." The old man opened his walking stick, just enough to bear the silver blade, and with the quick motion of flint striking stone, he ran the tip of 2 crooked fingers against the sharp edge. Blood dripped to the stone floor. The scent went through the vampires with a visible ripple. They were coming from all over, crowding in from unseen corners, ever curious and ever hungry. Fett swiped the dusty air with his dagger in order to maintain the few meters of open space around them as they moved. "What are you waiting for?" he said. Eve searched faces, scanning the dead-eyed women for Kelly. One made a move toward him, and he laid the tip of his sword against her breastbone, and she shrank back as though burned. More noise now, the front crowd being pressed closer from behind, hunger overriding hesitance, want trumping weight. Setrakian's blood dribbled to the floor, its scent, and the casual waste, driving them into a frenzy. "Do it," said Fett. Setrakian said, "A few more seconds." The vampires pushed in, Eve prodding them back with the tip of his sword. He only then thought to turn his lumalight back on, but they leaned into its repulsing rays like zombies staring at the sun. The ones in front were at the mercy of those in the rear. The bubble was collapsing. Eve felt one hand grab at his sleeve. "Now," said Setrakian. He tossed the spiked globe into the air, like a referee serving up a jump ball. The heavy thing righted itself at its apex, weighted spikes pointing straight down as it drove toward the floor. The 4-edged steel spike sank into the stone, and a whir started, like that of an old flashbulb rack recharging. "Go, go," said Setrakian. Eve waved his light and swung his sword like a machete, making for one of the stanchions. He felt them grabbing at him, pulling, and felt the squishy thump of his sword cutting, and heard their groans and garbled howls. And still he checked faces, looking for Kelly, and striking down all those who were not her. The mind's whir became a growing whine, and Eve stabbed and kicked and swiped his way to the steel support beam, stepping into its shadow, just as the underground chamber began to fill with a blazing blue light. He clamped his eyes shut and buried them in the crook of his elbow. He heard the bestial agony of the shattered vampires, the melting, blistering, peeling sound of their bodies being desiccated at the chemical level, the collapsing of their innards like the charcoaling of their very souls, their dumb cries, strangled and scalded throats. Mass immolation. The high-pitched whine lasted no longer than 10 seconds, the brilliant plane of cleansing blue light riding from floor to ceiling before the battery burned out. The chamber went mostly dark again, and when the only sound left was a residual sizzling, Eve lowered his arm, opening his eyes. The nauseating stench of roasted disease rose in smoky steam from the charred creatures laid out over the floor. It was impossible to move without disturbing these rotted demons, their bodies crumbling like artificial logs, hollowed out by fire. Only those vampires lucky enough to have been partially behind a beam remained animate, Eve and Fett moving quickly to release these crippled, half-destroyed creatures. Fett then walked over to the mine, which had caught fire. He surveyed the damage. "Well," he said, "that fucking worked." "Look," said Setrakian. At the far end of the steaming chamber, set on top of the yard-high mound of dirt and refuse, was a long, black box. As Eve and the others approached it, with the dread of bomb squad agents approaching a suspicious device without wearing blast suits, the situation felt terribly familiar, and it was only a moment before he placed it. He had felt exactly the same walking toward the darkened airplane on the taxiway at the start of this whole thing. This sense of approaching something dead and not dead, some delivery from another world. He got close enough to confirm that it was indeed the long, black cabinet from the cargo hold of Flight 753. Its top doors exquisitely carved with human figures, swirling as though burning in flames, and elongated faces screaming in agony. The master's oversized coffin, set here on an altar of rubble and rubbish beneath the ruins of the World Trade Center. "This is it," Eve said. Setrakian reached out to the side of the box, almost touching the carvings, then pulling back his twisted fingers. "A long time I have searched for this," he said. Eve shuddered, not wanting to meet this thing again with its devouring size and ruthless strength. He remained on the near side, expecting the top doors to burst open at any moment. Fett went around to the facing side. There were no handles on the top doors. One had to slip one's fingers in beneath the lip of the middle seam and pull up. It would be awkward and difficult to do quickly. Setrakian stood at the presumed head of the cabinet, his long sword ready in his hand, but his expression was grim. Eve saw the reason for this in the old man's eyes, and it deflated him. Too easy. Eve and Fett wriggled their fingers in beneath the double doors, and on a nod of three, pulled them back. Setrakian leaned forward with his lamp and his sword, and discovered a box full of soil. He probed it with his blade, the silver tip scraping the bottom of the great box. Nothing. Fett stepped back, wild-eyed, full of adrenaline he could not stifle. "He's gone." Setrakian withdrew his blade, tapping off the soil on the edge of the box. Eve's disappointment was overwhelming. He escaped. Eve stepped back from the coffin, turning to the wasteland of slain vampires inside the stultifying chamber. "He knew we were here. He fled into the subway system 15 minutes ago. He can't surface because of the sun, so he'll stay underground until night." Fett said, "Inside the longest transit system in the entire world. 800 miles of tracks." Eve's voice was raw with despair. "We never even had a chance." Setrakian looked exhausted but undaunted. If anything, his old eyes showed a bit of fresh light. "Is this not how you exterminate vermin, Mr. Fett? By rousting them from their nest, flushing them out?" Fett said, "Only if you know where they're going to end up." Setrakian said, "Don't all burrowing creatures, from rats to rabbits, construct a kind of back door?" "A bolt hole," said Fett. He was getting it now. "An emergency exit. Predator comes in one way, you run out the other." Setrakian said, "I believe we have the master on the run." Vestry Street, Tribeca. They hadn't time to properly destroy the coffin, and so settled for shoving it off its altar of rubble, overturning it and spilling the soil to the floor. They had resolved to return later to finish the job. Getting back through the tunnels and out to Fett's van took some time, and more of Setrakian's energy. Fett parked around the corner from the Boulevard townhouse. They ran the sunny half-block to his front door with no effort to conceal their lunar lamps or silver swords. They saw no one outside the residence at that early hour, and Eve started up the crossbars of the scaffolding in front. Over the boarded door was a transom window decorated with the address number. Eve smashed it in with his sword, kicking free the larger shards and then clearing out the frame with his blade. He took a lamp and went inside, lowering himself into the foyer. His purple light illuminated twin marble panthers on either side of the door. A winged angel statue at the bottom of the curling stairs looked down at him, balefully. He heard it and felt it, the hum of the master's presence. Kelly, he thought, misery aching in his chest. She had to be here. Setrakian came down next, held from the outside by Fett, helped to the floor by Eve. Setrakian landed and drew his sword. He too felt the master's presence, and with it, relief. They were not too late. "He is here," said Eve. Setrakian said, "Then he already knows we are." Fett lowered two larger UVC lamps to Eve, then clambered over the transom himself, his boots striking the floor. "Quickly," said Setrakian, leading them under the winding stairs, the bottom floor in the midst of renovation. They moved through a long kitchen of still-boxed appliances, looking for a closet. They found it empty inside and unfinished. They pushed open the false door in the back wall, as it had been pictured in Nora's People magazine printouts. Stairs led down. A sheet of plastic behind them flapped, and they turned around fast, but it was only riding the draft rising up the stairs. The wind carried the scent of the subway and of dirt and spoilage. This was the way to the tunnels. Eve and Fett began arranging 2 large UVC lamps so they could fill the closet passageway with hot, killing light, and thereby seal off the underground, and block any other vampires from rising up, and more imperative, ensure that the only way out of the townhouse was into direct sunlight. Eve looked back to see Setrakian leaning against one wall, his fingertips pressing against the vest over his heart. Eve didn't like the looks of that, and had started toward him when Fett's voice turned him back around. "Damn it!" One of the hot lamps tumbled over, clunking to the floor. Eve checked to make sure that the bulbs still worked, then righted the lamp, wary of the radiative light. Fett quieted him. He heard noises below, footsteps. The odor in the air changed, became ranker, more rotten. Vampires were assembling. Eve and Fett backed away from the blue-lit closet, their safety valve. When Eve turned back to the old man, he was gone. Setrakian had moved back into the foyer. His heart felt tight in his chest, overtaxed by stress and anticipation. So long he had waited. So long. His gnarled hands began to ache. He flexed them, gripping the sword handle beneath the silver wolf's head. Then he felt something, the faintest breeze in advance of movement. Moving his drawn sword at the last possible moment saved him from a direct and fatal blow. The impact knocked him back, sending his crumpled body sliding headfirst over the marble floor to slam into the base of the wall, but he kept his grip on his sword. He got back to his feet quickly, swinging the blade back and forth, seeing nothing in the dim foyer. So fast the master moved. He was right here, somewhere. "Now you are an old man." The voice crackled inside Setrakian's head like an electric shock. Setrakian swung his silver sword out wide in front of him. A black form blurred past the statue of the weeping angel at the foot of the curling marble stairs. The master would try to distract him. This was his way. Never to challenge directly, face to face, but to deceive, to surprise from behind. Setrakian backed up against the wall beside the front door. Behind him, a narrow door-framing window of Tiffany glass had been blacked over. Setrakian struck at the lead panes, smashing out the precious glass with his sword. Daylight knifed into the foyer. At that moment of breaking glass, Eve and Fett returned to find Setrakian standing with his sword raised, his body bathed in sunlight. The old man saw the dark blur rising up the stairs. "There he is," he yelled, starting after him. "Now!" Eve and Fett charged up the steps after the old man. 2 other vampires met them at the top of the stairs. Bolivar's former security detail, his big and tall store bodyguards, now hungry-faced hulks in dirty suits. One swatted at Eve, who stumbled backward and almost lost his balance, grabbing the wall to keep himself from tumbling down the marble stairs. He stuck at his lumilite, and the big dummy recoiled, and Eve chopped at his thigh with the sword. The vampire let out a gasp and swung at him again. Eve gutted him, running his sword most of the way through his belly before pulling it back, the vampire sinking to the landing like a stuck balloon. Fett held his at bay with his lamplight, sticking and cutting at the bodyguard's grabbing hands with his short-bladed dagger. He brought the light up, right into its face, and the vampire flailed and looked around wildly, temporarily blinded. Fett ducked him and got behind his back, stabbing the bodyguard in the back of its thick neck before shoving him hard down the stairs. Eve's vampire tried to rise, but Fett dropped him again with a kick to the ribs. The bodyguard's head lay off the top step, and with a cry of anguish, Eve brought his sword down. The head bumped down the stairs, gaining speed and rotation at the bottom, hopping the other vampire's body and rolling all the way to the wall. White blood oozed out of its opened neck onto the carmine runner. The bloodworms emerged, Fett frying them with his lamp. The bodyguard at the bottom of the steps was no more than a skin sack of broken bones, but he was still animate. The fall had not severed his neck, and so had not released him. His eyes were open, and he stared dumbly at the long staircase, trying to move. Eve and Fett found Setrakian near the closed elevator grate with his sword out, taking a swipe at a dark, fast-moving blur.
"Watch out!"
called Setrakian, but before the words were out of his mouth, the master struck Fett from behind. He went down hard, nearly smashing his lamp. Eve barely had time to react before the form flew past him, slowing down just long enough for Eve to see the master's face again, his wormy flesh and sneering mouth, and he was thrown back against the wall. Setrakian lunged forward, sweeping his sword two-handedly, driving the fast-moving form into a wide, high-ceilinged, floor-through room. Eve got himself up and followed, as did Fett, a lick of blood dribbling down his temple. The master stopped, appearing to them before the massive stone fireplace at the midpoint of the room. The townhouse had windows only at either end, leaving no sunlight in the middle to assist them. The master's cloak rippled and settled, and his horrible eyes looked down on them all, but mainly Fett, no small man himself. The blood trickling down his face. With something like a howling grin, the long-armed master grabbed up lumber and bales of electrical wire and any other debris within reach and hurled them at the three assassins. Setrakian flattened against the wall, Eve taking cover around the corner, Fett using a chunk of wallboard as a shield. When the assault ended and they looked up, the master was gone again.
"Christ!"
hissed Fett. He swiped the blood off his face with his hand, then tossed aside the wallboard. He threw his silver dagger into the cold fireplace with a clank and a thud, useless against this giant, and took Eve's lamp from him, giving Fett two, freeing Eve up to wield his longer blade with both hands.
"Stay after him,"
said Setrakian, pushing ahead.
"Like smoke rising up a chimney, we must force him to the roof."
As they rounded the corner, 4 more hissing vampires came at them. They looked like former fans of Bolivar's with their razored hair and piercings. Fett went after them with the twin lamps, pushing them back. One got through, and Eve played backup, showing her his silver sword. This one looked like a chubby vampira in a denim skirt and torn fishnet stockings. She had that curious rapacity of the newly turned vampire that Eve had come to recognize. Eve aimed his sword at her from a crouch, the vampire feinting right, then left, hissing at him through white lips. Eve heard Setrakian yell, "Strigoi!" in that commanding voice of his. The chopping sound of an old man cutting down vampires emboldened Eve. The chubby vampira feinted too aggressively, and Eve jabbed her, his sword tip slicing into the front shoulder of her torn black cotton top, burning the beast within. Her mouth opened, and her tongue curled up, and Eve darted back barely in time, her stinger just missing his neck. She continued at him, mouth agape, and with a howl of anger, Eve ran his sword at her face. Straight at her stinger, the blade slicing right through the back of her head, the tip burying a few inches in the unfinished wall. The vampire's eyes bugged. Her stinger was cut and leaking white blood, filling her mouth and spilling down her chin, which she could not move. She was pinned to the wall. She bucked and attempted to cough her wormy blood onto Eve. A virus will propagate itself any way it can. Setrakian had slain the other 3 vampires, leaving the newly polished maple flooring at the end of the hall slathered in white. He returned to Eve, yelling, "Back!" Eve released his sword, the grip quivering out of the wall. Setrakian swung at the vampire's neck, and gravity pulled the headless body to the floor. The head remained speared to the wall, white blood spilling from its severed neck, the vampire's black eyes flaring wide at both men, then rolling upward and relaxing, holding still. Eve grasped the handle of his sword and plucked it from the wall behind her mouth, and her head dropped on top of her body. There was no time to irradiate the white blood. "Up, up," said Setrakian, walking along the wall to a different set of stairs, these circular with an ornate iron railing. The old man's spirit was strong, but his strength was flagging. Eve passed him at the top. He looked right and left. In the dim light, he saw finished hardwood floors and unfinished walls, but no vampires. "We split up," said the old man. "Are you kidding?" said Fett, grabbing hold of him and helping him to the top.
Never split up. That's the first rule.
One of his lamps fizzled. The bulb popped as the unit overheated and suddenly burst into flames. Fett dropped it, crushing the flames underneath his boot. Now he was down to one lamp. "How much more battery time?" Eve asked.
"Not enough," said the old man. "He will wear us down like this, having us chase him until nightfall. Gotta trap him," said Fett, "like a rat in a bathroom."
The old man stopped then, turning his head to a sound.
"Your heart is weak, you old wretch. I can hear it."
Setrakian stood still, his sword at the ready. He looked all around, but there was no sign of the Dark One. He tapped the point of his sword on the floor.
Pick, pick, pick. Show yourself. You have fashioned a handy tool. You don't recognize it?
Said Setrakian aloud with heavy breaths.
It was Sardius, the boy whose form you took.
Eve pulled closer to the old man, realizing that he was in conversation with the master.
"Where is she?"
he yelled.
"Where's my wife?"
The master ignored Eve.
"Your whole life has led to this point. You will fail a second time."
Setrakian said,
"You will taste my silver, Strigoi. I will taste you, old man, and your clumsy apostles."
The master attacked from behind, throwing Setrakian to the floor again. Eve reacted, swiping his sword at the breeze he felt, a couple of guessing swishes. When he pulled back the blade, he found the tip sticky with white. He had hurt the master. He had cut him. But in the moment it took to process this fact, the master returned and swatted Eve in the chest with his taloned hand. Eve felt his feet leave the floor, his back and shoulders ramming into the wall, his muscles exploding with pain as his body fell to the side. Fett swept forward with his lamp, and Setrakian swung silver from one knee, pushing back the beast. Eve rolled over as fast as he could, bracing for more blows, but none came. They were all alone again. They could feel it. No sound except the tinkling of construction lights strung along the ceiling, swaying near the foot of the stairs. Eve said, "I cut him." Setrakian used his sword to get to his feet, as one arm was hurt and hanging limp. He moved to the next flight of stairs, going up. There was white vampire blood on the unfinished planking of the stairs. Sore but determined, they climbed the steps to the top. This was Bolivar's penthouse, the top floor of the taller of the two conjoined townhouses. They entered the bedroom half, looking for vampire blood on the floor. Seeing none, Fett went around the unmade bed to the far windows, tearing down the room-darkening curtains, letting in light but no direct sun. Eve checked the bathroom and found it even larger than he had expected, with facing, gold-framed mirrors reflecting him into infinity. An army of Ephraim Goodweathers with swords in their hands.
"This way,"
gasped Setrakian. Fresh streaks of white stood out against a black leather chair in the broader media room. Two arched and heavily draped doorways along the eastern wall showed soft light edging beneath the hem of the long curtains. The roof of the adjoining townhouse lay beyond. There they found the master standing in the center of the room, his worm-infested face angled down toward them, onyx eyes staring, the dangerous daylight behind him. Iridescent white blood dripped, slow and irregular, down his arm and off his elongated hand, falling from the tip of his unearthly talon to the floor. Setrakian limped forward, his sword dragging behind him, scoring the wood floor. He stopped and raised the silver blade with his one good arm, facing the master, his heart racing at too many beats per minute.
"Strigoi,"
he said. The master stared, impassive for a moment, demoniacally regal, his eyes two dead moons in clouds of blood. The sole indicator of his predicament was the excited wriggling of the blood parasites beneath his inhuman face. For Setrakian, the moment was nearly at hand, and yet his heart was locking up, shutting him down. Eve and Fett converged behind him, and the master had no alternative but to fight his way out of this room. His face spread into a savage sneer. He kicked up a long, low table at Eve, which battered him backward,
and with his good arm sent a club chair sliding at Setrakian. These moves had the effect of splitting them, the master blazing through the middle, going straight at Fett. Fett raised his lamp, but the master dodged and came clawing at him from the side. Fett went down, falling, dazed, near the top of the stairs. The master lunged past him, but Fett was fast, swinging the lamp on him, right into the Dark One's snarling face. The UVC rays staggered him, driving him back against the wall, the plaster cracking against his great weight. When the master's claws came down from his face, his eyes were wider than before and seemingly lost. The master was blinded, but only temporarily. They all sensed their advantage here, and Fett went right at him with the lamp. The master flailed back wildly. Fett drove the towering beast back across the room toward the curtained doors, and Eve rushed after him, slashing at the Dark One's cloak, catching a bit of flesh. The master's talon swung, but struck no one. Setrakian gripped the chair that had been slid at him, his sword clattering to the floor. Eve cut down the heavy drapes over one of the arches, revealing bright sunlight. Decorative iron grating barred the glass doors, but with one chop of his blade, the latch cracked free in a spray of sparks. Fett kept driving the master backward. Then Eve spun around, looking to Setrakian to administer the finishing blow. That was when he saw the old professor laid out on the floor next to his sword, gripping his chest. Eve froze, looking at the vulnerable master, then at Setrakian, dying on the floor. Fett, holding his lamp on the vampire like a lion trainer with a footstool, said, "What are you waiting for?" Eve ran to the old man. He got down on his hands and knees and saw the distress in Setrakian's face, the distant stare. His fingers plucked at his vest over his heart. Eve set down his sword. He ripped open the vest and his shirt, baring Setrakian's sagging chest. He reached up under his jaw for a pulse, but couldn't find one. Fett yelled back, "Hey, Doc!" He kept pressing forward, pinning the master up against the edge of the sunlight. Eve massaged the old man's chest over his heart. He didn't start CPR right away because he was worried about the man's bones, about crushing his rib cage. Then he noticed that Setrakian's old fingers were no longer poking at his heart, but were reaching for his vest. Fett turned back in a panic to see what the hell was holding them up. He saw Setrakian laid out on the floor and Eve kneeling over him. Fett looked for a moment too long. The master clawed at Fett's shoulder and pulled him in. Eve squeezed the pockets of Setrakian's tweed vest and felt something. He pulled out the little silver pill box and quickly unscrewed the top. A dozen tiny white tablets tumbled to the floor. Fett was a big man himself, but he was a child in the master's grip. He still had the lamp in his hand, even though his arms were pinned. He turned it on the master, burning his side, and the blinded beast roared in pain, but did not relinquish his grip. The master's other hand gripped the top of Fett's head and wrenched back his neck despite Fett's resistance. Then Fett found himself staring up into this unspeakable face. Eve pinched up one of the nitroglycerin tablets and cupped the old man's head in his hand. He worked open his clenched jaw and slipped the pill in underneath the old man's cool tongue. He pulled out his fingers and shook Setrakian, yelling at him, and the old man's eyes opened. The master opened his mouth over Fett and extended his stinger, lashing about in the air above Fett's wide eyes and exposed throat. Fett fought mightily, but the compression of the back of his neck cut off the blood flow to his brain, so the room blackened and his muscles went limp. Eve yelled, "No!" and ran at the master with his sword, slashing the blade across the abomination's broad back. Fett fell to the floor in a heap. The master's head whipped around, his stinger searching, his clouded eyes finding Eve. "My sword sings of silver," cried Eve, slicing at the master's upper chest. The blade did indeed sing, though the Dark One flew backward and avoided it. Eve swung again, and missed again, the master thrashing backward, out of control. He was in the sunlight now, framed before the twin glass doors, the full and broad daylight of a rooftop patio behind him. Eve had him. The master knew he had him. Eve brought his sword up with two hands, ready to stab it up through the master's bulging neck. The king vampire stared down at Eve with something like outright disgust, summoned even more height, and raised the hood of his dark cloak over his head. "Die!" said Eve, running at him. The master turned and crashed through the plate-glass doors and out onto the open patio. Glass exploded as the cloaked vampire fell, rolling onto the hot clay tiles, in full view of the killing sun. He came to a rest momentarily, hunched over on one knee. Eve's momentum carried him through the shattered glass, where he stopped, staring at the cloaked vampire, awaiting the end. The master trembled, steam rising from within its dark cloak. Then the king vampire stood to its full height, quivering as though in the grip of a violent seizure, his great claws curled into beast-like fists. With a roar, he threw off his cloak. The ancient garment fell away, smoking to the tile. The master's nude body writhed, his pearlescent flesh darkening, cooking, changing from fair lily-white to a dead black leather. The slashing wound Eve had made across his back fused into a deep black scar, as though cauterized by the rays of the sun. He turned, still shaking, and faced Eve, and Fett standing in the doorway behind him, and Setrakian risen to one knee. He was ghoulishly lean, with a smooth and sexless crotch. His broiled back-flesh writhed with pain-crazed bloodworms. With a most horrible smile, a sneer of intense pain and even triumph, the master turned his face toward the sun and let loose an open-mouthed howl of defiance. A true, demonic curse. Then, with dizzying speed, he bolted to the edge of the patio, slid over the low wall at the edge of the roof, and raced down the side of the building to the third-floor scaffolding, disappearing into the morning shadows of New York City. The Klan, Nazareth, Pennsylvania. In a long-abandoned and never-mapped asbestos mine, a netherworld a few hundred feet below the surface of the Pennsylvania woods, three ancients of the New World conferred in a pitch-black chamber. Their bodies, over time, had become worn smooth as river stones, their movements slowing nearly to imperceptibility. They had no use for exterior physicality. Their body systems had evolved to maximum efficiency, and their vampire mandibles functioned without flaw. Their night vision was extraordinary. In the cages built into the deep western tunnels of their dominion, the ancients had already begun storing food for the long winter. The occasional scream of a human captive ripped through the mine, reverberating like an animal call. "It is the seventh one." Despite their human appearance, they had no use for animal speech. Their movements, down to the glances of their sated eyes, were dreadfully slow. "What is this incursion? It is a violation. He thinks us old and weak. Someone else is a party to this transgression. Someone had to assist him in his ocean crossing. One of the others?" One of the New World ancients reached out with his mind, across the sea to the Old World. "I do not feel that. Then the seventh one has a line with a human. With a human against all other humans. And against us. Is it not evident now that he alone was responsible for the Bulgarian massacre? Yes. He has proven his willingness to kill his own kind, if crossed. He was indeed spoiled by the World War. He supped too long in the trenches, feasted in the camps, and now he has broken the truce. He has set foot on our soil. He wants the entire world for himself. What he wants is another war." The tallest one's talon twitched, an extraordinary physical action for a being so steeped in deliberation, in elemental stillness. Their bodies were simple shells and could be replaced. Perhaps they had become complacent, too comfortable. "Then we will oblige him. We must remain invisible, no more." The headhunter entered the chamber of the ancients and waited to be acknowledged. "You have found him." "Yes." He tried to return home, as do all creatures. He will suffice. He will be our sun hunter. He has no other choice.
In a locked cage in the western tunnel, on a floor of cold dirt, Gus Elizalde lay unconscious, dreaming of his mother, unaware of the peril awaiting him. Epilogue. Kelton Street, Woodside, Queens. They regrouped at Kelly's house, Nora bringing Zach home after Eve and Fett had cleaned up the mess that was Matt, burning his remains under leaves and brush in the backyard. Setrakian lay on a fold-out sleeper in the sunroom. He had refused to go to a hospital, and Eve agreed that was out of the question anyway. His arm was badly bruised but not broken. His pulse rate was low, but steady and improving. Eve wanted Setrakian to sleep, but not with painkillers. So before going in to check on him after nightfall, Eve opened Kelly's kitchen liquor cabinet. He picked up a bottle of scotch, once his crutch, and set it aside, pouring the old man a more gentle brandy. Setrakian said it wasn't the pain that bothered him. Failure keeps one awake. The mention of failure reminded Eve that he had not found Kelly. Part of him wanted to believe that this was still a reason to hope. "You did not fail," said Eve. "The sun failed." Setrakian said, "He is more powerful than I knew. I suspected it, maybe dreaded, certainly, but never knew. He is not of this earth." Eve agreed. "He is a vampire." "No, not of this earth." Eve was worried about the old man having taken a blow to the head. "We heard him, bottom line, we marked him, and now he's on the run." The old man would not be consoled. "He is still out there. It goes on." He accepted the glass from Eve, drank it, and sat back. "These vampires now, they are in their infancy. We are about to witness a new stage in their evolution. It takes about 7 nights to become fully turned, for their new parasitic organ system to complete its formation. Once that occurs, once their bodies are no longer comprised of vital organs, heart, lungs, but only a series of chambers in the body, they will be less vulnerable to conventional weaponry, and they will continue to mature beyond that time, learning, becoming smarter, more used to their environment. They will band together and coordinate their attacks, and individually become much more nimble and deadly, making it much harder to find and defeat them, until eventually it will become impossible to stop them." The old man finished his brandy and then looked at Eve. "I believe what we saw up there on that rooftop this morning was the end of our kind." Eve felt the weight of the future pressing down on them all. "How much is there that you haven't told me?" Setrakian's eyes were rheumy as he stared off into the middle distance. "Too much to speak of now." A short while later he was asleep. Eve looked at his gnarled fingers twisting the hem of the bedsheet on his chest. The old man's dreams were feverish. "Dad!" Eve went out to the main room. Zach was sitting in the computer chair, and Eve gripped the boy from behind, wrapped him up in another hug, kissing the top of his head, breathing in the scent of his hair. "I love you, Z," he whispered. "Love you too, Dad," Zach said back, and Eve ruffled his hair and let him go. "Where are we with this?" "Almost all set." The boy returned to the computer. "I had to create a dummy email address. You pick a password." Zach was helping Eve upload the video of Ansel Barber in the dog shed, which Eve had not yet shown Zach, onto as many file-sharing and broadcast video websites as possible. Eve wanted true vampire footage out there on the internet for the world to see. It was the only way he could think of to reach people and make them comprehend. He wasn't worried about fostering chaos and panic. The riots continued, confined to poorer neighborhoods, though their spread was just a matter of time. The alternative of continued coordinated silence in the face of an extinction event was too absurd to consider. This plague would be fought at a grassroots level now, or not at all. Zach said,
Now I select the file, like this, and move it up as an attachment.
Fett's voice came from the kitchen, where he was watching television, eating deli chicken salad out of a half-pound plastic tub. "Look at this." Eve turned. Helicopter footage showed a row of flaming buildings now, and thick black smoke filling the air over Manhattan. "It's getting bad," he said. As Eve watched, he noticed all of Zach's school papers on the refrigerator door lift and flutter. A napkin wafted across the counter, drifting to the floor at Fett's feet. Eve turned to Zach, who had stopped typing. "What was that breeze?" Zach said, "Backslider must be open." Eve looked around for Nora. Then the toilet flushed, and she stepped out of the hall bathroom. "What's up?" she said, finding everyone staring at her. Eve turned toward the other end of the house, looking at the corner that led around to the sliding glass door in the backyard. A person turned the corner, stopping there, her arms hanging limply at her sides. Eve stared, paralyzed. Kelly. "Mom!" Zach started toward her, and Eve reached out and grabbed him. His grip must have hurt Zach, because the boy pulled away in surprise, looking back at him. Nora rushed over and wrapped Zach up from behind. Kelly was just standing there, looking at them. No expression, no blinking. She looked shell-shocked, as though deafened by some recent explosion. Eve knew immediately. The pain in his heart was physical. Kelly Goodweather was turned. A dead thing returned to its home. Her gazing eyes found Zach, her dear one. She had come for him. "Mom?" said Zach, seeing that something was wrong with her. Eve felt quick movement from behind. Fett rushed into the hall and grabbed Eve's sword. He brandished it, showing Kelly the silver of the blade. Kelly's face curdled. Her expression collapsed into evil, and she bared her teeth. Eve's heart dropped through his chest and into his gut. She was a demon, a vampire, one of them. She was gone to him forever. With a muffled groan, Zach recoiled at the sight of his demonized mother, and then blacked out. Fett started after her with the sword, but Eve hooked his arm before he could follow through. Kelly recoiled from the silver blade, like a cat with its fur up. She hissed at them. She took one more baleful look at the unconscious boy, her intended, and then turned and fled out the back door. Eve and Fett rounded the corner, just in time to watch Kelly throw herself over the low chain-link fence separating their backyard from the neighbors, and run off into the new night. Fett closed the door and locked it. He drew the blinds over the glass, then turned to Eve. Eve said nothing, but returned to Nora, who was kneeling over Zach on the floor, her eyes keen with despair. He saw now how truly insidious this plague was, pitting family member against family member, pitting death against life. The Master had sent her. He had turned her against Eve and Zach, to torment them, to take his revenge. If the degree of devotion to a dear one in life bore any correlation to their desire to reunite in death, then Eve knew that Kelly would never give up. She would go on haunting her son forever unless someone put a stop to it. Their custody battle for Zach was not over. Eve looked at their faces, and then at the fires raging on television, and then turned to the computer. He pressed the Enter key, completing Zach's task. He dispatched video proof of the raging vampire into the world, and then went into the kitchen, where Kelly kept the scotch. For the first time in a long time, he poured himself a drink.